Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right, so shout out to everybody that's in the room early. I know this is late, early, whatever you want to call it. But you know what I'm saying? Your boy been trying to bust out some videos and content and place them because I know you guys seen the community post, but it's all good though, man. We ain't tripping. We gonna keep it pushing. YouTube can't stop us, you know what I'm saying? Because black light ain't an army nigga. We a Navy nigga. You try to play it, hate me. It ain't gravy, nigga. So what's good with everybody in the room? Got my man Alonzo Griffin in the room. Here we go. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Carlton Way. My man Carlton Way was in the chat of my man Marcus Aurelius Keeping 100's live stream that he just did, which was dope. Your boy called in and we talked on the panel. It was a good discussion, you know what I'm saying, about the Deion Sanders situation. So if anybody's interested in that, and also make sure you guys check out my man Marcus Aurelius Keeping 100. He has some great content. My man Carlton can attest to that because ever since I put Carlton on, he been over there, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to my man Marcus Aurelius, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Terrence, long time no see, you know what I'm saying? Good to see you in the building. Shout out to the future mayor of Denver, Colorado, my man Paris LaShawn. What up with it, bro? We got my man Jared Allen in the building, B1 BLR fam. Super facts. Good to see you as always, bro. Got the radiation emoji because you know we got the most toxic content, the most poisonous, biohazardous information here on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So let's actually get into. Got my man Deformed Pretty Boy in the building, man. The whole crew is in the house. We got Tia up in here. What up with it, Tia? Good to see you as always. My man Al McGowan is in the building. Good to see you. So let's get it cracking. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this little video. All right, and this video is from News Nation, and I actually heard about this. Shout out to my man Bronze the God. He had sent me a Boyce Watkins live stream, right? And you know, I know everybody feels a certain kind of way about Boyce, you know what I'm saying? But Dr. Claude Anderson was on there, and Dr. Claude Anderson was going in on the Rhode Island Reparations program. Now, I don't know if you guys are subscribed to all my other channels. If you are not, make sure that you guys subscribe to all the backup channels. You can do that by hitting the links that the bots put into the chat, or you can do that by hitting the buttons at the end of the video, or you can go to the home screen or the about page and it will get you all linked in, because as you guys know, YouTube be hating on the channel, but my audience does not hate on me, and I definitely appreciate that. So I want to make sure that I'm giving you guys some good content. All right, so I first was put onto this by my man Bronze the God, who sent me the link to Dr. Boyce Watkins' live stream that he did with Dr. Claude Anderson. But I also did a stream about this long time ago because this is something that's been in the making for a while. And I think that that video is actually on Blacklight Revelations News Reviews and Reactions. You know what I'm saying? But to review, we're going to check this out. Now, here's my question. If you guys knew about the reparations program in Rhode Island, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not know about the reparations program in Rhode Island, give me a thumbs down. All right. My man Carlton Way said, I saw a video of BG giving Kevin Durant a peck on the cheek. Oh man, see that's it's always the kiss of death, man. You don't that's something I always looked at. I would look at that funny in the mafia movies. You know what I'm saying? This is kind of weird. I ain't really with all that. I don't know why, you know, people be doing that. I don't know how that's a sign of respect or manhood or anything, but you know what I'm saying? Nowadays, you know, people look at you funny for real if you do it, because they might not know who you are. You know what I'm saying? They might not know what you are. You know what I'm saying? They might not know what you identify as. You know what I'm saying? So Carlton Way is the only one so far. Shout out to Carlton Way. Everybody drop some radiation emoji for Carlton Way that knows about the Rhode Island reparations program. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this 3-minute video without any interruption. And while this 3-minute video is going, shout out to Shatera. What up with it, Shatera? I want you guys to let me know what you think about it. And then we're going to dive into an article We're going to do some background information on the individual who put this into motion on the program itself. All right, so let's get it.
Reparations, a subject that draws strong opinions both for and against. But more U.S. cities are looking to level the playing field for Black Americans and in the process allow other people to benefit as well.
I already know. Didn't I just say we was going to do this without interruption? Interruption. Interruption on the play in the first unlucky 13 seconds of the video. Let's play a little game. You know those games that you play like as a kid and you look at a picture and you say, which of these things does not belong? Shout out to the giant picture of the KKK back there. You know what I'm saying? Just happened to notice that. But yeah. So remember that question that I always ask? I want to know an honest answer from you guys. All right. If reparations were paid out today, federal reparations from the United States government, who would have a more positive impact? The NASDAQ, S&P 500, New York Stock Exchange, or us? That's my question for you guys. Now, I find it fascinating that this is how this is framed. Now, you might ask, well, how is the world correct? Well, the world is correct when you don't have any political representation and people wrap a program for everybody in a label that has you as the wrapping paper and says, this is what we're doing for you, but we're doing this for you to benefit everybody. You know, we're going to drop a bunch of winning lottery tickets in the hood so that people can go to the liquor store and buy a bunch of, booze and overpriced gas. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy says California has set it off now. Now all states are getting on their helmet. Dope. Hold that thought. You know what I'm saying? But hold it with an oven mitt. Because it's fit to get hot. You know what I'm saying? It's fit to get hot. So, no interruptions this time for real, for real.
Reparations, a subject that draws strong opinions both for and against. But more U.S. cities are looking to level the playing field for Black Americans and in the process allow other people to benefit as well.
No amount of money will rewrite history, but many people would like to see America try. For decades, proponents of reparations have called on the federal government to provide restitution to the descendants of slaves. In 1989, Congress introduced a bill to form a commission to study and develop reparations proposals. They explored whether there was a need for the U.S. to atone for the enslavement of and racial discrimination against Black Americans, and if so, why? A renewed push came following the 2020 death of George Floyd by a Minnesota police officer. The murder sparked nationwide protests and ignited a call for racial justice, and for many, highlighted the need to more closely examine the legacy of slavery and the harm caused by years of the physical and economic oppression of Black people. Some believe it can start to be addressed through reparations, possibly in the form of money. But not everyone agrees. Support for reparations differs greatly across racial lines. In a 2021 poll by the Brookings Institute, a whopping 86% of Black Americans support reparations, with just 14% against the idea. But 72% of white Americans oppose cash reparations payments, with 28% in favor.
The sweeping opposition among white Americans is rooted in the idea that recognizing slavery's legacy actually undermines the idealistic view that the United States is a just society and that it was founded on principles of equality and freedom.
Despite that, there are about a dozen U.S. cities considering some form of compensation. The latest, Providence, Rhode Island. The city recently allocated $10 million for a reparations program looking to address the city's racial divide and deep involvement in the Atlantic slave trade, in addition to closing the wealth gap that exists between its white and Black residents. Black and Native Americans automatically qualify, but within the program, there's a twist, which would include about half.
Skirt! Didn't I say no interruptions? Skirt!
Of the city's white residents. Here's how it works. any Providence resident earning less than half of the city's median income, so essentially anyone earning less than about $50,000 a year or living in certain low-income neighborhoods would qualify. The reason, the program is financed by COVID-19 federal recovery dollars.
Skirt! Didn't I say no interruptions? My bad, y'all. If there's one thing that I like to do is keep my word. You know what I'm saying? And I haven't kept my word throughout this live stream. My bad.
So it must be race neutral, leading some to question whether it can even be called reparations.
Oh, man, it's so much to unpack. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. And shout out to the black males. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Carlton Way. You know what I'm saying? The executive producer of Off Code Media. You know what I'm saying? A 1355 production. You know what I'm saying? I have impulse control issues inherently. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to hear this kind of stuff and not react. My bad. You know what I'm saying? My bad. Thank goodness my IQ is so low. I got my gun in the lockbox. I would go circle the block, but I forgot the combination.
It convolutes what reparations truly means, particularly in the American context where we're talking about the atrocities committed against the African American community, starting with America's original sin, which is a transatlantic slave trade.
Evanston, Illinois made history last year, becoming the first.
Hey, yo, Carlton, we about to bring Fetty Wap back. 1355. 1355. Them Henny boys. Oh. Going hard with no days off, yeah. All we do is do crime. Chicks pregnant all the time.
First U.S. city to issue slavery reparations to its Black residents, mainly in the form of housing grants. And California set up the nation's first state-level reparations task force, but not everyone agrees with some of the programs.
It'll take 242 years for Blacks to have the wealth of whites in 2016. That's almost as long as we were in slavery. You cannot just sprinkle some fairy dust, some money here, and say that's somehow closing a gap.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Yeah, you just sprinkle it on there like powder glue. You know what I'm saying? Just sprinkle it on there and bam. You know what I'm saying? Everything is all taken care of. Nothing to see here, folks. We all good. All right, y'all. Let it rip. This is my question. What do you think about that? Is everybody happy about that? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You know what I'm saying? If you're not happy and you have some issues with that, what's wrong with it? That's the question. I got a lot of issues with it. We're going to look at an article that CNN put out that goes a little bit more into detail, and we're going to see if we can figure out why some of the issues that exist with this thing exist. All right. So if you guys have not smashed the like button, please make sure that you guys take a moment, smash that like button. All right. Here's the article right here. All right. And this janky HTML. Rhode Island's capital city will spend $10 million, quote unquote, in reparations, and it could benefit white residents. Now, this is what I find fascinating, right? CNN wrote this article as a test and, on some shock jock type stuff. Hey, guess what? I'm going to get these black people all up in arms. They're giving out reparations and white people are getting them too. Now, let's just sit back and wait for the shootouts and screaming. Like, seriously? You know what I'm saying? Now, what I find fascinating is they said that it has to be race neutral, right? Well, my question is, what about all the other stuff that came out of the COVID-19 legislation, like the AAPI hate crime bill? What about that? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Black Manta. What's up with it, bro? So again, we're dealing with these false narratives. And while you have Van Jones, sitting up there in front of the JDL crying, you know what I'm saying? He ain't up here crying about this. Now, Rhode Island, if I'm not mistaken, is the same state that had the woman who was twerking You know what I'm saying? The senator who was twerking. Is that true? And that's facts, Carlton. And slavery wasn't race neutral. And also, you know, the indigenous Americans, the 5 civilized tribes, they owned slaves as well as were employed by Adoso, you know, legacy Adosos to capture fugitive slaves. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, how does this tie into the world is correct? Again, if you don't have proper representation, if you don't have people that are interested in the issues that need to be addressed, if we don't have think tanks to counter this narrative, if we don't have our own media platforms, then people just get to have diarrhea of the mouth and smear it all over your $98 windows and no squeegee to clean it off. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we have right here. Now, my question is, why is it that Native Indigenous people are always included? How did Jim Crow and Black codes affect Native Indigenous people? Can anybody help me out with that? That's my question. And I usually don't do this, but I'm working on trying some new things. So bear with me as you guys will see some changes to the platforms. But what I think I might do is open up a panel on this. You know what I'm saying? And we had a panel for maybe like about an hour. So if that's something that you guys are interested in, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If it's not something that you guys are interested in, y'all know that I'm lazy and I be trying to rush through this stuff anyway. I'll wrap it up like Dave Chappelle. So let me know. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says officials in Providence, Rhode Island recently approved a $10 million budget plan for the city's reparation program. Now, here's my question. How is $10 million going to fix the reparations number that's been calculated? There's a higher number that's been calculated in California, and that number isn't even satisfactory to most people who have heard about it. What is $10 million going to do? What is $10 million going to do? And remember, it's not just going to American descendants of slaves, but some were wondering who might end up benefiting from it. Now, this is what I find funny. CNN says, but some are wondering who might end up benefiting from it. Who are those some that you think are wondering about that? Well, who's going to benefit from it? Right, deformed pretty boy, $10 million. That's less than the state lottery. You know what I'm saying? The Powerball and Mega Millions have been going up to billions of dollars, and that's just Powerball and Mega Millions. This is something that actually needs to be paid back for things that actually happen to people. Because let me ask you guys in the comment section, how many people are alive today that dealt with the atrocities of Jim Crow and Black codes? It always cracks me up when somebody tries to form their attempted lips, because what they have are attempted lips, to say, how does slavery affect anybody that's alive today? I'm going to ask the same question about carbon monoxide. How does carbon monoxide affect anybody right here in this room? You know what I'm saying? How does diabetes affect anybody that's in this room unless you're diabetic? Oh, that's how. Unless you're diabetic. Yeah. Racism affects you if you're a different race, i.e. Black, foundational Black American. You know what I'm saying? They're still alive. They're our grandparents. Facts, Shatera. And some of them are our parents. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, like other communities across the country did in the wake of the 2020 police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Providence sought to start a program offering reparations to Black, Indigenous, and other people of color whose family have felt the effects of decades of discriminatory practices. So why are we doing that? When there was AAPI hate crimes, despite the fact that Black people have the highest incident of hate crimes against them, they didn't make a sweeping hate crime bill, did they? Did I miss something? Or did they make one specific to the AAPI community to protect them, despite the fact that other communities are dealing with hate crimes? So why is it that this logic is being applied when it comes to something involving us? So now you have to ask yourself the question, when you live in a population, not just a population, when you live in a world where playing these kinds of games with people's lives and playing these kinds of games is the norm, and you're just expected to sit there and take it. What's the only solution, y'all? What's the only solution? You have to take away people's choice of choosing to be oppressive. And you have to make sure that you have all of the power so that you don't use the power in an oppressive way, but you use the power to protect yourself from nonsense like this. You remember Nas? Nas said they pay reparations, then they hit us with tax. I forget the name of that song. I think it was called The Color Purple. I think it was on Stillmatic, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember my albums right. So now here it says, as the city plan is underway, critics say that the program is being rushed and its guidelines show white residents could qualify based on their income. Well, then they're not slavery reparations. Slave owning, Jim Crow benefiting from adosos will qualify because they choose not to use their privilege. What do you guys think about that? I mean, to be honest, let's keep it a buck. All they got to do is just come on YouTube and show their face, and YouTube's algorithm will give them 5 million subscribers in less than a year. So why not do that? You know? Who knows? Facts, Deformed Pretty Boy. Shout out to Nas, man. One of the best MCs to ever touch a microphone. You know what I'm saying? If we are truly looking for a reparative process and something that heals the harms of the past, why are we rushing Black folks to work for money they might not even know about? Justice Gaines, a local community activist, told CNN. Now, pay very close attention. Here's the person of interest. Providence Mayor Jorge Elorza approved the $10 million budget plan in early November, prompting the launch of the program days later. Now, here's my question. Why is it that not a lot of people know about this? Facts, Terrence. So now, in a world of correctness like the one that we live in, if we know that people are stealing things, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? It was the result of more than 2 years of work by city leaders, activists, and scholars, the city said. But now notice how they didn't name any. Who are the people that were on this council? Who are the people that were in this boardroom? Make stealing hurt. Facts. Super facts. Make it feel like you're in the shower and somebody threw a plugged-in blow dryer into the shower. You know what I'm saying? You remember back in the day, y'all might be too young, but you remember back in the day, they had those alarm systems on the cars called thug bugs. That's what you do. You know what I'm saying? You set up a thug bug. You make it like you accidentally put your hand on the stove. You remember that burn. You know what I'm saying? Some of those efforts included the creation of a commission to study the issue of racial inequity and reparations, the publication of a 194-page report detailing how, look at this, people of color have been harmed by the city and their institutions for more than 4 centuries, and a report outlining 11 major areas the city could address to level the playing field between white people and residents of color in province. So this residents of color were not slaves. Yeah, you remember that, Carlton? And you remember the club? Shout out to the club. You know what I'm saying? That was back in the days when they had good commercials. Chia. You went from buying chia pets, you know what I'm saying, for decorations. Now they selling chia seeds for you to eat. The world is correct. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said those things look good enough to eat. Well, shit, why don't you just go ahead and eat them then? You know what I'm saying? These funds move us one step further towards closing the present-day racial wealth gap and equity gap, Elzora wrote in a Facebook post announcing the signing of the budget last month. The program does not include direct cash payments to descendants of enslaved people. So now here's my question. How did this get pushed through? Here's my question. How did this get pushed through? And this is something that you'd think that everybody would be on their platforms screaming about. Ah! Arr! You know what I'm saying? Like, ah! But that's not what's going on. Like I said, the only people that I saw talking about this was Dr. Boyce Watkins and Dr. Claude Anderson. And I thought this was pretty important because the problem is, in my opinion, if you ask me, is I think that a proper precedent needs to be set, not a weak precedent. So if one reparations program is set with a narrative that makes it easy for people of color and white people to benefit from this, while it takes away from the total benefit that is supposed to give descendants of slaves, well, we're going to be on repeat. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be living life on repeat. And then when we're old, you know what I'm saying? There's going to be new YouTubers or new streamers. You know what I'm saying? But TikTok will probably have taken over by that time. And there'll be new TikTokers talking about those old niggas who only wanted worthless cash. The old niggas. You know what I'm saying? All them old niggas wanted was some money out the ATM machine. They didn't want power. Them old niggas. We'll be the new old niggas. I don't want to be a new old nigga. I'm already old, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I think that a proper precedent needs to be set if something like this is going to happen. But if you ask me, though, I don't like the strategy of negotiation at all. I like the strategy of extraction, cornering the market, and punishing the economy. That's my preferred method. My preferred method isn't to sit down at the table with people that used to have you tied to the table. You know what I'm saying? My preferred method is you piss me off, your supply chain is shut down until you starve. And then when we decide to open up the supply chain again, you can continue for the rest of your life paying 10 times the amount that you used to pay. I'm talking about them drug dealer methods. I'm talking about that criminal shit, extortion. You know what I'm saying? Hostile business practices, information war, not negotiation. Not, okay, I'll take the little breadcrumbs. You know what I'm saying? Nah. I'll take everything you got, including the skin off your back. That's what I'm talking about. Carlton said, uh-oh, Richard. Put on your seatbelt. Make sure the roll cage is fastened. We going off code. This is a practice which has been discussed by reparations commissions across the United States. Instead, the city's plan is to fund an array of initiatives aimed at closing the racial wealth gap and equity gap. That's interesting that they plan on changing a wealth gap without introducing actual money into the equation. How's that work? You know what I'm saying? How do you fix a monetary problem without introducing money? That's magic. Voila, magic. You know what I'm saying? How's that work? How do we do that? Anybody know? Anybody got any idea? Anybody got any, remedy for that? How does that work? Initiatives include the creation of a workforce training and job placement program, which works wonders if non-black people own all the businesses and will be doing the hiring and ain't gonna hire you anyway. To help 100 residents of color, because there's only 100 descendants of slaves. You know what I'm saying? It's just like crime. We commit them all. a program to accelerate investments in minority-owned businesses. Minority-owned businesses. So this sounds like something that fell off of Stacey Abrams' platform, and this guy rode behind there with his pickup truck and said, "Oh, you know, let me pick this up and put this on my platform." Oh, absolutely. You know, I would play this, Carlton, but you know, YouTube has been, as you guys know, YouTube has been kind of, you know, interesting towards my platform. So I'm not gonna play it, but you guys should look up this clip about what Denzel Washington said when they asked him to play this part where he was hanging. You know what I'm saying? I think he gave a great response. You know what I'm saying? And they looked at him like he was crazy, which is funny because they should have been looking in the mirror at themselves like they crazy because they about crazy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at this. Funds to help the creation of Black-owned media outlets. So Roland Martin will be getting about 50% of this. He's going to be like, have you guys ever seen that Melvin Gregg, Denzel Washington threat skit, the Melvin Gregg one, where he be like, you going to love this deal. 10% for me. The other 90% for me. So Roland Martin and all them people are going to be getting, you know, a lot of money out of this. African heritage and cultural organizations. I don't understand why Africans would be getting reparations and not contributing to paying them, since they're the ones that contributed to us being here with the free cruise ship rides that we never asked for. Nobody asked for a damn trip across the Atlantic Ocean, but shout out to our brothers. Shout out to our brothers, you know what I'm saying, who made that transatlantic cruise possible in the heated section at the bottom of the damn ship. You know what I'm saying? So I think they should be paying reparations. I don't really think they should be getting any. But I mean, who's paying anything when they don't involve cash, right? You know what I'm saying? As well as a home ownership fund, said Keith Stokes, the city's director of business development. And I don't know who Keith Stokes is. You know what I'm saying? Each and every one of these programs are tied to closing that racial wealth gap and equity gap, again, without any cash payments, Stokes told CNN. Our people and families have been in the outside looking in for fair employment, fair housing, fair educational opportunities, fair healthcare access, and we're looking to close that gap in the city of Providence with targeted programs and services. Now, if you're another thing is, right, mathematically, if you're looking to make both sides of an equation equal, that means that there's one variable, right? And that one variable, when you plug it in on both sides, has the same value, right? So if the black-white wealth gap is the issue, that means that the black wealth is the variable. So what they're doing is they're going from solving an equation to the multiplication distributive property. You know what I'm saying? Kevin DeLeon's fight. What happened with Kevin DeLeon? Shout out to my man Peter. What's going on with it? Oh, Carlton says it's off code for African to hold Africans accountable for the slave trade /war. I think it's off code for Africans to have sold us to white people. I think it's off code for us to have been slaves there from the beginning. My bad. You know what I'm saying? I guess being a FBA, a feral Black American, you know what I'm saying? I have a little bit difference of opinion. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my, you know what I'm saying, Irish first and last name. You know what I'm saying? Got a little bit difference of opinion, you know what I'm saying, on that. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, because the 10 million is the money that the city received under the Federal Americans Rescue Plan Act, the program does not limit eligibility to Black residents. Well, then that means that there's not going to be effect on the black-white wealth gap, and this is a zero-sum game. You know what I'm saying? I know for a fact my ancestors didn't get off no damn boat since we were already here. Time to take it back. And that's facts too, Tia. Super facts. Shout out to the native Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Feral Black American. Facts. Facts. All we do is get everybody pregnant. All we do is commit all the crimes. And we're recovering from being enslaved. You know what I'm saying? Pharaoh. Oh, baby, let my people go. Yeah. So now here it says the eligibility criteria include Black and Indigenous residents and people facing poverty who were born in Providence, are non-college students who have lived in the city for 3 years or moved to the city to attend college at least 3 years ago. There are more than 189,000 people living in Providence, according to U.S. Census data. White residents make up 53.2% of the population, followed by, look at this, 43.5% who are Hispanic or Latino and 16.1% who are Black. The mayor, I think his name is George or Jorge or something like that. He sounds like he may be Hispanic. We'll look at him. You know what I'm saying? But that's a lot of Hispanic people. Did you guys know that the Hispanic population was so big in Rhode Island? That's big. Carlton said, man, a tether is going to use that acronym. Man, let them. And then we can ask them, well, why are we feral? That they already do use that acronym, Carlton. That's what Akata means. Akata means a feral cat. You know what I'm saying? So they know what they're doing. They just ain't as good at trolls. You know what I'm saying? They just ain't as good at trolls. They got a couple generations to work on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Facts, Terrence. This is the equivalent of naming streets MLK. And those are the streets that your ass to get shot on the quickest. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Martin Luther King Boulevard in Cleveland. MLK Boulevard in Akron. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm X Boulevard in New York. You know what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey Boulevard in New York. You know what I'm saying? My man Deformed Pretty Boy says, nah, see in Cali, they not playing that. It's only FBA. Facts. And that's a good point that you bring up, Carlton. And I believe that they're not playing that because in California, they actually they have a task force that's put together of like grassroots people. I don't know if you guys recall, but TD Hip Hop Media actually interviewed the guy named Chris and that woman on one of his live streams. I was actually on one of those live streams. And so, you know, those people there, they were actually like in touch with, you know, like some actual, you know, people that are reparations minded people. I mean, they came on TD's platform to talk to his audience about it, who TD's audience is, you know, reparations minded people. You know what I'm saying? So they actually reached out to see some of the issues that people had. And I thought that was pretty interesting. The fact that nobody has reached out about this shows exactly what this is. You know what I'm saying? Deformed Pretty Boy says the Mexicans out here talking about marching and shit if they give FBA money. Psh, let them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let them. They need to be giving Black people reparations for literally, I mean, just unapologetically stealing the culture, especially on the West Coast. I mean, you would think that a Latino created the song Lowrider. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the intro song for the George Lopez show. The khakis, you know what I'm saying? The slippers outside, the Stacey Adams. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Talking about why you mad dogging me in the face. Every time they use the N-word, they need to pay a reparation. You ain't no N-word. You ain't no parts Black. You know what I'm saying? You banging for La Raza, and you need to go ahead and continue banging for La Raza. Yeah, let them march. Let them February and January too. You know what I'm saying? Shit. April, May, June, July. Go ahead and do all of it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says at least 23% of the population in Providence lives in poverty. The U.S. Census data shows. So that's a pretty high. That's actually bad, and that right there is actually bad for everybody. That's damn near a quarter of the state, or I'm sorry, that's damn near a quarter of the city. That is bad. So that shows that there's some underlying issues. You know what I mean? And what that shows is that all they're trying to do is they're trying to kill two birds with one stone here. What they're trying to do is they're trying to improve the city's income and wrap it up as reparations to kill two birds with one stone. We've paid reparations and we've given a government stimulus check to everybody. You know what I'm saying? So now, how come these news agencies never address the issue of why something can't be quote unquote race specific when it comes to addressing something that was specifically done to us? Is there anybody got anything on that for me? What do you guys think about that? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have not smashed the like button, please take a moment, make sure that you guys smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not shared the video out, please help your boy out and share the video out. So now here it says the city has said that the funding is subject to federal regulations, but each initiative has been written to clearly reflect the recommendations made by the Reparations Commission. Who is the Reparations Commission that was in charge of the Rhode Island reparations? You know what I'm saying? Does anybody know? Has anybody heard anything about that? Who are the people that were on this commission for Rhode Island? And my question is, how many of them do you think were black? And see, this right here, if you ask me, this is one of the main reasons why we need to have think tanks. This is another of the main reasons why I feel we need to close these processes off to other people. You know what I'm saying? These are things that we need to take ownership of and we need to take control of. When I say that, I don't think that anybody should have an expectation for anybody to ever do anything fair or to ever do anything just for us, except for us. I truly mean that. Carlton says they say anything race-based is unconstitutional. So now here's my question, but we see race-based stuff come out all the time. So how is that done? You know what I'm saying? My man Terrence says if they give us reparations, it'll delay them from erasing our history in America. Yeah, facts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man D-Buck. And if you guys are not subscribed to my channel over on Twitch, please take a moment, go over there and subscribe to the channel over there on Twitch. You guys see I was slowly trying to work up my other channel. Then they hit your boy again with nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sari Lynn. She says Juneteenth is supposed to appease. Chapter from that Raise All Boats book. Facts. The New York worst seller. You know what I'm saying? Deformed Pretty Boy says they don't want to acknowledge the truth. And that's facts. And that was actually reflected in that snippet from News Nation. She says that white lady said the major problem that white people have is that it undermines the idea of America being created as a just country. Well, it wasn't a just country. You know what I'm saying? Who cares about what your idea is? Nobody care about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what you think. Alonzo says, you know, when they say race, they mean black. Absolutely. Because it's funny, you know what I'm saying? The people with tans, they get all kinds of stuff. And it's specifically for whatever kind of tan that they have. You know what I'm saying? If you're from the land of the rising sun, you get AAPI hate crime, you know, legislation specifically for them starting out the very first initial in the AAPI hate crime legislation. The first letter is race, Asian. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to white people, we do things like question, well, why was Jerry Jones at that Arkansas school? Why was he there? Why was every white person that was there? You know what I'm saying? Like he was somehow special. You know what I'm saying? You know, whatever though. Gaines, the local activist, worries that many black and indigenous people who are going to miss out on the program. I mean, indigenous people shouldn't even be included in the program. They did not, they weren't victims of slavery. They were beneficiaries of slavery. Shout out to Get Noticed with Nikki. What up with it? Some of the younger new business owners or nonprofit leaders may not have had the same access to information as others to take advantage of the program, given proposals are due so quickly, Gaines said. Stokes told CNN city officials have been reaching out to any and all potential participants in this program. If people want to debate, process, and policy and implementation, absolutely they should. But the intent here has always been an intent to get these dollars and get these policies and programs out to the people and communities of the greatest needs, Stokes said. And that's fine. Then call it greatest needs stimulus. Don't call it slavery reparations for everybody except for the descendants of slavery. Like, why would you do that? Yeah, absolutely. You guys see what Nikki said? If you guys have shared, smash the like button and subscribed, hit that bell icon, throw some radiation emojis in the chat. If you guys haven't, take a moment, do that real quick, and then go ahead and throw your radiation emojis in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So now here says Dr. Danny Ritchie, who is the founder of Community Health Innovations and member of the city's African-American Ambassador Group, said city leaders were so concerned with showing they were doing something on reparations, they failed to take the necessary steps to ensure something tangible could be achieved. So now whoever this Dr. Danny Ritchie is, Dr. Danny Ritchie is calling this program out, saying that there's nothing tangible in it. You know what I'm saying? And we all know, we had said that the media is going to start trying to use this language that people in the new black media use, people in independent black media use, people like your boy in the off-code media use. You know what I'm saying? All of the people that feel that reparations are something justifiable for Native Black Americans, Americans descendant of slavery, you know what I'm saying? Foundational Black Americans, feral Black Americans like myself. You know what I'm saying? They're going to start using that language. So I don't know whether this doctor, this woman here, or this man here is using this language being a Democrat shill. I don't know. But regardless of how he's using it, he does bring up a valid point. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I agree, Tia. That's a fact. Super facts, Sari Lynn. The third verse of the Star Spangled Banner undermines. Facts. Yeah. Yeah, that's facts. In San Francisco, they that's what shout out to my man Carlton Wade. You know what I'm saying? That's what they call that quote unquote Frisco check. You know what I'm saying? The people out there in San Francisco getting that Frisco check. You know what I'm saying? You know, they can buy the best bras. You know what I'm saying? They go into town out there at them Victoria's Secrets out there. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely facts. 18 people in the chat. Get them likes up. Get them likes up before they mess around and send y'all the Frisco check. Then y'all be really mad. You know what I'm saying? It's a catalytic approach to reparations, not a transformative approach that would impact nearly all citizens and be sustainable. So Stokes told CNN, adding the state and federal government could partner with cities to rectify racial inequities. While some funds may be awarded before Mayor Jorge Elorza's term concludes at the end of the month, the city says additional funds from the $10 million will still be administered next year. Now, what I find fascinating, right? How did they put this through so fast with people not knowing about it? How did they do that? It's unclear what the future of reparations efforts in province will be in the coming years. Months prior to his election, Mayor-elect Brett Smiley said in a candidate forum that he would continue the program, but did not discuss any details. CNN has already reached out to Smiley for comment, and I'm sure he didn't, or either if he did, they're saving it to drop around election time so that people can vote for him for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Super facts. Smash that like button. You know what I'm saying? So Now we're gonna take a look at Mr. Jorge. All right, we're gonna take a look at Mr. Jorge. We're gonna run Mr. Jorge's resume. You know what I'm saying? So here go your boy right here, Don Elorza. You know what I'm saying? He was born on November 24th of 1976. He's an American law professor and mayor of Providence, Rhode Island. All right. So here's his life. Let's run his life real quick. Elzora's parents immigrated from Guatemala in 1975. So he has a excellent base of understanding systemic racism here in the United States. You got somebody from Guatemala that's telling you about how American systemic racism affected you. We all in this together, fool. You know what I'm saying? We all in this together as brothers, fool. You know what I'm saying? The only fools are us if we believe this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So this is all we need to know right here. His parents immigrated from Guatemala. Now, am I saying that because his parents immigrated from Guatemala that he has nothing to contribute to the country? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that how do you expect him to understand how systemic racism affected black people here in the United States? The only thing that I would expect him to have a grasp on is the reason why his family immigrated here from Guatemala. See, I could never tell somebody why they immigrated from the country that they came from because I don't know what it's like in those countries, right? On the same token, don't come here telling me what it's like. Don't come here telling me that what my dad and my mom and all the older people in my family went through doesn't mean anything. Don't come and tell me about black veterans that went to fight actual anti-Semitism during World War II, and they found it so much better in Germany, which is crazy, that they decided to stay their ass there, which that should tell you something about the United States. Don't try to tell me about how it is here. Tell me about what went on with you. Don't tell me about what went on with me. And see, that's the overreach. Like there's an overreach problem. You see what I'm saying? He's sitting up there looking like Reggie Miller. You know what I'm saying? He's sitting up there looking like Reggie Miller. Let's see what's in this little book that he's got. Providence Reparations, closing the racial wealth gap. You know what I'm saying? So they go to barcode. On August 22nd of 2022, the Providence Reparations Commission submitted a detailed report. Who is on the Providence Reparations Commission? No one's even where have you all heard about this at? Besides, I did a video about this and it came out of one of the Rhode Island like newspapers, a printed media source, right? But aside from that, where else have you heard about this? Like I said, I heard about this. Shout out to Bronze the God. He sent me that video that Boyce Watkins and Dr. Claude Anderson were doing, but I haven't heard about this. I would like to know about who's on the council. We are not in this together. We don't have any allies. Facts. Yeah, look at that crowd around him. Look at that crowd. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. He ain't even looking real happy. Look like they all got him at gunpoint. I don't even want to sign this shit, but here you go, right here. You know what I'm saying? Sitting there looking like Reggie Miller and shit. Like he's about to throw this into the trash can from beyond the arc. That's probably what needs to happen to it. You know what I'm saying? But according to them, though, on August 22nd of 2022, they claim they submitted a detailed report to the city of Providence outlining the commission's findings, including a series of recommendations to advance reparations, defined by the commission as closing the present-day racial, wealth, and equity gap. The report follows 2 years of engagement driven by Mayor Elorza's community-driven executive order committing the city to a process of truth, reconciliation, and municipal reparations for, check this out now, check this out, for Black, Indigenous people, and other people of color. And let's not forget, white people are in that box of crayons as well. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the 64 pack of Crayola. You know what I'm saying? We got all different shades of white in there. You know what I'm saying? We got all different shades of white in there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, the lame media they got crickets out here singing. Jimmy D. Cricket rubbing his back legs together. The flies in there rubbing their hands together like baby. Jimmy D. Cricket in a yoga pose rubbing his back legs together. You know what I'm saying? He in a tuxedo on a handstand in a yoga pose rubbing them back legs together with the tie all in his face. So now here it says A Matter of Truth report, which informed the recommendations of the Municipal Reparations Commission, described how, look at this. So the recommendations from the Municipal Reparations Commission described how race-based discrimination, such as municipal, state, and federal government sanctioned redlining, discriminatory employment and housing practices, urban renewal, and interstate highway improvement, deconstructed neighborhoods largely composed of people of African heritage. Wasn't nobody from African heritage there? Limited income, including Fox Point, Upper South Province, West Elmwood, College Hill, and Lippet Hill during the 20th century. Man, show me some Igbo people, you know what I'm saying, who was affected by this. Show me some Bantu people that was affected by this. Like, are you for real? They talking about African people was affected by this. Nah, Pharaoh, Black Americans was affected by this. You know what I'm saying? Us Akatas. You know what I'm saying? A wild cat, brother. You know what I'm saying? Us wild cat Negroes. Thundercats. You know what I'm saying? Us Thundercats was affected by this. You know what I'm saying? The report begins in pre-1600 and concludes with the African heritage legacy continued beyond 2020. What are they talking about? African heritage? What are they talking about? That's why this lady up here is in kente cloth with the Shahrazad Ali hat on. You know what I'm saying? What the hell are they talking about? Hello, Africans sold us into slavery, which means that they already got their payment. They already got paid. Hence sold. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they doing they doing the stanky leg. They doing the noisy leg, the cricket leg rub. What's that yoga pose you doing? Oh, that's the crouching tiger hidden cricket. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look at this. She got the Shahrazad Ali Kango hat on. Kango hat edition Shahrazad Ali version with the signature stitched in. You know what I'm saying? That's the How to Treat a Black Man hat. Come on, man. Stop it with this bullshit. Fuck. They need to run us our money. That's how you that's not only how you treat a black man, that's how you treat black people. You know what I'm saying? Yo, shout out to my man Tony Higgins. What's good with it, bro? Welcome back. So now here it says, to address the findings from the Truth, Reconciliation, and Municipal Reparations process, in its report, the Providence Municipal Reparations Commission recommended that the city of Providence and or external partners implement an 11-point investment plan that advances reparations, defined as closing the present-day racial wealth and equity gap, those recommendations include. All right. So now check this out. I want to know what you guys think about this. All right. Yeah. So where's Sari Lee at? Shout out to Sari Ann. Shout out to Sari. Shout out to Carla. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Val. We got the think tank popping off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they come here talking about the racial wealth gap. You know what I'm saying? They thinking that they thinking that Sarazad Ali hat is gonna be a thinking cap for their asses. They wrong. You know what I'm saying? We about to put them to the task. Recognition of harm. Equity building for African heritage and indigenous communities. Okay, what about us? Creation and development of, because we're not immigrants, so we're not African Americans. We're not African Americans. I didn't come here from South Africa. I don't speak Swahili. You know what I'm saying? None of that shit. So I don't, this sounds good for, you know what I'm saying, some cats like Akon, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know how this is gonna define anything for me. I don't know how I would be able to benefit from something like this. Yeah, she got the tinfoil Kango on. You know what I'm saying? Did y'all ever see did y'all ever see that that Mike Epps where he was acting like Ghostface Killer when he was addressing Action Bronson? Did y'all ever see that? I feel like Mike Epps on that. They out here trying to steal me pot to gold. You know what I'm saying? Did y'all see that? If y'all seen that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all haven't seen that, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? They trying to take the annihilators and all that. How many of y'all seen that when Ghostface went in on Action Bronson? If y'all seen it, give me a thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to show this to y'all real quick, and then we're gonna get back to it. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Ghostface said, I'd grab your beard and set the shit on fire. You know what I'm saying? This is how I feel listening to this, man. This is how I feel listening to this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Trying to steal me pot to gold.
Check something, y'all.
Let me say something to y'all, man. Hold on, man. Hold on real quick, man. Hold on. Let me tell y'all something, man. These bitch ass motherfuckers up here in Rhode Island and shit. You know what I'm saying? These bitch ass motherfuckers in Rhode Island up here. You know what I'm saying?
See, we got this nigga named Action Bronson.
See, we got this nigga out here named Jorge Eliza. You know what I'm saying? Got this nigga out here named Jorge trying to mess up our reparations. You feel me?
Or Burger Bun or whatever this nigga's name is. This nigga that sound like me. See what I'm saying? I gave you a green now later.
We gave y'all culture. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Y'all listen to hip hop because of us.
Oh, Pat. 7 in the pack, soft and chewy, nigga. You ate all my shit. You ate my Doritos, my motherfucking Snicker bars, everything, nigga. Let me tell you something. Fat fuck. Don't ask for no more of my donuts. None of that shit. Because I got young niggas. Piranhas. As soon as you see them, they teeth is out there like this. You just fucked up, nigga. You like a leprechaun. A big red leprechaun. Trying to steal me pot to gold.
That's how I feel, man. If y'all feel like they trying to steal me pot to gold, man, throw the radiation emojis in the chat. That's how I feel, man. I feel out there in Rhode Island, they trying to play us funny style, son. You know what I'm saying? They trying to steal our pot to gold. You know what I'm saying?
Check this out. Stephen A. Smith, Walter Cronkite, 6 o'clock news, all that. Let me tell you another thing. I got their tour schedule. I know about all of the motherfucking Waffle Houses that you stopping by on the side of the roads, getting chicken with the potatoes, nigga. You ate my snacks. Action. Chicken sticks, donuts, Boston baked beans, lemon heads, lemon drops, Jolly Ranchers. That was my shit, young nigga. So whenever you get through with it, nigga, you done fucked up.
Yeah.
You done fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, these motherfuckers don't, yeah. They don't woke up a sleeping giant out here. They don't fucked up out here. You know what I'm saying? They think that bulletproof Kango gonna help them survive from something. You know what I'm saying? Bulletproof Kango is not radiation proof. Man, that's hilarious, man. Shout out to my man Jay the Informant. What's good with it, bro? You know what I'm saying? That Kango might be bulletproof, but it ain't radiation proof. You know what I'm saying? So now here they say, look at this. Creation and development of African heritage and indigenous media, technology, and communication companies. Okay. Again, how is this slavery reparations if we're doing this for indigenous media? Okay, are these indigenous tribes that we're dealing with specifically black tribes that weren't considered as 5 civilized tribes? You know what I'm saying? So here, the biggest issue that we need to see is that no one is going to represent anything that we do properly. And if we don't take control of these things, it's going to purposely be made into a mockery. Which, in my opinion, if you look at this, that's exactly what's going on here. This is a mockery. And this is going to be set aside later so that they can say, well, see, we gave these people reparations. No, you didn't. What you did was gave these people a stimulus check. And so much so that it's coming from COVID-19 funds. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So now they talking about creation of African heritage and indigenous development programs to develop what? And how the hell is the indigenous shit helping the black-white racial wealth gap? That's what we're talking about. Like, literally, they mentioned that by name. The black-white racial wealth gap. What are we talking about with the indigenous people then? Review and reformation of laws and policies that harm African heritage and indigenous people and communities. I mean, okay. Movement towards a more equitable healthcare system for African heritage and indigenous people. What are they talking about with this kente cloth shit? African heritage, man. What is y'all talking about? Who's some damn Africans? The way that I'm looking at this, I don't even see descendants of slavery even mentioned in here. The Waffle House. Man, shout out to Mike Epps, man. That shit was hilarious. Creation of neighborhood incubators. Neighborhood incubators. I mean, they could have incubators in women's stomachs if they take out the abortion clinics. You know what I'm saying? Like, boom, problem solved. Focused on African heritage and indigenous community. What are they talking about? Neighborhood incubators. Accelerate the evolution of the African American Ambassadors Group into an African Heritage Public Policy Institute model. See, this right here is what they're trying to do with this is they're trying to build Democrat shill businesses is what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And this isn't anything that I see having a overarching or effective improvement on the racial wealth gap, because none of this is addressing any financial issue. This doesn't address any financial issue. And it also doesn't specifically address black people being the victims of slavery, Jim Crow, and black codes. Or am I seeing things wrong? You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Now, see, now pay very close attention, right? Creation of an African heritage and indigenous survivors and descendants of Providence Urban Renewal Displacement Fund. Man, what are they talking about, man? Expanded representation of African heritage and indigenous people in governing bodies. So check this out, right? If I just immigrated here from Sierra Leone, how was I affected by any of this? If I just came here like yesterday, can anybody answer that for me? How does that work? And I'm serious. And people will say, "Well, you're being xenophobic." No, I'm not. No, I'm not. These are very basic questions. To me, this is as simple as the men's bathroom and the women's bathroom question. If you're a man, you're supposed to go in the men's bathroom. If you're a woman, you're supposed to go in the women's bathroom. If you're something else, there should be a something else bathroom. Like you don't go into the men's bathroom if you're not a man. You don't go into a woman's bathroom because you're not a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not somebody who was affected by these things, it's a slap in the face. Why is it that when it comes to other groups, like people that get World War II stipends, people that get World War II reparations, nobody else is tied into that? Like, when they gave the reparations for the internment camps for the Japanese, all low-income communities didn't receive benefits. So last time I checked, we were under the same constitution back then as we are today, right? Everybody likes to talk about what's going on today and what wasn't going on back then. We were under the same constitution back then as we are today, right? So how does that logic stand up? How does that hold up? I don't get that. So now here it says, based on the recommendations of the Reparations Commission, a budget plan has been approved for the $10 million allocated for the COVID-19 Inequities Fund in the city's American Rescue Plan Act budget. So this is coming out of the American Rescue Act budget. The budget, look at this. This is the claim right here. The budget is closing the racial wealth and equity gap. A proposed budget for municipal reparations. Man, what are they talking? What is municipal reparations? Like, for real? What is municipal reparations? I'm gonna show you guys this little spreadsheet that they got in a minute once we get done with this right here. I want to know, see, what they need to do is they need to trace these programs and how effective they are and show whether they're meeting the objective or not. Because if they're not meeting the objective, then for one, they need to stop doing these kind of programs and then do something else. But for two, they need to accurately label these things. And if you ask me, it's not being accurately labeled. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Deformed Pretty Boy, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. He says he think he's slick trying to get border people extra cash. That's the trick. Next thing, they will be giving it to illegals. He ain't slick. Facts. You know what I'm saying? My man Jay says, I wonder if this is the same Rhode Island where the twerking senator is from. Yep, I mentioned that before you got in here, bro. This is where she was upside down twerking. You know what I'm saying? I didn't came out with some upside down policy. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says this outlines investments in the categories such as home ownership and financial literacy, education, and healthcare. The full budget proposal can be found here. So we'll be looking at that budget proposal. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says now funding is available to advance the recommendations of the Reparation Commission. Apply today. So anybody that's interested, you know what I'm saying, you can apply for this shit. Now look at this. This was on the application here. Nonprofit organization to manage support teaching artists. Funding available is $200,000. How is this? Like, this is dumb right here. This is not reparations. You know what I'm saying? Check this out. Expanding operational capacity grant program. Let me see. Do they got this? Can you open this up? Okay, here we go. Yeah. Funding available, $1 million. You know what I'm saying? Here go to, look at this. feasibility study for advancing African heritage-owned media and radio services. Okay. Now that's interesting, right? Because while you got YouTube out here silencing black channels, shout out to Carla. What up with it, Carla? While you got YouTube out here silencing black channels, you got these fools up here talking about they're gonna give you $250,000 to help you get some kind of media or radio going. I'm not trying to be funny, but if you ask me, that's a waste. That shit is going right to Roland Martin, bro. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody else getting that. That's going right to Roland Martin. You know what I'm saying? MSNBC. You know what I'm saying? People like Tiffany Cross. You know what I mean? That's not going to no real black media. That's not going to no real independent people. Because some real independent person is going to have a problem with the way that this program is ran. Facts, Tony. And that's why I always ask that question. That's why I always ask that question. And I don't ask that question to troll. I ask that question for real because, like, I think that people need to look at these things in a strategic way. If we get reparations, who's going to benefit more? The S&P 500, the stock market, the NASDAQ, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, or us? And if those things are benefiting more than us, are they actually reparations? Think about this. The moment they pay reparations, all of these companies will automatically probably have a 500, 600% increase in stock ownership. Because even if we all, let's just say, for instance, if we all used all the money to get businesses started, because there's no existing business infrastructure, we got to start it by purchasing the initial products from them. Yeah, facts, Tia. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, they have all of these things here, and like none. I want to know who's on. Look, okay, so check this out. They got the people who are defined here, right? Look at this. Look at this. The eligibility definitions also recognizes residents who may not have been harmed by early injustices to indigenous inhabitants and enslaved Africans. And again, like Tia said, everybody wasn't an enslaved African. We need to see specifically what tribes this is talking about. You know what I'm saying? Here go what they talking about with African heritage people. An ethnic group consisting of people with ancestry originating from sub-Saharan Africa. So that includes everybody. So that includes the anti-black Somalian that just came over here yesterday. Today, the city's African heritage residents includes, but are not limited to, African American. What's the difference between a damn African American and an African? An African American is an African who became naturalized through the U.S. Immigration's Customs Services and became an American. So you know what I'm saying? Or you would be under the blanket of Nigerian American, Senegalese American. You know what I'm saying? Moroccan American, Libyan American, Liberian American. You know what I'm saying? Ugandan American, Congolese American, like Joey Reid. And then they said African. Well, if you're an African, then that means that you're a resident of the continent of Africa and its respective countries and tribes. So now they talking about biracial people. What they mean biracial people? If you white and Asian, you entitled to this shit? Afro-Latinos. Why aren't the Latino countries paying? Why isn't Spain paying sweeping reparations to its Afro-Latino population? Cape Verdean and Afro-Caribbean. So there you go right there. There it is right there. This is specifically the kind of stuff that everybody has an issue with, and this is exactly what they paying. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to my man Yoshi Mori. You know what I'm saying? With the $4.99 super chat. Show some love. Make sure you guys drop some radiation emojis. You know what I'm saying? Definitely appreciate you, Yoshi Mori. So now here, I mean, like, here's my question. If everybody benefits from it, then what's the purpose of even having these definitions? You know what I'm saying? Residents facing poverty. This right here, residents facing poverty, this eliminates the racial effect of it. You know what I mean? Providence residents and households earning less than 50% of the area median income that are considered to be very low income. So what they need to do is they need to take out the indigenous qualifier and they need to take out the African qualifier and just call it a residents facing poverty stimulus check. I mean, why are they trying to label this as reparations? You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? See, like, this is another thing too. Like, we got to be very privy and very cautious about how we allow people to brand things, because just based on who this service is, this is impossible to be called slavery reparations. And then white people and Asians and Latinos will take this and run around and wind up the wind up in their back and just literally repeat all over their 5 million plus for no reason platforms, sitting there talking about they censored that black people have gotten reparations and you're getting money because of entitlement and race. Despite the fact that, I mean, you know, they can just say whatever, and just because they say it and they got 5 million subscribers for no damn reason, it's just true. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've already looked at the data. I'm not sitting here telling jokes in a nice studio like Steven Crowder or, you know what I'm saying, Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here in the hood, you know what I'm saying, screaming on my Yeti mic. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm actually living in these conditions. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? So I think that this needs to be addressed. And I find it kind of daunting, you know what I'm saying, that you're not really seeing it addressed all like that. You know what I mean? You're not seeing it addressed all like that. So check this out. I'm going to show you guys the budgets for this real quick. All right. So this right here is going to be a PDF file of what they claim to be paying out. All right. This is what they claim to be paying out. And if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please take a moment. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you guys go ahead and hit that bell icon twice. And if you're not subscribed to my backup channels, make sure you guys take a moment and subscribe to the backup channels as well. Like I said, I don't know if you guys have been following my community posts, but you see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So just, I'd like to make sure that I can keep everybody together. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to lose people. So the best way to do that is to make sure that you're following your boy on all platforms. And I think that StreamYards just actually crashed. That's what I think is going on here. I hope that didn't happen. But if it did, let me know. Are you guys still able to hear me? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. Can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, let me know. Let's see here. Hold on, man. We got some technical difficulties popping off. All right, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Hold on, real quick. Let me just see something, because. All right. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Y'all can hear me now. All right. All right. My bad, man. I had some tech issues going on with StreamYards. Let me see if I can get this back up. All right. Yeah. There we go. We good now. We good. All right. So here it is, right here. All right. This is the budget. Closing the present day racial wealth and equity gap. Providence Municipal Reparations Overview. All right. Re-imaging building and sites, $400,000. Equity building, home ownership and financial literacy, $1 million. Capacity investments in community organizations, $500,000. Earn and learn workforce training, $1 million. Small business acceleration, $1.5 million. Expansion of youth internship program, $250,000. United Way C19 Equity Fund, $1.75 million. Expand operational capacity, $1 million. Preserve, safeguard, and promote cultural programs, $200,000, which I find interesting because this isn't promoting or safeguarding anything. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you guys heard me the whole time? Okay, cool. That's what's up. Yeah, yeah, my screen froze. You know what I'm saying? So here's all the other ones. Look at this. Collaborate with neighborhood providers, including barbershops. I mean, are we serious? This is the total allocation, $10 million. So you got to ask yourself, why is it that we haven't heard of this? Why isn't that we haven't heard about this? You know what I'm saying? That's the question. And I got to agree with Deformed Pretty Boy. This right here is so that they don't have to give actual reparations. That's exactly what this is for. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what this is for. You know what I'm saying? So, ladies and gentlemen, players and pimps, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Oh, you know what? That's right. I said if you guys want it, you know what I'm saying, we'll open up a panel. Anybody want to call in? Depending on how many people call in, this should be short. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody want to call in, give me a thumbs up and I'll drop the link. If you call in trolling or you call in breaking community guidelines, you out. You know what I'm saying? If people have difference of opinions, all I ask is be respectful. Let everybody speak. You know what I'm saying? Don't bring up other YouTubers. You know what I'm saying? We're going to talk about the topic at hand. You know what I'm saying? So if there's anybody that want to come up, throw the thumbs up in the chat. I'll put the link in there. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't want to come up, you know what I'm saying? I might actually do a stream on the Crimecast channel. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? Your boy is bored and I'm behind on my content. See, that's how you know. That's how you know when your boy been slacking, because instead of making some videos, then I had to mess around and do a stream. You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick. All right, so what I like the moderators to do, if there's any moderators in the chat, if there's anybody else that wants to call in, if you guys could copy the link and put it back into the chat as the chat continues. But we got one thumbs up. Jared, shout out to my man Jared. So we're going to throw the link in. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you come in. If you guys come in and talk, make sure that, you know, you got the phone muted, YouTube muted, all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it sounds good. So the audio is nice, crisp, and clean. You know what I'm saying? We're going to chop it up for maybe about, depending on how the conversation go, we're going to start off with a goal of a half hour and see how it goes. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to try to start doing this, though. You know what I'm saying? To make it a little bit more interactive. I just be scared. I know most of the people that come into my live streams got sense. So I don't have to worry about people acting like they ain't got no damn sense. But, you know what I'm saying? I be worried about people not having no damn sense. Because, you know, people will come up on your shit and say anything. And then next thing you know, you come back and your channel is gone. And you're like, damn. I'm saying, what the hell what they say? Why they take why is my channel gone? You know what I'm saying? Somebody talking about all kinds of stuff they ain't supposed to be talking about. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to let this timer run. If y'all haven't smashed that like button, make sure y'all smash that like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure that you hit the bell icon. We're going to let this go for about, we're going to let it go for about 5 minutes. If don't nobody hit that link, then we out of here. All right. Hey, let me see. We're gonna play some music while we waiting for some people to come up. we're gonna play some music while we waiting for people to come up. Yo, we got our first caller ever. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the homie Jay the Informant. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, what's up, Rob?
Chilling.
What's good,
up
man?
with you, bro? Yeah, I can
I'm
hear you
good, man. And
So
I'm sorry I missed most of the stream, so I didn't catch the Rhode Island. But I have heard some information about this, and I just don't like the optics of it. If it's anything I don't like, it's the optics of it, man.
yeah, I agree. What's your tell me like your exact issue with the optics of it? Because I totally agree. I think that is like very distorted, and I don't think that they're giving a good representation of the idea of what reparations for systemic racism, slavery, and Jim Crow is at all. And I think that it's a bad precedent to set, because if that gets established, then that's going to be the model that I think a lot of these other states and localities are going to try to push as well, and that's almost going to completely cut us out. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to
Nah,
Faith and Lighten. What's up with it, Faith? Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, you're absolutely right about that. What's going on, Faith? If you look at the optics of it, man, when I saw that photo and I saw nothing but black people behind him as he signs the what was it, a bill or something like that?
Yeah.
You can see nothing but black people around, but then everybody else benefits. Most people are going to get the idea that, okay, so black people are finally getting reparations, or they're going to finally stop, crying about that. But in actuality, everybody's getting it. Now, imagine if you get coons like that stand. Oh, my bad. If you get people like that just
I don't
standing
think they're gonna
behind
say
him.
anything about coons. I think you good
Okay.
on that. You know how that go. We can say all kinds of disgusting, terrible, nasty things about ourselves, but if it comes to us disrespecting or saying anything slightly bad about anybody else, that's when they start getting the eyeballs. So I don't think they're
That's when
gonna
it's
say
all
anything. And
flagging.
can't forget what our brother Herschel Walker said. Coon, the smartest animal in the woods.
Oh, snap. I missed that. But can you imagine if you had people in if they had it over here in Houston where I'm at, if they did have people like that just to stand around, sign this, and they call it reparation. That's another problem. It should have had another name on it, like wealth builder or something else besides reparation, because now they're trying to identify what reparation is. How many people can they confuse? And it's obviously that they did confuse some black people because they got them to stand behind. And I don't even think they know that they got duped in this whole situation.
Yeah, I agree 110%.
But when I
go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. But when I look at the situation at hand, man, and I'm looking at these African American people behind them, I'm like, you guys do recognize you guys are trying to do that, lift every boat in this plan. Like black people are in a situation where we can build up, but right now we're like the Titanic ship when it's going under, but we're still trying to lift everybody else's boat. Like everybody's leaving this boat, but black people decided to stay on the boat. You know what I mean?
Right. Now that's a good point that you bring up. My question for you is, why do you think that it's like that? Do you think that it's actually a lack of understanding, or do you think that it's kind of what those people are getting paid for and there's another agenda at play? What do you think about that?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, that's a good question, but I would say it's a multitude of freaking scenarios, because yes, there's a lack of understanding. We all know that. And yes, there are some people that's going to get paid. We all know that. And then there's another group of people that you can confuse into thinking that this is beneficial to them, when in all actuality, it's not beneficial to them at all. And there's so many different reasons why people will get on board with this. And and there's a lot of reasons why people won't get on board with this at the same time. But there's so many reasons you really can't cover them all. But yeah, I do think there's some coons in there. I think some people are getting paid for sure. I think people are getting confused. I think people want to play this lift every boat up. They want to play all these games, and they have their own reasoning for why they stood up there.
Yeah, I agree. So I guess then my question for you would be, what can we do to clear the air and maintain control of our narrative? Like maintain control of what we need, maintain control of the political voice, so that people don't try to distort it. Because I agree with you. Like, I think most of what we see, especially things like that picture, are distortion. So I think that if we know that that's a problem, and that's an ongoing problem, and it's definitely been a strategy that the Democrats are using, how do we cause a problem for that so that we can keep our needs clear as they need to be?
Well, I would say you can push people that way by, of course, platforms like yourself, like TDBD Hip. Oh, but not much on it. Like platforms like yourself.
No. You can talk about TD. That's, I mean, you know what I mean.
Like,
you can even
I'm
talk
trying
shit
to
about TD. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm
so
just playing.
platforms, but platforms like you, TD Media Hip Hop, and other platforms that they keep switching over, switching over the networks, and they're not going with the mainstream, with Don Lemon or what you'll hear Roland Martin say, talking about, oh, the Democrats are doing so much for us, and we won't even get a study if the Democrats are out of office. But we put the Democrats in office. They had the House, they had the Senate, they did absolutely nothing for us. And as you get more people to tell the truth, and also notice how it's the Democrats who are actually not doing anything for Black people, but always expecting the Black people to come out and vote for them. And I mean, like, the way that we can move forward is by informing people and trying to get everybody to recognize that they need to read the language which is inside these bills. It's not about what the name of the bill is; it's about the language. And also, you got to know when people are deceiving you as well, because a lot of people don't know that they're being deceived when people come up to them talking about, I want to help you, but they're not really helping them.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I agree with that 110%, right? Because let me ask you, and I'm going to ask everybody in the comment section, would you guys consider yourself part of the quote unquote Maury Povich crowd?
No, hopefully not.
Right. Yeah, not me neither. So my thing is, I honestly don't think that Democrats target all Black people. I think that Democrats target the quote unquote Maury Povich crowd because they feel that crowd is probably in higher numbers and more visible and probably a little bit more influential on, like, quote unquote mainstream culture. So they feel that if they can appease to that audience with the symbolism, then that will give them that idea or that appearance that they're actually quote unquote doing something. I don't think that the Democrats, unless you're a paid shill like Mark Lamont Hill or Michael Eric Dyson, I don't think that the Democrats target like intelligent Black people at all. I think they target Democrat manufactured intelligent Black people, but the rest of the Black people that they target are the daytime TV crowd.
Oh no, that's absolutely facts right there, man. And you're hitting the nail on the coffin right there when you putting this in the grave, because their target, if they can get 80%, like if 8 out of every 10 Black people are naive, I'd rather go for them than get this educated Black person, because you're gonna have to actually prove yourself to this person. While the Maury Povich, while that crowd right there, they can be entertained by just about anything. Just look how Maury did so well over the years, over the same repeated stuff that he was doing. And it was pretty much just bringing out. He brought out a lot of people. He brought out Caucasians, Blacks, Hispanics, but it was mostly Black people he brought out, making a fool out of them. And they think that this is some type of a good thing. Oh yeah, he's giving us a DNA test for free, but he's making bank on you guys, and he's using you guys. Like the Democrats, they're making bank on you guys, and they're using you guys, and you're staying somewhat entertained by this, like, January 6th crap and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's a great point. So shout out to my man Marcus. What up with it, Marcus? So my thing is, how is it then? See, because I think that right there, what you just explained, I think that sets up the first part of what we need to do. And I think that problem can be solved in two different ways. The first way is to create more intelligent and more aware and more knowledgeable Black people. And the second way is to have a voice with a solid reputation in order to maintain ownership of our narrative and be influential with the talking points where we control what the culture puts out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's not only just the Democrats. If they want to get somebody that's on the other side that's against it too, just remember, like, when they had that little Zoom meeting for reparations, and they invited Officer Tatum and Herschel Walker. You heard what Herschel Walker says: "Who's going to get the money? Why should we pay the money?"
Right.
Saying all this nonsense. So they'll invite the people that they know just either they're paying or they know is absolutely against it, but they're not going to invite the person that can reasonably like explain why they should give Black people reparations, whether it's you're explaining it through, okay, we did it for all these other groups, so you should also do it for Black people, or you explain it through, okay, so Black people have been economically economically attacked by Jim Crow, by slavery, and it's still happening to this day. Like just like I live in Opportunity Zone. When these companies come in, you think they're hiring people in the immediate neighborhood? No.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree 100%. So that to me would show that there's an absolute need, a huge need for a media base, because I think that one of the reasons why these things happen is because of lack of control of the narrative, and it's other people that control the narrative. It's the same thing that I was talking about Hollywood, how we've been conditioned to accept when Hollywood comes up with a movie about our history. But then when you see Ronald Dalton Jr. come up with a book that has an alternate explanation of what he feels our history is, somehow all of a sudden that's anti everything else. And the thing behind that is, what that says to me is that as long as we're compliant and allow other people to control our minds and our destiny, then that's fine. But the moment we start, quote unquote, getting out of hand, and the moment we start taking control of our own destiny and setting our own rules and setting our own boundaries, then it's a problem. And as far as I'm concerned, if it's less problems for us, we shouldn't care if it's more problems for everybody else.
Right. Now you hit it on you hit the nail right there too, man. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah. So I think that's one of the things I think that we should try to start doing going forward. And like, to me, I just like, it would be better. I just wish that like we had more like-minded people where we could put together media networks and, ways to get messages across and have people on the same page and saying the same thing, because like, it's 2022 and the next election cycle is 2024. And if we had everybody on the same page with the same irrefutable talking points, it would be very easy to spot and seek out Democrat or Republican misinformation. Because honestly, anybody that these organizations, anybody that these political parties is putting in front of us, they're all bombarding us all with disinformation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, in my opinion, this whole entire Rhode Island reparation thing is disinformation. How you going to call it slavery reparations, or how you going to call it reparations for descendants of slaves, when descendants of slaves aren't the only group of people serviced?
Mm-hmm. And you guys actually had somebody that I would say is he's a good leader. He's not only talking the talk, but he's walking the walk. When you and TD interviewed that brother that was on the council, I think in Kentucky.
Yeah.
What's his name? Ja'Cory?
Ja'Cory, yeah. Ja'Cory.
Yeah. So he just passed another bill that's going to help, get the homeless off the street. And I believe he said it was 56% of the homeless were African American, and they got disenfranchised, and they eventually ended up on the streets or whatever. But after he helped them, like, I believe, what was it, like 8 out of 10 actually stayed on their feet by themselves.
Right,
but
right.
And need more people like that out there.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I think we need more end result reports like that as well, because that's good that you brought that up about the after effects. Well, how effective was this legislation? Well, now 8 out of 10 of them are on their feet. We need information like that, not just, well, I'm going to throw this program out here and then you'll never hear about it ever again. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. No, we need to know if this stuff is effective. Shout out to Faith and Lighten that just joined the stream. What up with it, Faith? Good to have you up here.
What's going on, Faith?
Yo, hey, I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you good. What's up with you?
Yo, hey, I'm not gonna be on long because I'm dark right now. Look, I joined late. I don't know what the hell was going on with your stuff, Rob, but I was on the show, like looking at the live, and do you know, I don't know if anybody else told you, but it was like doing a replay of your intro, just replaying it. It wasn't
yeah, no. I had put that on there to wait to see if anybody would call up. You know what I'm saying? And then, like, when people had called up, I stopped it. that was me.
You an asshole. You know, because I was getting pissed off, and I'm tired because it's late, and I had a double shift. So I'm like, oh shit, my boy on. I get to catch it, and I'm sitting here, and I'm like, what the hell? That's why I text in like, oh, Rob must be asleep or busy. Like,
That's hilarious.
You stupid for that one.
That's hilarious. Yeah,
this is not April Fool's, nigga.
I know, right? I gotta I gotta make a call-in interlude. I think I'm gonna do that. Like that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so mad because I had to sit up there and scroll back on the chat, Rob, and I'm looking like, okay, wait. Hold up, he must have been on because I see people making comments and shit. But why I don't see the show? What the hell is going on? You know what? You wrong for that one.
That's hilarious. Yeah, no, I'm gonna make a new one that's specifically for call-ins. You know what I'm saying? I just had that one sitting there, so I was like, man, let me just throw this up here because I ain't got nothing for right
You
now.
wrong,
but yeah.
you wrong. Because you really had me tripping. I'm like getting mad, like, oh, YouTube really messing with my boy, like,
That's
or
hilarious.
something.
They are. They messing with your boy, but you know, we'll get through it though. But
No,
like,
but
see, and
you
that's
know-
another thing though, too, like with the music, right? Like with each channel, I got different licenses for like the music that I'm able to play on the channels. So
Yeah.
like on my other channel that I can't use right now, I got more music available to me. So like this one, I don't have really a lot of music. So it's like I gotta try to find like some beats that I can use that'll be protected so I don't get a copyright trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so now I gotta make a new call-in thing for Scratch for each channel. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna make one though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's not.
If y'all calling in like this, you know what I'm saying? When we do these call-in segments, yeah, I'll for sure make one.
And as much as I've been a supporter, this is really no, because we've done it with me, you, and oh Lord. Me and him
Izzy.
Me and him got to it, but look, we done had our differences on opinions, and we done.
That's hilarious.
But we didn't talk before. But as far as like a call in like this, me and you this is the first time. But hello to everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? This is me. If anybody that's your first time hearing my voice, this is me. This is Faith Enlightened. When y'all hear him say me, I hope everybody having a blessed night. But yeah, Rob, that's crazy. Like, and I'm gonna have to when you get done with your show, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch because I missed a lot.
Yeah, rewatch it. Everybody should rewatch it. Get them watch time hours up. Help your boy out.
Yeah, definitely do. Definitely do. I hope everybody who's listening know, like, real talk, real spit. Please, even if you're just getting in the last ass end of it, rewatch, because it does help. Like, and it's real info. Rob always gives real info, whether you like it or not. People laugh about it, but if you don't want to give a thumbs up, give a thumbs down, because guess what? It's still gonna help.
It's still gonna help. Facts. Facts.
But yeah, Rob, like, I don't want to keep you guys because I know you brothers was on some real conversation, but I had to just link in right quick, call you up right quick, because it was just, I was wondering what the hell was going on.
Yeah, no.
Don't be doing that no more.
I'm gonna have something done
Don't
tomorrow.
do that no more.
I'm gonna have something done tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
Look at Carla down there. Carla said,
you gonna
I
have
went out
me
and
come
came
out
back
there
in
to
too.
your ass. You gonna have me get a flight and come out there to your ass just to punch you in the face, just to be like, Rob, you know what? I love you. I'm gonna punch you and then buy you a coffee. But
look, it's gonna be a long line. You're gonna have to cut into the front of the line.
But you my boy. You my boy. You already know. I always say you my brother from another mother.
Facts.
Long town, out of town, long down, out of town. We away, but you my spirit brother. I love you. Keep it up, and we will talk again.
No doubt. Appreciate you calling up. Faith Enlightened is an OG, man. She's been around since before I even had anybody watching my videos. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Faith for popping up. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Faith.
So yeah, man. So go ahead, Jay, because when I do these call-in segments, right, like I want to hear what you guys' perspectives are. You know what I mean? And like, even if you disagree with something, you know what I'm saying? Feel free. You're not gonna get attacked. You know what I'm saying? Feel free to say what it is that you disagree, or if you feel that there's something more better than what I offered that you could offer as far as a solution on something. Don't be afraid to say it. You know what I'm saying? This ain't where you're gonna get shouted down at. You know what I'm saying? We trying to chop it up and figure out some things and actually put those things into motion. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, yeah. What we're talking about, you was talking about 2024. So there are a bunch of local elections happening in 2023, so you guys got to pay attention to those too. They're not as important, I guess, as people think. They're not as important as Congress and all that. But what happens in your local municipalities are just as important. Actually, I would say they're more important. If you're me, I think they're more important than what's happening on a national level, because we can get more done on a local level, as we see with our brother Jaco. Is it Ja'Cory or Jaco? Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's Ja'Cory. Yeah.
Getting more people like that into office who actually stand on what they say, and not just trying to out here trying to sell people, hey, vote for me, I'm going to give you student loan forgiveness, and we see what happened with that.
Right. Well, see, like my thing, what I want to do for like local politics, right, is like we'll have like these kind of discussions about local politics, but for everybody that's a subscriber, everybody that's a viewer, everybody that's a member, if you have important information about your locality that you think would be relevant for everybody to hear, or if it's just something that you want to get off your mind, send that content and get in touch so that we could actually do a live stream about it, and you can lead the live stream and actually voice your concerns. Because, like me being over here, I don't know what's going on in Texas except for something that I may see on the news, but somebody that's on the ground there is going to have a better perspective and a better understanding of the landscape and how it'll affect people. So, what I'm saying? Like if I got the platform and I can give the platform to somebody who can better explain it than I can, that's the whole point of a network. And that's how you start from the ground up. And that's what I want to try to be able to do. You know what I'm saying?
True. And also you guys got to reach out to some of your people in the area. Look online, you'll find some groups. If you agree with the message of the groups, I would join those communities too. Follow them. That way they'll also inform you on what's going on. Over here, like I can actually explain some bad stuff over here in Houston pretty well with what's going on in our local city council and everything.
Yeah. So during you can bring that up, and we could do a stream about it. We could chop it up about it. You know what I'm saying? You would have to lead it because you know all the information, but I'd be down to do that. And then also, you guys, I don't know if y'all know, but my man Jay the Informant has a YouTube channel. So if you guys are not following his YouTube channel, please make sure you take a moment and go over there and check his YouTube channel out. So
yeah, I gotta start posting again, bro.
Yeah. Well, get them subscribers stacked up, you know what I'm saying? So you have somebody to watch when you do post. You know what I'm saying? The subscribers are good at any time when they come, you know what I'm saying? And
I'm actually gonna start back today. I gotta start posting today, man, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, what kind of I gotta get some interest in like yours, man, because your stuff is pretty fire, man. I'll give it to you.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, and all the content that I be wanting to make, man, I can't even get it all out there. So if you ever need anything, bro, I definitely shoot you some work. You know what I'm saying? We could do it like we trapping, bro. I'll shoot you to work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I wouldn't even mind it either, bro. Hey, man, it's pouring down rain over here. I hope it's not coming in too heavy.
Nah. You ain't walking around outside, are you?
No, I'm outside, but I'm not walking around. I got a porch, man. So
okay. Okay, I got you. All right, I was about to say, yeah, man, you're gonna have water damage in the phone, bro. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about it. We can get it in another time. You know what I'm saying? So check this out. D-Buck said, Rob, did you see LeBron's comments about Jerry Jones, or more so his comments to the press about not asking him about it? Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that LeBron said that stuff. I'm glad he did. And I was actually about to do a video about it because I don't know if anybody saw Jerry Jones's response, but Jerry Jones didn't really even acknowledge what LeBron James said. All Jerry Jones said was, "There's nobody that I respect more than LeBron James." And I was like, that's a typical response. He didn't even address what LeBron James said. What you think about that, Jay?
I mean, no, LeBron, he actually stood up in that scenario, man, because I unfortunately, I sat down and listened to. And we all saw what your boy Steven did. He did a little podcast, and I actually suffered through that whole hour because that was a bunch of babble, if I'm being honest with you. But LeBron, he said it like in less than a minute, said it quick. It was efficient. It was right on the point. You guys are not going to even bring up Jerry Jones because you guys don't want to talk about it. And you don't want to talk about it because it's related to black people, where, what black people are going through. But it's like a continuous thing to like kind of push black people at bay, have them at bay, and bring out our coons to say, oh, you know what? That was such a long time ago. Don't worry about that. No, I mean you might have whipped my great grandma's butt, but that's okay. She forgives you. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Now check this out, bro. I got a proposition, and I want to see what you and people in the comment section think about it. Right? People always say we shouldn't follow celebrities, right? You know, they put these celebrities in front of our face, right?
Right.
But what I find interesting now, which I think is a positive, because you know, like I critique a lot, but if there's some honest positivity, I'll definitely give it. I'm glad to see that it seems like people are starting to back these celebrities into a corner now, and it's forcing people to change. Because honestly, even though I agree with what LeBron James said, right? Like I agree, and I'm glad that he said that. I think LeBron said that to try to get some credibility back because he saw that backlash that he got from the way that he dealt with the Kyrie Irving situation. So my question
Right.
for you and for everybody in the comments is, do you guys think that more of LeBron James's motive behind attempting to check Jerry Jones was because he feels like he might have dropped the ball on the Kyrie situation?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I think so too.
And not only that, but why would they? LeBron probably didn't even want to, discuss it. Like many other people didn't want to discuss it, but they kept on hitting them over the head. Hey man, what do you think about Kyrie? They bringing Kyrie up in like every scenario, and I think I don't know if Jaylen Brown was approached with the question or he just brought it up out of the blue. And they're hitting these athletes with these questions that's unrelated to the game. But when Jerry Jones situation happened, nobody want to talk about that. You know, like why weren't they in the locker room at Dallas asking them about that? And we all heard what Prescott had to say, and I'm looking at him like, oh Lord.
Oh man, yeah, no doubt. I think shout out to Torian Rain. I think Torian actually just put up a video about that.
He did.
It
He did.
might have been today or a couple of days ago. But if you guys don't follow Torian Rain Reloaded, make sure you guys go over there and check out my man Torian Rain Reloaded. He just put up a video about that. And that Prescott guy, he's a quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, right?
Yeah, the broken leg Cowboys. Yeah.
See, that's what he get for rubbing them back legs together like Jiminy Cricket, and he ain't got the skills to do it. He messed around and snapped his leg. Now he on the bench. On the bench talking mess.
Do you think he said that just because he don't want to get traded and he wants that paycheck or what?
Oh, man, I wish I could tell you, bro. It's probably a combination of every single reason you can think of.
Right. But when they, what the worst thing I've heard from them guys when they're discussing this is this, it was so long ago.
Right.
They try to justify it with the length that like it happened such a long time ago. And that's the same justification they tried to use when it came to that Emmett Till thing as well. It was such a long time ago, we need to move on. But when it comes to other group, it's not about moving on. It's about, okay, we're going to hold this person accountable.
Well, I don't know if we live in a time warp or if they teach physics properly, but I could have sworn that particular incident happened after World War II, and people are still getting paid for World War II, and those people are never told that it was just so long ago. So, there's that. And then another thing that I find fascinating is I've been looking up and down, left and right, you know what I'm saying, to the four corners of the internet to try to find a good journalist who's been asking white male athletes about their accountability for Brett Favre and his scandals, and I haven't seemed to be able to find that yet.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to avoid Brett Favre. Brett Favre is not going to answer any questions unless he's summoned to court, and the journalists, they're not going to ask any either, man. I mean, they're not going to put him on they don't want to make him the face of financial scandals, pretty much.
Now, they had a bunch of white people and a bunch of white celebrities talking about Kyrie, but I haven't really seen anybody put a microphone in the face of anybody at all, white or black, to have them say how disgusting they think what Brett Favre did was.
Yeah, you know who they need to put it in front of? Aaron Rodgers. And you know why? Because Brett Favre pretty much disrespected Aaron Rodgers, and I'm pretty sure he has a boatload to say about Brett Favre.
Do you think that he would though? Because Aaron Rodgers is kind of on he's kind of on that suspect list to me, if you ask me, of
I mean,
suspect.
He might be on that list. He might be on that list, but I think his discomfort with Brett Favre outweighs that.
Yeah.
And
True.
if there's an opportunity that presents itself where he can just like, oh yeah, they need to hold him accountable and they probably need to lock him up, I think he will take that opportunity and just throw Brett Favre right in front of the bus. You know?
That's a fact. That's a fact. So check this out. We got a couple comments. D-Buck says, but with Jerry Jones, we all remember how he reacted to kneeling for the national anthem. So clearly he hasn't changed or grown as a person whatsoever. And then Terrence says they didn't ask Jerry, does he understand how him being there hurt other communities? Those are two really good comments. What do you think about that?
I mean, I agree with both of the comments too, man. He clearly showed that he's not moved on since that 14-year-old. Oh, that 14-year-old boy, which Stephen A. Smith kept on saying, oh, it was still picture. We don't know what happened. We do know that he went up to the school. We do know that he joined up with that mob. And we do know that that mob attacked those students. We do know that. But, you know, you got people like Stephen, they want to say that nothing happened. It was just some curiosity that was going. But those are good comments, man.
Now, here's my question. Do you remember what you were doing when you were 14?
Honestly, I remember what grade I was in. Other than that, I mean, if I did something like, but this, I never had something in my life that was this. You know what? There was one thing in my life that happened, and I still remember to this day, but that was like I was at a Metro Trans Center where there was like 100 people and somebody started shooting. I remember that. And so I remember that very vividly. And I remember like almost every aspect of what happened, in my perspective, what happened. So I would say that he should remember that because that happened to me in like what, the 6th grade or something like that. And I still remember it to this day. So I would say that, yeah, he should remember that, man.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he got pictures. You think he has pictures of himself up there at his house?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? That's probably why he didn't deny it, because he could have just easily been like, well, that's not me. But he probably knows exactly where that picture came from.
Yeah, he probably got articles and everything, man. Probably tell his grandkids, yeah, this is where we were at, man. We stood up tall against these people.
Right. Now, look, check this out, right? And I'm probably going to clip this portion of the live stream, but I don't know if anybody saw Stephen A. and Becky Hammond's reaction on Brittany Griner. If you guys saw this, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. Jay, did you see this?
No, I actually haven't seen anything related to Brittany Griner. I know she got released, and I saw Kid Gravity video, but other than that, man, I haven't seen anything because I don't even care about her, to be honest with you. Oh, you covered it too. You covered her too when you were talking about the Merchant of Death and all that.
Yeah, they basically traded her for Destro. That's the best trade she ever going to be involved in her life.
Hey, bro, and it's such a peculiar time that he does that because your boy Biden knows that woman is coming forward since these files were released on Twitter with the sexual harassment. Now he wants to get Brittany out. Right. So I kind of find that odd, you know. Right. He wants to change. They want to change the conversation, man. But that trade was a terrible trade, man. Like,
man, Biden should never own a sports team ever.
Oh yeah, he will, because he needs the high value slaves. So you know.
Right. So check this out. The reason why I want to show this, right, is because what I want to show and what I want to bring up is I want you guys to pay close attention to Stephen A. and how he reacts to Brittany Griner. Now, mind you, as minimal as we think an offense is of Brittany Griner being caught in Russian customs with the cartridges, she still broke the law, right? Now, the thing is that I want you to pay attention to Brittany Griner, who broke the law, how Stephen A. reacts to that, versus how he reacts to Kyrie, who didn't break any law. Because, as we all know, Kyrie didn't break the law, right?
Right.
So let's check this out real quick. And if you want me to stop anywhere, what's good? We got Faith back. If you want me to stop anywhere, just let me know and I'll stop it.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning. It's news. Stephen, I start with you. Your reaction.
Relief. Very, very happy for Brittany Griner and her wife Sherelle and the whole family, the WNBA community, the NBA community.
You know, now immediately, right off the rip, we don't have, he's an idiot. You know, she broke the law. I mean, why would you bring marijuana to Russia, to a foreign country anyway, when you know the relationship that we have? None of that.
None of that.
None of that. I mean, he sounds like he's, you know what I'm saying, he smoked a good blunt, you know what I'm saying, popped a couple of Xanaxes, got a little cup of champagne, and he's really relaxed.
Hey man, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing going on. His eye. Look at it. There's no tension on his forehead. You know what I'm saying? The forehead only has 2 wrinkles in it this time. I mean,
Bro, I'm looking at his hairline. It's all the way back there now. What?
yeah.
This
Yeah.
boy, oh Lord. But no, he's on his good boy act right now.
Yeah.
So I know he got something good to say.
Yeah, he's on his. He's acting like he just drank a nightcap and it popped a couple Benadryls and it's time to lay it down. You know what I'm saying? But before we lay it down, we're gonna talk about Brittany Griner over there in Russia. You know what I'm saying? He's such an idiot. Let's finish this.
Everybody associated with the game of basketball knows what Brittany Griner has meant to the game. And as an American citizen, obviously, we're happy to see her home. Obviously, we'd be remiss in neglecting to mention the importance of Paul Whelan ultimately coming home. His brother, I saw his brother David Whelan on CNN this morning, class exemplified, recognizing the importance and the relief that we should all feel the fact that Brittany Griner has been released. Nevertheless, still hoping and praying that his brother ultimately, who's been detained in Russia for the last 4 years, would ultimately get released. But what it comes down to is that she's home. Pressure was brought to bear. The United States obviously had been working behind the scenes for quite a long time. The Biden administration is to be applauded in all of this because they put forth their due diligence. And it's important to recognize the fact that while we bring up Brittany Griner, we also bring up Paul Whelan from this perspective. The Biden administration said that they worked diligently and they pushed to try to get him released as well. And
so now, what do you guys think about this so far?
Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay, Rob, hey, everybody. I was about to go back to sleep, but usually I'm in the chat and I tell your ass, why do I do double, sometimes triple shifts, get home, catch your damn show, and I stay on when I'm supposed to be going to sleep. And I say I'm going to sleep, but I'm still listening and get indulged. So look, now you're getting on a topic that I'm glad I'm here because this is something that I was actually, about a couple of days ago with a friend of mine's on her blog. We were talking about, and something I'm kind of disgusted, sickened, and pissed off about. It kind of makes me want to throw up because, not to discard or disrespect anybody, but we have more prominent people than her ass. And excuse my language, but serious? 8 years. We got prominent people. Prominent. I mean, and I'm talking about when it comes down to our service men and women who are captured, who put their lives on the line, who are captured over there and serving 32, 42, 16. The other one is serving, I believe, is 23-year sentences. These are people that are prominent. Like, we need them. Like, they put their lives on the line for us.
Yeah.
He had a fucking 8-year sentence. Like, seriously? Yeah. That's who you choose to put an asshole who is a direct threat to us as Americans. You let him go for some LGBT. Oh, let me watch my mouth because I don't want to get my boy video taken down. But for some broad who play basketball and part of an agenda, but you let her go instead of people that have put their lives on the line for us. And I'm trying not to get loud, y'all, but it really pisses me off. That touched me. And when you got on it, I got back up. Shit. I got off my pillow. I done sat up and everything.
Now you're right about that. She's on point. Hey.
It pisses me off, and it low key, it brings tears to my eyes that this is what we have come to. You know what I'm saying? People could say everybody got their views, everybody got their choices. People got their views on Trump, whatever. But if people look back, whether some people want to say, oh, Trump was racist, whatever, whether racist or not, that mofo was like a comedy version of Loki. Not saying, of course, we know Dave Chappelle ain't no racist, but like a white version of a Dave Chappelle, just outspoken, didn't give a F. You know what I'm saying? He told the truth. And everything, a lot, whether he said some effed up stuff, but a lot of things of the truth he told, we're seeing. You know what I'm saying? Biden dementia ass. How the heck, man?
No, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
I'm just pissed off. I don't want to say too much, Rob, because I'm really trying to be cool, because I know they quick to try to, you know what I'm saying, give you strikes and stuff. But this is a subject right now with everything we going through. Like, it's already enough that we know it's agendas. You know what I'm saying? We already know. I wish it's my girl. Her name is something Michelle. I can't even think of her name, but she talks about a lot on, you know what I'm saying, how with BLM, people want to strike Candace Owens. Yeah, it's a lot that I don't like she say, but there's a lot I do. People want to talk about her documentary she did, talking about BLM and the transgender. She was 1,000, forget 100, she was 1,000 true. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything seems to be going towards this LGBT transgender agenda. Enough is a damn enough. And I'm tired. You and the ones that do have the voices on social media speak out, but it's time for more to speak out. You might have street preachers. It need to be some of us out there doing just street vocals. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on, but enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? Because how the hell can somebody who put their life on a damn line and got 36 years in a Russian prison for saving American lives, you outweigh him for somebody, a basketball player who's a fucking trans? I mean, not trans. Well, it was she's
the L. She's one of the L's.
No, because there's information people don't know. Do anybody know that this heifer had babies?
I didn't know that. Wow.
She had twins that she gave up.
Who did?
Brittany Griner.
I didn't know about that. I heard that she beat her wife. I didn't know about the twins.
This heifer was not always what she is. This heifer had twins that she gave up. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot. That's what I'm saying. This agenda, man, I'm pissed off right now. I'm really pissed off because fuck her. Excuse my language, Lord, please don't let me saying a bad word get his page taken down. But Lord knows, the Lord is pissed off. But Lord knows, we have real people. And not saying she ain't a real person. Of course, she's a real person. She's human. But we have prominent people that is serving years, long ass term. That heifer, you could have did that 8 years if that was the damn case. But
also,
like, really though, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you're right.
What you was doing,
and
you
also,
what you was doing.
And also to top that off, just to show how not serious he is about the Russian war. How are you gonna make a trade like this? Because you're gonna trade her for a merchant of death.
Thank you.
That means you're not serious. You're not serious about the war. You know.
That's why I'm pissed off. This mofo is one of they top. Whether they ain't say he KGB, but most likely he is. You know what I'm saying? We just know what they put in the media. He was a Russian top arms dealer.
Well, my thing is, it sets a precedent for now these other countries know how the United States negotiates.
Man, we've been made a joke of, Rob.
Yeah,
they laughing at us.
Yeah, this makes us look really weak.
Man, I'm so pissed off. America's supposed to be the most toughest and strongest and all that. Man, we're being made as a laughing stock.
Well, I would say the toughest and strongest right now is Russia, because not only how they're handling the war right now, but also how they're handling the economic conditions in which the EU is going right now. Because if I'm Russia, I'm gonna let them suffer, and they can play at war and support Ukraine all they want to. But I'm winning at the end of the day, and they know I'm winning.
Exactly.
Yep.
But that's like playing fucking Uno.
Right.
I just gave over a weak card for a strong card.
Right. You guys remember when I did those Ukraine videos? Everything that we talked about in those Ukraine videos, like we looking at it now. We looking at it happen.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so pissed off. Like, I'm sorry. If
Nah, you good.
I don't want to give you no strike, but I'm so I was laying down. I don't win. Got comfortable.
But
Nah,
you
you
this
good.
this is all about Biden talking about he want to run in 2024. This is
He
about
ain't running
optics.
in no damn 20. And you boy, you know damn. I don't even know you, but
He's
boy,
hey,
brother, you know damn well he ain't.
he's running and he's trying to get everybody on his team.
He
That's what
ain't
this is
gonna
about.
run. I don't even believe, truthfully, this is in my heart. And if he do last to 2024, I'm gonna be damn surprised. But truthfully, I do not believe he's gonna last to 2024. They trying to hide his medical disability. We all see it. He demented out. You know what I'm saying? He going through early stages of Alzheimer's and all this other stuff. You know, he's already, whether people want to admit it or not, he's a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to sit up there and get nobody in trouble, but the things that shows, right, a person could say one thing, but you see one thing and it tells another story. Your words say one thing, but your actions show another. And he's a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care what nobody say. He's a weirdo. And y'all know what weirdo mean. I don't want to put the PED word out there because I'm really trying to watch my words. You know what I'm saying? But he's a weirdo. Okay, he's a freaking weirdo, and he's going through dementia and some other stuff. Ain't no way in hell 1 minute you talking about climate change and the gas, then all of a sudden you talking about rainbows and cockroaches. Like what the fuck? Like, who does that? Right. You don't even know what the hell you saying in mid-sentence. Okay? Right. But this is what mofos vote for. And I don't understand still how people voting for him.
Well, I think they're voting for him because of misinformation. People, for one, the media, right? The media is misinforming people. And then for two, there's the whole generational issue that we have to deal with of why people have been voting blue no matter who for decades instead of actually voting, you know what I'm saying, for policy over party. You know what I mean?
That part.
Right.
That part.
And all they have to
go ahead. Go ahead. Jay. No.
Well, I was going to say all they have to do is say the other side is racist, the other side is xenophobic, and then you grab about 40% of their voters right there. That's it.
And now, as much of an issue as I have with Kanye and his recent, antics, I do agree with that whole thing of what Kanye said with the trauma culture. And by the Democrats constantly bringing up racism, they're tapping into that trauma culture, which is what triggers those emotions. So I think what it needs to be is that, like, when we have legitimate conversations about legitimate racism, that's what we need to take as credible information. And when other people attempt to bring us into their conversations with talks of racism, kind of just sit back and look at them with a magnifying glass, like, okay, I hear you, but I mean, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, I'm hearing your perspective. And if that's your perspective, then go ahead and go out on a limb with it. But it's not going to be us that's going to be backing you up. Like, if that's how you feel, then go ahead and do your own thing. Because like I said, that's why, like, in that last video that I had did on my other channel, I had said, I think we should start calling what's going on Black containment instead of calling it white supremacy, because now you hear white people sitting up here talking about white supremacy and like, okay, I'm not trying to hear that nonsense. We need to talk about Black containment, because Black containment is the actual issue, and that cuts out any other group. Like, for instance, this whole situation with Rhode Island, if Rhode Island was actually going to do something, if they were going to bring some effective legislation, we need to talk about how this legislation ends the problem of Black containment, not how this nonsense can be used to help all these other groups of people, because other groups of people can't be a part of Black containment because it's these systems that's being used to contain Black people. That's what it deals with specifically. You see what I'm saying?
That part.
Now you're right on that, man.
That part.
So did you guys see all of the reparation stuff? I know, Jay, you had said that you came in a little bit late, and Faith, you had came in late. Shout out to my man AJ, and shout out to DJ Elmo that just came in. But did you guys see that? Because, since we got the panel and stuff up here, you know what I'm saying, like, we can actually bring this stuff back in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm done as far as that Stephen A stuff. But I have a short video that I had actually played in the beginning of the stream, and we could watch it again. You know what I'm saying? It's only 3 minutes, and it gives a good.
Can I say something right quick, Rob?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just something right quick. This is kind of off topic, but it's still on topic. I don't know how many people are on here that's in Cali. But tomorrow is the inauguration, because when I was on my way home, getting off of work, I was on the phone with my mom, and she told me that Marquise Harris Dawson, one of the congressman representative or whatever in LA, invited her to the inauguration. So she's going tomorrow for the swearing in of Karen Bass. Now, neither one of us voted for Karen. And who's doing the swearing in is Kamala. Now we are not for that. And my mom was like, I just want to hear your thoughts. My mom was like, well, just out of respect, I'm gonna clap for Karen. She was like, but I don't really know, because should I clap or not clap for Kamala? I said, Mom, you better not. You know what I'm saying? You could stand there. You know what I'm saying? You giving some clout to their audience. You know what I'm saying? But you better not. And she started laughing. Like, do you think, Rob and Jay, that it would be wrong for her not to clap for her?
If she doesn't support her, I don't think she should clap.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. If you want to go. If you want to clap,
that's
clap.
What I said. I would, like, even though I know because she's very good friends with Marquise, Marquise, but Marquise Harris, whatever his name is, but because he's one of the representatives out there, and she's been close with him, and they've been friends for years. But it's just like, Mom, look, I don't like.
Now, you guys know that Karen Bass was a supporter of Nuri Martinez, right?
That part, yeah, I know. That's the reason why I'm telling you, yo, Rod, shit that I exposed my mom to, mind you, even exposing her to your channel. That's the reason why she did not vote for Karen Bass. Know what I'm saying? And she's like, but I got, the invitation from my friend, he's a representative, and I'm gonna go. And she was like, I'm gonna clap, but she was like, do you know who? I don't know if I'm gonna clap for, who I'm gonna. And I was like, who, Mom? And then she was like, you don't know who? And I'm saying other people's names. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. And she was like, no, Kamala. And I was like, Kamala? And she was like, yeah, she's doing the inauguration for her. And I was like, Mama, you better not. And she started laughing, and I was like, man, I don't go.
I have a side question too. I got a side question for you.
Go ahead, Jay.
For Fate. So is Kamala Harris, is she doing the swearing in at the border? Because she's supposed to be protecting that. So that's what she need to be at.
Boy, man, what? Hold up. And you remember when this happened, they had her sit up there, boo, and go, what was it? Was it Guatemala? I think it was Guatemala. Yo, she's supposed to be the person for Guatemala, and she went out there, and they basically booed her, was throwing stuff at her, told her get the hell out, leave. Like, why would y'all even make her the speaker for Guatemala? Like, seriously? Like, and then, you know what I'm saying? The only reason why Karen Bass is becoming the mayor of LA is because Garcetti, he tried to lie about it the past year, but we already knew because it leaked out into the media, into the news out here, and said he was about to become the ambassador for India. Shouldn't that be the other way around? Like, he's Hispanic. Shouldn't he be the ambassador for Guatemala and she be the speaker for India? She is Indian, ain't she?
Yeah, that's actually good. Well, how about get a real Indian person to actually represent the Indian people?
Man.
I mean, that we need to say the same thing about us. How about actually get an actual Black American to represent us?
Represent us. Exactly. This shit is so twisted, it's ridiculous. And this shit is a joke. It's a freaking joke.
Right. Now you can say what you want about like Marcel, but I would rather have Marcel speaking for me than James Clyburn. And the same thing goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That brother, I can't even call him the F word because I really look at him like a brother because he's very humble. You know, he ain't trying to put off no agendas. He ain't been trying to sit up there and push what he is on everybody else. He's very humble. And you could tell, regardless of his lifestyle, what background he was raised on, he's very humble. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't try to sit up there and be, oh, I'm about to be the ambassador for the Pride Day or this and no. He's still for the people.
Right. And that's what we don't have up there. We don't have that anywhere. But going back to that LA.
I respect that brother.
And you're talking about the guy that was running against Karen Bass, right?
No, the guy that was running against Karen Bass was he basically is like every big mall and big building in LA, he does that.
Yeah, so that's him.
He's a white dude. I can't even.
He's a white Latino dude. He's a commercial realtor. I know.
No, he's not Latino. He white.
Oh, he's white. He's a white guy. The guy who ran against Karen Bass.
He white.
What's his name?
And
Grassati? Something like that.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so tired, and I had me a drink before, but when I got home, but I'm tired, y'all. I'm really tired. I was overworked.
Mad Dog 2020. I told you about that shit. Now
I did not have no damn Mad Dog. You know I'm gonna hurt you.
That gas station should have given you a headache.
This is not the 90s. This is not the 90s. Hey, but that used to be the shit in the 90s. I ain't gonna lie. When I used to be ditching school, but
hurricane, slurricane.
That night train.
Yeah. I honestly can't think of the dude's name, but they tried to come after him, and he went after Karen Bass, and they protected Karen Bass. But
they did protect her, boo, and it was crazy because the way it wasn't even like real messy. It was like the ads just came out with some real information. You know what I'm saying? Because it's told about her being involved with the Church of Scientology.
Yep, and that UCLA scandal too.
Yeah, and her being involved with motherfuckers that was involved with like sex trafficking and stuff like that. It's basically like that shit got. But what's funny is that for the most time, okay, if you guys notice, for some reason they did it the last election, as we know, because of course we heard the things about elections were rigged, votes were rigged, but particularly for LA, it was kind of like it made you put your ears, your nose, your eyes, your brain, your head, your body up like, wait, what's going on? Because Rick Caruso, that's his name.
That's him. Yeah, that's him.
He ain't Latino with the last name Caruso?
Rick Caruso, he was higher in the polls for the majority of the race. Then all of a sudden, now mind you, he was like literally, like it was like he was like 68, she was like 42, then he was like 86, she was like 52, like he was up. Then all of a sudden, election night, he was still up. Then they say, oh, the numbers were going up, and it was all of a sudden 2 o'clock. We could wait almost a week because now we gotta. Those were only the people who went to the polls. Now they gotta count. They still gotta wait for the votes from the mail-in votes and all this stuff. So all of a sudden, we waiting a freaking week, you guys. Monday, no, it was on a Tuesday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Caruso is still up. By the time it hit Saturday, when the final came in, it went from like 88 on Caruso. It was like 76, something like that for Karen Bass. But on Saturday, it shot up to where it was 93 for Karen Bass and 90.2 or 90.3, something like that for Caruso.
Man, that's wild.
And
Shout
I'm
out to
like,
my
how
man
does that
AB
even
Promotion
add
that
up?
just joined.
But wait, how does that even add up?
Yeah, right. Nothing ever adds up. Shout out to
Thank
AB
you.
Promotion that just joined, and shout out to Roots Trackers. What's up with it? What's
How
good
does
with it,
that even
AB?
add
What's
up?
going on?
Hey, what's up, Rob? What's going on? What's up, everybody?
Hi, AB.
What's going on, bro?
I'm just waking up, about to make my cup of coffee real quick, and I'm gonna hang out with you guys for a little bit.
It's nice to hear all you brothers. I know we all talk in the chat, but it's nice to hear you guys' voices.
Yeah, same here.
No doubt. That's what I'm gonna try to start doing. This, like, what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna do the live stream for an hour, and then after the hour or however long it takes to get through the material, then we do, you know what I'm saying, like a call-in segment. So hopefully, you know what I'm saying, like, y'all enjoy this, you know what I'm saying. So AB, did you get a chance to see the video that I had played about the Rhode Island reparations?
Nah, I haven't seen that, but you could tell me about it. All I know is what's happening in California.
All right, so check this out. This video right here is only
snap.
3 minutes.
AB in Cali too?
Yeah, it's everybody in Cali.
I'm in Jersey. But I've been paying attention to the reparations situation in California.
All
right, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this video. It's only 3 minutes, and then we gonna go through this article again. But check this out, though. I'm gonna play this without interrupting, and then we can talk about it, and then we'll look at the article. But I want to know what each of y'all think about this. And in the comment section, just so I know, if you guys know about the Rhode Island reparations, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you don't, give me a thumbs down.
Reparations, a subject that draws strong opinions both for and against. But more U.S. cities are looking to level the playing field for Black Americans and in the process allow other people to benefit as well.
No amount of money will rewrite history, but many people would like to see America try. For decades, proponents of reparations have called on the federal government to provide restitution to the descendants of slaves. In 1989, Congress introduced a bill to form a commission to study and develop reparations proposals. They explored whether there was a need for the U.S. to atone for the enslavement of and racial discrimination against Black Americans, and if so, why? A renewed push came following the 2020 death of George Floyd by a Minnesota police officer. The murder sparked nationwide protests and ignited a call for racial justice, and for many, highlighted the need to more closely examine the legacy of slavery and the harm caused by years of the physical and economic oppression of Black people. Some believe it can start to be addressed through reparations, possibly in the form of money. But not everyone agrees. Support for reparations differs greatly across racial lines. In a 2021 poll by the Brookings Institute, a whopping 86% of Black Americans support reparations, with just 14% against the idea. But 72% of white Americans oppose cash reparations payments, with 28% in favor.
The sweeping opposition among white Americans is rooted in the idea that recognizing slavery's legacy actually undermines the idealistic view that the United States is a just society and that it was founded on principles of equality and freedom.
Despite that, there are about a dozen U.S. cities considering some form of compensation. The latest, Providence, Rhode Island. The city recently allocated $10 million for a reparations program looking to address the city's racial divide and deep involvement in the Atlantic slave trade, in addition to closing the wealth gap that exists between its white and Black residents. Black and Native Americans automatically qualify, but within the program, there's a twist, which would include about half of the city's white residents. Here's how it works. Any Providence resident earning less than half of the city's median income, so essentially anyone earning less than about $50,000 a year or living in certain low-income neighborhoods, would qualify. The reason, the program is financed by COVID-19 federal recovery dollars, so it must be race neutral, leading some to question whether it can even be called reparations.
It convolutes what reparations truly means, particularly in the American context, where we're talking about the atrocities committed against the African American community, starting with America's original sin. which is the transatlantic slave trade.
Evanston, Illinois made history last year, becoming the first U.S. city to issue slavery reparations to its Black residents, mainly in the form of housing grants. And California set up the nation's first state-level reparations task force, but not everyone agrees with some of the programs.
It'll take 200 years for Blacks to have the wealth of whites in 2016. That's almost as long as we were in slavery. You cannot just sprinkle some fairy dust, some money here, and say that's somehow closing a gap.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe.
All right, y'all. So go ahead. Since AB just came up, I want to hear what you think about that, AB. And make sure you guys let me know what you think about it in the comments as well. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the video, please make sure you guys share it. And also, if you're not subscribed, stop cloud watching. Hit the bell icon twice. All right. So go ahead, AB. We go to AB, and then we'll go to Faith, and then we'll go to Jay. All right. And if anybody wants the link, all you got to do is just request it. One of the mods or me will put it in the chat for you guys so you can come up and join the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a couple of points I wanted to touch on. Did they say that they would thinking about doing this reparations push in the 1980s? That was pretty interesting to me. But also, how are they gonna regulate it to people who make under $50,000 a year if people that make more than that are descendants of slaves? You know what I'm saying? Like, how is that gonna work? It doesn't seem fair in my opinion. But you know, you can tell me what y'all think.
Well, I think they said all black people are blacks and native already qualify, but it's going to be Caucasian people that makes under 50,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a disrespectful part. Very disrespectful. Very disrespectful.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I'm at this point where I just feel like I know we need to keep this conversation going and try to get it to happen. But the more we talk about it and the more it's pushing to try to get it to happen, the more they're pushing back or trying to undermine it and try to be funny, clowning it. Like, okay, well, y'all want some reparations? Okay, but we gonna still be part of that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you gonna put the white folks part of it? Oh, but it's funny how if people don't know, and anybody can do their research, there are other groups that you would think the word reparations were for us, for our ancestors, for our culture, but no. You have Jews, you have Indians, you have Irish, you have other cultures that have gotten reparations, and it did not include anybody else to come under it. But why is it when it comes to blacks, they have to say, oh, well, we'll limit it to this and that, but, under this, whites will get this if they're under this. Like, are you serious? And then, yes, where I'm very pissed off in California is that it's a slap in the face. Like, oh, with all the other cultures, y'all was giving out cash payments, land and all type of stuff. But for black reparations, they're putting it under a form of school grants, housing grants, food, like things like that. Like, basically the stuff you will get from the damn county or programs. You know what I mean? But it's like,
well, I think the thing that's ironic about it is that the reparations allegedly, which is one of the reasons why I have a lot of issues with a lot of these things, but reparations allegedly is supposed to give the appearance of breaking some of the white supremacist control. But how does it break white supremacist control when white supremacy is dictating how you get the payment?
Thank you. In the name of Jesus. Thank you. Exactly. That's exactly.
What do you guys think? What do you think, Jay?
I mean, I'll be fine with it if they move the reparations, the wording reparations off of it and just put something else, anything else but reparations, because it's not actual reparations. Um, Other than that, I mean, I don't mind these people like getting the money. I don't mind them helping, white people too. As long as you move the reparations, as long as you move that title reparations off of it, I don't care about it.
Right.
But when we talk about, I think they brought up that whole the study, which we know Sheila Jackson Lee is in charge of right now. That's a joke. And what they should have said that in that story is, because of the laughable study that's been sitting in office for like the last since 1980 something, so like over 10 decades, because of the laughable government that we have who is not addressing black issues, the cities have to take up the responsibility to do what Joe Biden refused to do. That's what she should have said in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, I
do you think,
agree.
AB?
Do you think that the states need to get out of trying to make some type of initiative for reparations and just get it done on like a federal level?
Yep.
Because it seems like there's a whole bunch of issues when you leave it up to individual states.
Well, I would say that California and California look like they have the strongest the strongest language, because they're making it lineage based. So you can't just come to America tomorrow and be like, oh yeah, I'm getting in on that. I wouldn't mind states doing it, because I was actually advocating for Stacey Abrams to have that in her agenda, because she can do it on the state level, where 1 out of every 3 black people is a citizen in Georgia. Because I think black people 34% of Georgia. So I cannot see how black people went out there and voted for her without her actually having a black agenda. She had a Democratic agenda, and these idiots went out there and voted for her. And I'm glad she lost.
Yeah,
That
no,
part.
I agree. I
That
agree.
part.
Now, my thing is, I don't mind the state level reparations, because every state, like states, corporations, businesses, individual families, the federal government and the local government all owe black people here in the United States reparations, right? So my thing is, however they come, as far as long as they're justified and as long as the amounts are calculated and fair, I think that all of those entities need to be paying black people. But I think in order for there to be the best and most accurate start, I think that people can have the best control of the conversation on the local level. And then once there's a successful conversation on the local level, which to me, the closest thing to that looks like what's going on in California, then other places throughout the United States can follow that model and attempt to try to make it more accurate and tight. Like all of this is a learning process, I think.
That's a great point. Great point.
You know what I mean? And I think that one thing that we need to do is, say for instance, California gets taken care of, right? Okay, that's cool. But then say for instance, New York starts on one. Okay, well, what we're going to want to try to do is get what they got in California and also have it more accurate and tight. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, just copy the blueprints and review it pretty much.
Absolutely.
But I would say with most of the black vote being in the South, why aren't we seeing the southern states also, they should be committing to reparations as well. Like, just like I mentioned, Georgia should already have a reparations plan, because if California is doing it and we're not a bigger population over there, but Georgia's not doing it and we're a bigger population, that doesn't add up.
That's a great question. What do you guys think about that? That's actually an excellent question, because
Rob.
that's one of the talking points. Hold on real quick, Faye. That's
No, go ahead.
That's one of the talking points that people use as far as, the whole relocation thing, because there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, black people need to create a block to vote in the South. And, if everybody moves to the South, then we can concentrate the voting power. But what Jay is bringing up, I think that was Jay. What Jay is bringing up is something that I've always questioned, because it seems like, and even if you watch a lot of the videos that a lot of content creators put out, for one, there's a lot of weak power dynamics in the South, where there'll be a city that's like 98% black and they're their police department is all white, or their mayor is all white, or the comptroller is white, and he's just terrorizing the entire city. And it's like, you guys sitting there getting terrorized by this one Chad. Like, why isn't that y'all haven't put y'all voting power together for one, gotten these people out of there, and took responsible control over the governments there? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I would say that's because when you look at the people that's on the ballot or the people that's put in front of you, we don't know these people. They're picked by the Democratic Party. Stacey Abrams picked by the Democratic Party, and they're going to go with the Democratic Party agenda. But like you were saying, and that's not only a problem with Black people, but it's also a problem with Hispanic people, because I forget where that school shooting was at, but like the wherever that shooting was at.
Oh, in Texas?
Yeah, what was that at? Mesa, Texas, something like that. Uvalde, Texas.
Uvalde, yeah.
So you see that the population, the bulk of the population is Hispanic, but the mayor is Caucasian. You know, so I do see that what Rob was pointing out, where you have like Black people, 80% of the population, but then your mayor's not Black, your police chief isn't Black. You guys aren't running a Black agenda. And it doesn't have to be a Black agenda, just like a fair agenda or whatever, Black agenda. You're running a Democratic agenda that you stole from the top down.
Yeah.
So,
and Rob, like you were saying, on going back, as far as if the ordeal was on a local level, okay, like you were saying, speaking on California, if this was about 10, minimum 10, but 20 plus years ago, I would agree. But today, no, sweetheart, no. You know what I'm saying? When you live out here, you see this stuff. And being out here, what's going on is that anything that's for Blacks is entwined within the LGBT agenda.
Right.
Like nothing can just be for Blacks. For some reason, if it's for Blacks, it's for them too. So it's really twisted. So I would more say not a local, and especially not this state, not a state level. I don't trust the federal government either. But if it was going to be something that they was going to actually take seriously for all people of all Blacks, for reparations of all states of the U.S., it would have to be on a federal level, period. Because certain states, like here, is out of hand. Nothing is just for one. No, let me not say that. As far as the Blacks, it ain't for one. It's entwined with something else.
Real quick, it seems like, we have these discussions and try to brainstorm about what we can do. And for full disclosure, I'm not FBA. My parents is from Ghana, so but I've been here all my life. You know what I'm saying? I grew up here all my life. You know what I'm saying? So, but when we have these discussions or whatever, it's like I gotta take it to take a page from Robb when you gotta take it by any means necessary, because it seems like all these discussions are disingenuous. Faye, you was talking about the mockery, you know what I'm saying? So it's like a big cat and mouse game, and we're going around in circles and circles.
It is.
Just for them to be like laughing at our, spinning our tires, not getting anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit frustrating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't, it's like, are we gonna take it? What we gonna do? How we gonna stop getting infiltrated? Like, who, making sure we know who's on our side, who's not on our side. It's a whole lot of things going on in the background, and trying to stay focused on just one thing may not be the solution. Like Robb was saying on one of his other streams, like we need our own ADL. You know what I'm saying? Like we need that. That is something that needs to like happen for real, because us yelling and you know, marching and all that stuff is not gonna work.
Sure, it's not doing it.
Greenblatt, whatever his name is or whatever, he's on his not apology tour, but he's on his promotional tour right now, going on any you know, radio station or whoever will listen to his propaganda, and people eat it up. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's just frustrating, like I said before. But you guys could chime in and, you know,
No,
maybe we
I
could
agree.
figure something
I,
out.
I agree. I agree 100%, bro. And I think that one of the reasons why people don't perceive a need for that kind of thing is because we've been without one for so long. We don't really know how that would look, or we don't really know how that would feel. Or, you know, to the point where there could be a lot of people that actually don't even believe that we deserve these kind of things because the world has just conditioned everybody to be desensitized to the needs of us, including us being desensitized to our own needs. And I think that the only way for us to ever change that is to constantly see, like, you gotta, like, I hate to say this, right, but you gotta like kind of operate like a drug dealer. You gotta kind of operate like a criminal, right? Like, if you got some new product and you want people to really like the new product, then you hit them with a sample of it. You see what I'm saying? So like, what we got to do is we got to build it to where when people can actually see what justice looks like, they get a little sample of it. And then once they get that sample, they say, well, we can't live without this. You know what I'm saying? So then you give them a little bit more of a sample until now you got everybody working to always make sure that we always got justice. And you do it by having that program. Well, this is a new way of life, you see. So, you know, if a police officer happens to take out, you know, a child or something, right? And they say, well, we'll just give you $1 million settlement. Nah, you know what I'm saying? I don't want this. I don't want no $1 million settlement. What I want is I want that officer prosecuted. I want the police station prosecuted. I want the state prosecuted. And on top of that, I don't want a settlement. I want you know, a perpetuity and restitution from the state times 500 the amount of life insurance that I had on a child. Like, I'm really gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you so hard it leaves a hole in your face. You know what I'm saying? And then people will say, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, they haven't been messing with us. You know what I'm saying? Like, things have been better. And then you start to say, like, this is how it's supposed to feel. This is how you're supposed to feel good. It's just like, you know, the first couple of days, you know, when you start working out. When you start working out, it's like, ah, man, my back is sore. You know what I'm saying? Like, ah, man, my neck is sore. But then you look in the mirror, you like, wait a minute, now I see my pecs popping. I see my triceps popping. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could pick this box up that I used to have to use a lift with. Then I start feeling good. Like, now I'm not tired. I could stay up a little bit more after work. Now working out has become a way of life. So now you're not only doing the bench press, but now you starting to investigate and say, well, how can I get better benefits? Okay, now I'm going to introduce diet into this. You see, so now we getting justice. How can we make this better? Okay, now I'm going to introduce education and business into this. You see what I'm saying?
No, you're right, man.
Real time.
And I think what it is right now is everybody's so conditioned to, if I see somebody in, let's say, like Robb's neighborhood get, like, you know, gunned down or something, you know what my expectation is? Al Sharpton to show up. And that's what almost every black person, that's what our expectation is. We're going to see Al Sharpton or one of these other bootlicks. They're going to be out there. They're going to say, oh, forgive. And don't worry about the money, because we're going to take care of the money for you. And, you know, just forget about your family member, and we'll take you off some of the money from his death or her death or whatever. And that's how people been conditioned right now.
I agree. And you know what else I think is real important for that? What's really important for that? And I don't know how to do this. This is something that I would like probably ask everybody in the room about. Shout out to my man James. What I think we need to do in order to change that is, anytime there is a victim of something, right? Like, say, for instance, there is a victim of police violence, or say, for instance, there is a victim. What we need to do is we need to get those people away from the mainstream media, and we need to get them to start coming to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, say, for instance, you know,
and that's already happening, by the way.
Oh, that's good.
It's already happening, man.
And then that needs to become normalized. Like, yeah, I'm going to skip the CNN interview. What I'm actually going to do is, you know, I'm going to talk to my man TD Hip Hop Media, or I'm going to go on Phil Scott show, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to write, you know, I'm going to email Professor Black Truth and see if he can do, you know, the crime the crime report on this incident where this criminal harmed my child or something like that, or you know what I'm saying, like something like that. And you know, everybody has their favorite content creators or black media or whatever, but my thing is, I'm not trying to take away from or add credibility to anybody. What I'm saying is, if Professor Black Truth is your man and that's your black media, use that like black media. If Tariq Nasheed is your man and you use that as black media, use that like black media. If Phil Scott is your man, use that as black media. Stop going to CNN. Stop going to MSNBC. Don't go to your local newspaper, because when we start pulling those stories away from those people and we start using our, you know what I'm saying? When we start using our media, what that does is says these people are so illegitimate that they don't even want to bring their information to them. These are the people that they want to bring the information to. You see what I'm saying?
And shout out to I believe her name was Shaquillin dad, because he started going on independent media, and he was also doing, I believe, local media, because that was not a national headline until the small groups started making it into a headline. And so CNN, them, they started covering it. All of a sudden, they're interested in it. And the same thing with this other brother that the one that got he got murdered. I don't want to say murdered. He got M-worded in front of that Family Dollars, and nobody was covering it. But then you see people like what was that? What's that show called? It's like this is I can't even think of her name, but I think you guys know who I'm talking about. The what's that brother name? Jaquillin. I don't know if you guys heard about that case.
I don't know, but I think that you know, Gen X and Gen X generation on down, we ain't rocking with like CNN and none of these channels no more. We figured it out, and these news networks are dying out. I think they only got the boomer segment left. After that is a wrap. We don't get our news from mainstream media, and they know it. They struggling on TV. You turn on CNN for a couple of minutes, you already can tell, like, you know, the propaganda and nonsense that they're trying to. All they do is talk about Trump. Nobody's scared of Trump. You know what I'm saying? So our generation on down. Our generation on down is not getting their news from there. But the only thing is like, for instance, like with this whole Kyrie and Ye situation or whatever, like, I'm really committed to not buying Nike no more. You know what I'm saying? No more Adidas. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to get that message to like my son or my daughter or whatever. You know, it's a little bit hard because they get it, but then again, they like, you know, they don't, you know, it's just shoes or something like that. You know what I mean? But trying to instill the principle of trying to be buying black owned or building your own or whatever is a little bit, I don't want to say daunting, but trying to, you know, put it into them like, yo, we need to really change the dynamic of where we spend our dollars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the reasons why. My bad, Jay. As soon as I get done, I'll let you finish, bro. That's one of the reasons why I try to concentrate on looking at this kind of stuff from a business standpoint. Not so much, for one, I have experience in business. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's where I got my education at. But then also because it's the best, most non-criminal, but most effective and information-based way to be able to actually muscle a narrative. You know what I'm saying? Like it has to be like that. Go ahead, Jay. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're right. No, you're talking before me, man. Like he was saying, like when buying from ourselves, it's mostly that boomer generation. Like over here in my neighborhood, I expect the boomer generation, like, and I've actually talked to them, they want a corporation to come and build a grocery store, while most of the people that's Gen X and down, they want somebody, you know, from the neighborhood to build a store, and they would rather see a mom and pop storefront instead of a corporation, because the corporations are going to mess you over. And not only do they mess you over, but they take money out of the community instead of having somebody that's actually inside of the community. The problem is that giving them the resources, and that's why I said reparations will actually kind of work out, because these people, I think if you give some people reparations, they're going to start running. They're not going to be walking. some people might be just standing still buying shoes, like this brother just said. Some of us might be just buying shoes from other people and blow our money. But I do think that money is going to have a very positive outcome for a lot of us, especially business-minded Black people.
Yeah, now I agree.
I definitely agree with that.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
AB. Yeah, I agree, Faye. Go ahead, AB.
I feel as though if we can steer our dollars towards, Black-owned businesses, Black-owned companies, it will definitely open up their eyes to us being a major player. You know what I'm saying? If I'm buying, like right now, like I said, I'm committed to like buying Black. You know what I'm saying? Now, can I do everything? Can I do everything? As far as buying Black, I don't. Maybe not, but I can make a consistent effort, a conscious effort to buy Black. You know what I'm saying? And if all of us is doing that, it disrupts their system. You know what I'm saying? For sure. The next pair of sneakers I get, they're probably gonna be from Ethics. There's a brand called Ethics, which is a Black-owned brand from a retired basketball player. I can't remember his name, but he's Black. He could get my dollars. Rob, I ain't got no problem supporting. You know what I'm saying? Because whatever you believe in, or not even believe in, whatever you know to be right, whatever you think is on a right path, you support it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else do that.
Facts. And like I agree. And shout out to you for that, AB. AB supports the AB supports the platform all the time. You know what I'm saying? You guys don't see it a lot of times because it's a Cash App, and I always try to shout out the Cash Apps because I don't have my phone by me. But AB and AJ down there in the comments, honestly, for the most part, I'm very grateful. Jay and supports Faith. You know what I'm saying? I'm very grateful because I have a great community of people that are extremely supportive. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is when I say that the content creators that I shout out, you know what I'm saying? Like my man TD Hip Hop Media, my man Moxie Approved, you know what I'm saying? My man Keep It 100, We Woke Now. You guys, Torian Rain, you guys will see me in those people's comment sections. If I'm not a member of their channel, I'm gonna do my best to be a good moderator. I'm gonna do my best to, go ahead and promote their platforms. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna send them a super chat. I'm gonna do as much as I can to actually not only support them, but also back up what I say. Like if I say Moxie Approved is a good content creator, go check him out. That's a good brother. I can't tell you guys that, and then y'all don't never see me over there. You know what I'm saying? Just like my man Keep It 100. Like I'll be like, yo, my man Keep It 100. You know what I'm saying? This is a great content creator, entertaining show that he does. You know what I'm saying? Go check him out. What that look like if every time y'all go over there, I ain't over there. You know what I'm saying? Just like me and TD. I tell people go check out TD's videos. You don't see me over there. You don't see me working with him. What that look like? You know what I'm saying?
And you know what? With TD, man, he has the cleanest version, which I think that if you put somebody like him on mainstream media, he has a cleaner version than I think like I would say like you Black Lightning and somebody like Professional Black Truth, because it's a message that people can get around. He doesn't even say like white supremacy and bastard baby making like Jason Black and them. So he has a message that gets through to the people and it's not offending the people. I love I like Tariq Nasheed, man, but he offends a lot of people, even though he has a good message,
Man.
I agree. Like everybody has their lane and like everybody has their purpose. Like, see, like me, you know what I'm saying? Like if we gonna compare it to hip hop, you know what I'm saying? If we gonna compare it to hip hop, TD is Jim Jones. You know what I'm saying? Like TD is, he come out with the stuff that's palatable that people can listen to and stuff like that. I'm Stack Bundles. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I'm a little bit more rough. You know what I'm saying? Like, my stuff is more back of the trunk, gritty. You know what I'm saying? We slinging these CDs for $5 a pop. TD is polished. You know what I'm saying? Like good, good presentation. But, we present to the people that we present to the messages that we trying to present. And as long as, I get the people that I'm talking to to be able to be on the same page and recognize the things that TD is saying. And then, maybe somebody that's coming from like, another area like Professor Black Truth or Tariq Nasheed, the idea is to get everybody, on the same page. So that way, when we're on the same page, everybody knows what to look for. So we don't need MSNBC or we don't need CNN sitting here yelling, talking about, oh, yo, this is misinformation. Nah, we can pull up these reports and show you where we're getting harmed with hate crimes the most while they sit up here passing these bills for other people. You know what I'm saying? The bills for other people is actually misinformation, because here goes the raw information from this video that TD just put out last week that shows where Black people was getting attacked with hate crimes the most.
Right.
And you don't explain to your...
So
I was just gonna say they don't explain to the audience the difference between hate crime incidents and hate crime and actual hate crimes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
My bad, y'all. I ain't mean to cut y'all off. So go
No,
ahead.
you're good, man. And also, I wanted to throw this in right quick.
I just wanted to, real quick. I just wanted to say, want to thank you, Rob, man, for all that you do. You know what I'm saying? Because you get things across in a way that maybe I couldn't get, you know what I'm saying? So, that's why I definitely support. Also, it's like you could tell how they're throttling your channels and stuff like that. There's no reason why you shouldn't be like at 20, 30, you know what I mean, 50,000 subscribers or whatever with the content. I mean, it's nothing that you put on your channels that is not based in facts. You know what I mean? So, I just want to thank you again, brother, man. Like, I definitely
No doubt, bro.
you.
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Like, I appreciate you, AB. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Faith. Appreciate you, Jay. Everybody in the chat. I appreciate all y'all, man. Thank you.
AB and give you your flowers. And I want to come right behind AB and say the same thing, because I was actually going to speak on that. And thank you, AB, for putting it out there, because I'm going to second that, because I say it many times, Rob, like, and that's such good. And it's so touching that it's a lot of us that, whether you realize it or don't, but we're here. And it's not just us on your platform. It's many others that would, if they hit the like button or not, believe me, they watching. But it does suck that you have other content creators that's out there that's somewhat speaking the same information, and some of them are speaking the same information. And like AB said, they're at 50,000, 100,000, 200 point this or 20 point this thousand, all this crazy numbers, and they're getting these subscribers. And why aren't your numbers up there? Is it because you're so raw and so cool with it? Like, what is it? Because you should be right up there with the rest of them. But just know, don't matter what those numbers show on the board, you have more support than what them numbers show. I believe that in my heart.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I don't. That's why I don't trip about it. Like my man D-Buck over here. You know what I'm saying? My man D-Buck on Twitch, and Nikki over here. You know what I'm saying? Get noticed with Nikki. They'll tell you, man. Like when I tell y'all, you know what I'm saying, that like I actually work with y'all and help y'all if y'all got a message that you want to talk about the mainstream. Like even Izzy. Like I known Izzy and get noticed with Nikki before I even came to YouTube. Same with Shatera, you know what I'm saying? So like these people, like they know me. You know what I mean? When I say that I do something like that, or I try to help somebody in the best way that I can, I'm dead serious. I'm not playing. Like I'm not the person that'll just throw that shit out there and then it's like, nah, I ain't gonna do that shit. Nah, I'm gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So I actually mean that. If it's shit that y'all are concerned about, or like an issue that you think is not getting talked about, if I can fit it in, if I can do it, I'm gonna do it, or I'm gonna try to bring you up where you got a platform to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to integrate these call-ins, so that the people that watch frequently, the people that like to be involved with the interaction, you know what I'm saying, so that y'all get a test run on what it feels like. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully this is something that goes on and and perpetuates. And as far as YouTube, what they do as far as hating on the channel and all that, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, like I said, I already got the best subscribers that YouTube got to offer anyway. So, you know what I'm saying? Everything else is just extra. You know what I mean?
Woo, 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 woo.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah.
Real shit. Real shit.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to amplify what they just said. Because I was going to say this too before he even said it. I truly believe that when it comes to TD, when it comes to you and other people like that, you guys are shadow banned, man. I'm not sure if you guys kept up with the Twitter files, but they showed how they can shadow ban people and how they can amplify other people. Where even if they don't even they're not into your content, they'll still push you on this other person. So I do believe that you guys are shadow banned. To be honest with you, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. I'm a numbers cruncher. You know what I'm saying? And like it, you know, people that I talk to like on a regular basis, I'll find like a little tiny channel and I'll be like, yo, watch this channel. Look how they boosting this channel. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Like,
Shut up, Rob,
crazy.
because you're about to piss me off because I get pissed off on that because people that it ain't about crap. And I'll be like, yo, why do I look at Rob numbers? Like, why isn't my boy like hold up, even down to Facebook? And I'm kind of Rob. That's why you don't even see me on Facebook like that no more. Because I've noticed your stuff does not get pushed on there. So it's like, you know, I have to come to YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they'll try to act funny with YouTube, but at least even if it tries to be funny, I could scroll and I'll get your stuff. I'll know. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, but I've noticed on Facebook, it doesn't pop up because and it's not just you, it could be personal stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to share out or whatever. But when I'm trying to share out, it doesn't pop up on Facebook. Whether if I share your Facebook live on Facebook, or whether if I try to share and expect, don't let me try to share your YouTube live videos to Facebook. Oh, it's on my page, but ain't nobody else seeing it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You know, they use that shadow banning, you know what I'm saying?
Like, that's not cool.
Yeah, like Jay was saying, I don't know. Have you guys actually heard about the Twitter files and what's going on and all that stuff they've been releasing lately?
The web, Rob? I'm sorry.
The Twitter files, like Elon Musk has been just like dumping all of this information about what's been going on Twitter with like the shadow banning.
Yeah, I've been seeing it. BS. Yeah, he's full of shit too. I don't know what the hell going on because he be posting crazy stuff. I don't know what to believe.
Nah, that's facts. I agree. Elon out there a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Because this dude, I'm like, what the hell is going on with him with Twitter?
Right.
Real quick, this is actually dope. You know, having us on the panel. Appreciate that, Rob. Like, you know, I'm a type of person that like to listen. You know, listen more than I talk, mostly because I have a problem speaking. But yeah, this is real dope.
I don't think you got a problem speaking, bro. You real articulate. You know what I'm saying? And one thing that I noticed is that, like, you know, people who have accents, or, you know what I'm saying, like people who aren't from the United States, not just black people, like anybody, you know what I'm saying, like anybody that has, you know, parents who aren't from here, or anybody that you know, they originate not from here, they always are like really self-conscious about their voice, or like if an accent is coming through. And like my thing is, in most cases, from my encounters with people that aren't from the United States, the ones who have practiced their English, a lot of times they're more articulate than us. You know what I'm saying? So I think you speak really well. I think you're really articulate, bro. I don't even think you need to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? So don't even trip.
Boy, you better stop hating on your own accent. We like your accent, boo.
Yeah, no doubt. You know what I'm saying?
What y'all talk about? This is a Jersey accent.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the East Coast accent.
What do you mean? I hear it. I know it's Jersey, but I'm Cali. But I stayed in the East Coast, New York, Massachusetts, so I know.
You said, "Listen here, son."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right? What up, yo?
Yeah.
Listen here. These niggas talking about this reparations. These shits out here sounding 730, son. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's crazy,
Don't
son.
this is all love.
Word of mother.
Yeah. This is dope. You know what I mean? Like when Rob put the link in there, I said, "Yo, let me get on this." I was surprised. Rob took a vacation. I'm like, "Oh, bro, like Rob ain't, he's slacking or whatever." But I know he be going hard. So definitely, that vacation was well worth it. You know what I'm saying? But
Well, he took a
I
vacation
woke
and I
up
took one too.
and I
Because
was
when
like, "Oh."
I couldn't catch him on here, I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna stop coming on for a while. Shit.
I was like, "Yo, you live?" I was like, "All right, let me get on."
Yeah, for sure, man. Like I said, I'm gonna start dropping the link more often. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to come up so that we can talk. But like, I ain't even gonna lie. Like sometimes, like I just get frustrated, right? Because like my other channel, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I was actually talking to TD about this the other day. My other channel, I had a goal like by the end of this year to be at 4,000 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? And so like I was dropping the little videos because I didn't really have a lot of time to do a live stream. So like I was trying to drop some videos. And then like, you know what I'm saying? Like I got that email that I posted on my community wall. And I'm like,
Yeah, I saw that.
Man, yeah, I'm like, man, I'm not gonna be able to use the channel for 3 months now. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why I got the other channels. Because when something like that happens, I just lock the channel down and don't touch it until the strike fall off. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm like, man,
Rob, which of your channels? You know you got 50,000 in which channel? Because I didn't see that on the community wall. When?
The big one, Black Light Revelations 1.
Are you serious?
He posted it yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, I posted it yesterday. I had just got it, like, and it had just came off a strike. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, like it ain't even been off strike for a month. That's why I hadn't been posting. You know what I'm saying? And then like they took down. I had posted a video about Kanye West, Chris Paul, and Kim Kardashian. They struck it down and said it was hate speech.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, they
you
say
know what? So it's okay to strike you
right
down,
now.
but I could get on YouTube right now and find 1,000 other videos that's talking about the same darn thing.
That's what I did. I told them that, and I sent them links.
Wow.
And I also sent them links to the articles that I used. I was like, all I did was give articles, and I gave maybe like 3 or 4 sentences of commentary. Like literally, like within about 15 minutes, they was like, "Yeah, we reject your appeal." I'm like, for real? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Rob.
Wow.
They like, yeah, this guy Rob. We watching him. We
Yeah.
watching
Wow.
him. Like, nah.
But it's like, for what? Like why are they watching him so hard? Because he's not even at like 100 million. He's not even a freaking 50,000 followers, a million followers. He's not even at a million. So why are they watching him so hard? What is the issue?
Because
what
he's not talking
teaching,
nonsense.
Man,
he's not talking nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
He's
So
not talking nonsense.
when you put something out there and it's able to let people stop, let people focus for more than 15 seconds is a problem. You could put a cat video on. You put a cat video on something silly on YouTube or whatever, and that gets all the click. That's what they want. They don't want us. They don't want us thinking. They don't want us talking. You know what I mean? They don't want us, coming up with solutions to problems. You know what I'm saying? They don't want us figuring it out.
Yeah, no, I agree. A large portion of the economy, the great American economy, a large portion of that is on the assumption that we won't ever figure it out.
That part, I already know. We all know.
You know.
I hope everybody on the platform listening know. Shit.
Yeah, no doubt. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, smash that like button. So look, check this out. Jay, you still here?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I'm just listening right now.
So here goes my question. Like, how many of y'all have seen this? And the reason why I pulled this up is because this right here directly goes with that whole Rhode Island nonsense. You know what I'm saying? If you guys have seen this video, give me a thumbs up in the comment section. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. And on the panel, have you guys seen this?
Yep. I already know a video that is. Yep.
Is this
this video looks familiar. I'm not sure if I've seen this lately though.
The Dr. Claude Anderson.
The Powernomics
video?
Yeah, he has a lot of videos, so I
Now-
could have seen it or maybe not.
Right. So yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
well, I'm a dork. I'll be binge watching y'all. I'm a dork.
So look, check this out. What we gonna do? Because we gonna watch a little bit of this
I'll be binge watching.
and stop it and go. Because like my thing is like I think this is important to like go over because of all of these different situations. So I'm gonna play it, and if you guys want me to stop it at any point, let me know. And even if y'all want me to stop it in the chat at any point, let me know. Because I want to kind of have a discussion about this, because I think a lot of the stuff that he talks about in this video are some of the things that people don't recognize. Because one of the reasons why I think that this whole thing is like so far out of control is because people don't know what it is that's going on. And I think that when they see something, they don't really know how to articulate their needs properly. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
say, for
you're
instance,
right.
like, yeah, like if you a baby, like babies cry, right? So, but the difference between babies and like us is that a baby is crying, but a baby has a loving parent that's going to say, okay, you either are thirsty, you either need some baby food, or you need your diaper changed, or you're in pain. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody out there looking out for us like that except us. So, you know, what I think that people need to start doing is start to be able to decode little situations or little issues and start having some pattern recognition and have already preset remedies for these problems that we're seeing happen. You see
Right.
what I'm saying?
And stop getting distracted too, you know.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely, not getting distracted.
I don't see how any black person can sit at home, go out into their community, or you know, just reflect on what's going on in their life and be like, "Oh yeah, January 6th is the most important thing to me, and that's why I need to go out and vote." I don't see
Right,
that,
like,
bro.
how are they even selling that?
Yeah,
How are they
Did
selling
somebody
it?
say that?
Did somebody say that?
Well, they put it in this little. We need to save democracy, and they use January 6th as a reference to it.
Here go my thing as far as the whole save democracy thing. If you black and they try to sell you that, you need to turn around and ask them, well, when the hell have we ever had democracy? We've been living in chaos.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like what is you talking about democracy? The people who have enjoyed American democracy are the people who were at January 6th. They feel that their democracy was threatened and they were there to try to intervene on that. So those were the appropriate people who should have been there. We were exactly where we should have been, trolling and making fun of them on YouTube and not there.
Oh, shit is funny. I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying?
It is, man.
Like shit, like somebody said, oh my god, you know, like it's going down in on January 6th. Yeah, I bet it was going down on January 6th. You know what I'm saying? It was going down over here too. We had a barbecue. All right, have a nice day.
That part.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, shit. We had some ribs. We had the salmon wrapped in foil. You know what I'm saying? We had some corn on the grill.
Game, nigga.
I had popcorn.
Yeah.
I had popcorn.
Look, we had some greens on the stove, some sweet potato pie. Shit, nobody thinking about that shit.
I was like, oh, come look at this. Somebody come look at this.
Right, like Kevin Hart. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come over here and look at this. Yeah, they was out there like Mike Epps on that Ghostface Killer impersonation. They out here trying to steal my pot to gold. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. All right, so I'm gonna play this real quick and let me know what y'all think.
All right.
Anyone. I'm here to speak to you as Geronimo talked to a general in the 1880s in the mountains, not too far from here. When he met with him at a peace conference, a powwow, and said to him, he said, this morning, I want to speak to you the truth. And I want the truth to be like arrows that go out from my heart and my soul to your mind and your body. And I want each and every one of you to understand what I'm talking about this morning. You see, I'm very profoundly disturbed. I just left Tuskegee, where black folk are suffering. And I'm very disturbed when I go across this country and I cannot find the sensitivities and the concerns about black folk in America that I want to see. And the only minister that I have seen and heard from any place in this nation has been Dr. Price, that is telling you what you should be listening to. And I've spoken all over this country and all over the world representing presidents and governors. And he is the only minister I've run into so far that violates all the social norms that were exacted on black folk back in the 1790s as this country began to move into the evangelical movement. And they decided in the 1790s that it's now permissible to have a black preacher or to have black folk invest themselves into a religious experience. And the establishment in this country says, yes, we will let blacks have their own separate services, but we must pick the minister. We must pick a minister that is controllable.
Now, I think that he brings up a good point right there. Like, we like 2 minutes into the video, and I think that he already brought up 2 good points. The first point that I think that he brought up that was really good is that the anti-blackness in the country is at an all-time high. And like I say that all the time, including among black people. And like, that's a huge problem. Like, even black people are getting more anti-black, which is bad because that definitely blurs the line as far as, you know, quote unquote white supremacy, right? So then the second part that he brought up is, you know, we will put these representatives in place as long as they can be controlled. Now, here's my thing, right? Those same people that put up representatives that can be controlled, those would be the same people who we would be dealing with that would be paying out the ATM reparations money as long as the reparations can be controlled. So my question is, what do you guys think about that? And how do you think that we can maintain as much control as we can?
Well, I guess I'll start that one because I'm very, oh, that's deep. Like, as far as the black on black, okay, we've already been seeing it. It ain't nothing new. Okay, so we already know that ain't nothing new. But the black on black crime is different from black on black racism. We've been seeing the crime, but the racism, yes, we do see it. And it's very true. It sucks. Do I think it's going to change? I don't know. Probably not. Because, I mean, we're seeing a lot where people feel like, you know, to each his own, but oh, how can I say this in a nice way and not sounds people sometimes don't want to be what they own. They feel like it's better, or whether if it's relationships, friendships, whatever, just being against, thinking they better than, even if they don't have more than, or if they do, you know, it sucks because we shouldn't be against each other the way our race is, regardless of whatever you want in a relationship. Put the relationship out the way. You know what I'm saying? But as far as just togetherness, is so distraught and so disconnected. It actually hurts and it's sad, you know. And as far as leaders, and when he spoke of ministers, that's what the part that hit me, because he's very true on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Rob, you know, me, you, Izzy, we had our discussions. I am faithful. You know what I'm saying? I am religious. I don't really try to say too much religion. Everybody can say religion, but I am faithful to my God, to Jesus Christ. But, you know, with a lot of these pastors in these today churches, with these prosperity preachers, that's what I am against. You know, I'm for if you're going to say it like it is. A lot of these new age, the Joe Osteens, the TD Jakes, all that prosperity, they're not leading the way that they should. We have people that sit at their advocates and things like that in the communities. They say that they're this, but then when they're out there, they're saying one thing, but behind closed doors, they're not doing what they're saying. So he's definitely correct. It's sad. We have a disconnect and we have a dysfunction in being truthful. And that's sad.
Yeah, I agree. Anybody else?
Real quick, I didn't get to hear exactly what was said because my phone acted up and kicked me out. So I think I'm on here twice. I don't know if you can get rid of the other me.
Let me
If that
see.
makes
Hold
any
on.
sense.
There's no echo.
Hold on real quick. There we is. Okay, so I think we got it. Say something real quick, AB.
1 2 1 2 check 1 2.
Okay, yeah, we got you. All right, cool. You in there, bro. Yeah, so I think.
All right, so
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, I didn't get to hear what is Dr. Claude said. So can you like recap
Yeah,
it
it was only
real
it was
quick?
only 2 minutes in. We
And
can run it back for sure. Yeah, we'll run it back real quick. My thing is before we go back into it, right? Like I think, and let me know if you guys agree or disagree in the comment section. I think that one thing we take for granted, and one thing that we don't explore deep enough is that, okay, so psychology, right? Operant conditioning, right? Positive reinforcement. What have white people and other groups of people gotten positive reinforcement for in this country? The biggest positive reinforcement that people got was being rich, you know what I'm saying, from slavery, being rich from coming through slaughtering people, just taking their stuff. So when it comes to the particular group of people that's the dominant society, operant conditioning, right? Psychology over hundreds of years has psychologically conditioned them to show them that when they harm other people, society rewards them, right? And being that they're the dominant society, the main, when I mean say dominant, I mean mathematically dominant as far as a majority, they control the culture for the most part, and they influence subculture. So if we live in the United States with them as an overarching culture, some of that culture will rub off on us. That's where you get this meritorious manumission, and that's where you get the Samboism from. We see that when we harm each other, there are rewards for that as well as operant conditioning with positive reinforcement. You know what I'm saying? And there's negative there's negative reinforcement for trying to empower, or there's negative reinforcement for trying to represent right, or there's negative reinforcement for being on the right side of history. If you go with the lie and live with the lie and take the blue pill of white supremacy, you will have a stake just like Cypher. And you know what I'm saying? And you can come in and out of the matrix as you please until they feel like being done with you. You know what I'm saying? And then unplug you for good. But if you take the red pill and you understand that we actually do live in a system that has tentacles, and that system positively reinforces other people, and it's part of the culture, right? To benefit from that. And that's the first stepping stone of being a part of that culture. We now will have to accept the reality that not only are we born out of this culture, but we're at war with the very culture that we're a product of, that we're a bastard child of. And I think that that's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. And I think that it's a nuance that clouds people's vision and how to deal with some of the problems that face us.
Man, agreed.
Yeah. What do you guys think? What do you think, AB?
Totally agree.
Yeah, so I think that's
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I totally agree with those sentiments, because I like going back to the tentacles that you just mentioned. Like, absolutely. Like I was saying that before. Even with me trying to focus on multiple things at one time is a little bit difficult. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard. You know what I mean? We getting attacked by so many different angles when you can only really fight one thing at a time, but we're getting bombarded from north, south, east, and west, and we're fighting in a circle. You're trying to hit everything at once, and not being able to focus on a particular thing, kind of for lack of a better word, like takes, I was gonna say rob, but I'm gonna say, take away from what we actually need to do. But that's that's about it.
Yeah, no, that's a good explanation, bro. Did anybody else want to add before we go back to the video?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I think you could go on and keep playing.
All right, that's what's up. Here we go.
Here to offend. I'm here to speak to you As Geronimo talked to a general in the 1880s in the mountains not too far from here, when he met with him at a peace conference, a powwow, and said to him, he said, this morning, he said, I want to speak to you the truth. And I want the truth to be like arrows that go out from my heart and my soul to your mind and your body. And I want each and every one of you to understand what I'm talking about this morning. You see, I'm very profoundly disturbed. I just left Tuskegee, where black folk are suffering. And I'm very disturbed when I go across this country and I cannot find the sensitivities and the concerns about black folk in America that I want to see. And the only minister that I have seen and heard from any place in this nation has been Dr. Price, that is telling you what you should be listening to. And I've spoken all over this country and all over the world representing presidents and governors. And he is the only minister I've run into so far that violate all the social norms that were exacted on black folk back in the 1790s as this country began to move into an evangelical movement. And they decided in the 1790s that it's now permissible to have a black preacher or to have black folk invest themselves into a religious experience. And the establishment in this country says, yes, we will let blacks have their own separate services, but we must pick the minister. We must pick a minister that is controllable. And we must tell him exactly what he's supposed to do. We will license the ministers. So by the 1720s, the entire establishment in this country has set up a system saying that any black minister in this country, he has an admonishment. He must teach black folk three things so that religion will become a control device to help us maintain the status quo on black folk in this country.
So now here's my question for you guys. Do you guys think that that particular thing that he's talking about right there has evolved? And if you guys think that it's evolved, then my question is, what has it evolved into and what's an example of it? See, if you ask me, I think that the religion thing that he's talking about has now actually turned into just the actual racism element, and people like Al Sharpton and fake organizations like BLM are the new preachers. You know what I'm saying? And the control people, I think he's talking about, are organizations like the ADL and the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Now you're right about that. Congressional Black Caucus.
That's what's evolved, but us having those strong leaders and those strong teachers, not just being a leader, but also being a teacher, having those strong ones, that has not evolved. It's actually decreased. There's still some out there, but they're few. It's decreased. You know, people are, as the world is for show. They could speak a nice bunch and they could put a bow on it and make it look good, but that gift is really only for themselves. They ain't worried about the rest of the people.
Right. No, I agree. Jay, what was you gonna say? Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, I agree with them too. Congressional Black Caucus, Reverend Warnock. You look at all these people, and they're pretty much the handpicked Negroes. And on top of that, I think that is actually the strategy of that woman who created the abortion clinic. She said that you can send white doctors out there to get these women to get these abortions. You got to bring in a black doctor, train them, and send them out there to the black communities with your message.
Yeah, they did the same thing with the Tuskegee study. They used a black nurse.
Yep.
And as long as they're a black face up there, you think you have representation and they're acting in your best interest.
But you guys see how funny that is? How you guys just brought up two good points from Margaret Sanger and with the nurses of Tuskegee, how they were big on pushing out the black physicians and the black nurses. To this day, Do anybody notice how that it's like it's always to push something, it's always putting a black face out there to be the fall for when it's considered negative. Oh, well, it was a black face when they consider it negative.
The jab.
Yep.
Yeah, facts.
Yep.
Matter
And
of
that's
fact,
something else.
go
That's
ahead.
something else. They beat Kyrie Irving over that jab thing.
Yeah, and they actually is what I find. This is check this out, right? During the jab, they got the family of some of the victims of Tuskegee to, come and give a particular message to black people. During this whole Jerry Jones thing, they went and got some of those Little Rock 9, elderly people to give another message. So, like, the thing is that you say what?
That's the say word. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had it on CNN. They actually got one of the people who was there, one of the kids from the Little Rock 9 to say, go ahead and forgive Jerry Jones. Did you guys see that? If you guys saw that,
Wait,
it was a CNN.
Rob, repeat that. You said forgive who?
Jerry Jones, who was in that
I
picture.
saw
I
it.
did not see that.
He was with Don Lemon.
Yep.
Yeah,
Wait,
him and
Don
Don
Lemon's
Lemon.
still on TV?
Yep. Unfortunately, yes.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Also, they got people from the Tuskegee to tell us something.
Yeah, about the jab.
What they gonna tell us?
what they wanted to tell us, what they told us was exactly what the news told them to tell us. So you can imagine what that is. You know what I'm saying? That it's nothing like the Tuskegee study. That's what they said.
Oh, of course they say something like that.
Okay, yeah. Now I'll pass.
Right.
I'm good.
My thing is, you got to ask the question: why is it so easy, for them to get people to just say this kind of nonsense? I mean, you can even get people who were there, ground zero. You know what I'm saying? Like right there, who were part of these things, to even go against what was done to them. Like how what amount of money or what is it that they're giving these people? Yeah, they don't have no money.
It's programmed, you know it. They done set it into people's minds to be set to accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think she's correct as far as the programming or whatever. Our parents generation, they do a lot of belief. They think that this system is out to help, and no matter how much you showed them that, they're not trying to help you. They have an agenda that's out to hurt you. You know what I'm saying? And they just go along with it. Now we, on the other hand, we take the information and we look into it. Like, we actually check. Like, I hear what you're saying. I'm gonna go check on what you just told me, and if everything is copacetic, then we could go from there. And we're not we're like I said before, we're not dumb. And that's where they're messing up with their playbook. Their playbook, they think that we're like them, like our parents and them. Nah, we ain't on that. We ain't on that no more. You know what I mean?
Right.
We about that eye for eye. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna look into what you're telling us. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna just, do as we told.
Nah, absolutely. And I think that that's extremely important for people not to do what they're told. And I think it's extremely important for us to break away from that narrative. Like, nah, we don't support Barack Obama just because he's who y'all put out there. As a matter of fact, what we're putting out there is, if y'all put a black person out there, that person already is in our crosshairs. We already looking at him suspect because y'all behind him. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with like Kamala Harris. Like, nah, don't try to attach her to us. Keep her attached to where she needs to be. She needs to be attached to the Democratic Party because she's a Democrat. So that's what we're going to call her. You didn't do anything for us by using her as your puppet. That's all you. Like, and I think that more of us need to start tearing away from this media narrative, because like I think AB and Jay was both saying this, the mainstream media is in trouble. And like the thing is that we're moving away from the mainstream media, but the mainstream media is not just in trouble because of us. White people walked away from the mainstream media a long time ago.
That part. Oh, preach.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? White people already got their people that they listen to. They already listening to Newsmax. They already listening to to the Blaze. They already listening to the Washington Examiner, Matt Walsh, you know what I'm saying, the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, and all that. You know what I'm saying? They already had their own independent news medias that they get their gaslighting and media from, because that's what it is gaslighting and media for them. You know what I'm saying? But they did that a long time ago. The only one that's hanging in there is Fox. And that's why you see all of the other news media getting rid of, the people that they have to make it more palatable for white people, because they see the only way for brick and mortar white media to survive in today's age and time is to embrace the anti-blackness and be as close to Fox as you can, or else you're done. Because everybody's becoming increasingly nationalistic. White people have always been racist as hell, but now, like black people are starting to, you have these ADOS and you have this FBA, and then you have, you know what I'm saying, you have B1, you know what I'm saying, and all of these different things. And regardless of where you fall at on that scale, you know what I'm saying, black people are becoming more conscious of the bullshit. Even if you look at, certain areas of the manosphere, and even if you look at, some of the black women out here, you know what I'm saying, like, everybody may not agree on all their talking points, but everybody does agree on one thing, and it's that the mainstream media is full of shit.
That part right there. That part right there. Oh Lord. Yes.
Yeah, so they're in trouble. The only thing that they can unite on is their anti-blackness, which is what it's been from day one.
So let me have a question for you fellas. Now, this can be a question for everybody, anybody in the chat, whatever. But I guess I'm more speaking to you fellas. Okay. How do we, and you guys will understand as I ask the question, how do we, as our generation, knowing that the elder generation are stubborn, we're going to just say stubborn, and they stuck on their ways, and we try to put the word out to them. Now, me personally speaking on, like I said, I told you, Rob, my mom, she's got awakened. She understands. She's trying to act like she know more than me now. And I'll be like, mama, chill out, sit down. But you know what I'm saying? My big mama, she's not trying to really hear it. Like, she's like, baby, what? She'll nod her head, but she ain't hearing it. She ain't trying to go off of that. She's still stuck on her ways. So how can we, loving our loved ones, our elders, those that just want to stay stuck in those ways, do you guys think, especially, hold up, the question was because with my big mama, she's old school. So of course, you know what I'm saying, she's over 80 years old, almost 90. She's of that era where when she got married to my grandpa, it was everything how the man goes. Basically, it seemed like what he thinks, what he feels, even though if she feel a different way, she still goes on his direction. Because there's things that I talked to her about, I know she feels or may feel or think or have some itching of the same way or want to feel the same way, but she still stays on his views, on his way. Like, do you guys think or have any what's the word? Shit, I can't even think. Do you guys have
real quick, I mean, you
like
could
have any thoughts on getting her to just realize like it's okay to think otherwise? Or as being a man, do you think with her being of her age and that lifestyle, that era, maybe we can't get through to our elders, or is there a way we can?
I don't think it's for us to change them. You know what I'm saying? So,
But isn't it for if you know knowledge, isn't it for us to give the knowledge out and try?
I was gonna say that you can give them the information, and it's up to them whether they want to hear it or not. But at the end of the day, these are our elders, they are parents. You know what I mean? Even though we don't, we look at things a little bit differently, we still have to give them that respect, even though we may have some information that can better them or whatever. But at the same time, it's not for us to change their minds. We have the information to give on to our children, and our children can give it on to their children. But we're not supposed to change their minds. But that's my opinion. Everybody
No, I
else
feel
might feel
you, and
different.
I really feel what you said. Like we can't push on there or force them. Well, we can't. You know what I mean? And out of respect, because that is my elder, that's my big mama. Like I can't. You better hear me. Like no, heck no. I get slapped in my mouth, even at my age now. Like, but it's just like, dang. Sometimes it just disheartening, and it's hard because it's like, darn it. I want them to see what I see. Like, wake up. This is not those times, like the world has changed. It's different. Like you care for your loved ones, and you, whether old or young, you just want them to know the truth.
What do you think, Jay?
No, I understand what she's saying. But getting them to change, from my experience, like I was talking to this one woman. I was talking to, she's one of my coworkers. She's 60, I want to say 67, and I was talking to her about Sheila Jackson Lee, and I was asking her why she voted for Sheila Jackson Lee. Her agenda is different from my agenda. She said she votes for Sheila Jackson Lee because Sheila Jackson Lee makes her feel good, and she has a positive look or whatever the heck she was saying. And I'm voting for, like, economics and things that need to be accomplished. So I don't know how you really can break through to people like that, to be honest with you, because I tried and I failed hard. So,
Like, have you guys had loved ones that y'all try to talk to, or do you not try to talk to your loved ones because it might cause distraction?
no, you can talk to them. Just don't get angry in the conversation. Don't get angry.
Yeah,
Don't get mad.
exactly.
None of that. Tell them what you're going to tell them if they want to, and you can keep repeating, telling them, like, over time. But it's going to be hard to flip them because some of these people, man, you talk about Barack Obama, and shit, man, you might as well just walk out the house.
This is how I look at it, right? Because like here goes my thing, right? And real quick, I just want to give a quick shout out to my man Crypto Key, who just joined, and shout out to my man Kale.
Hey,
What up with both of y'all? So I look at, like, politics, right? POL, right? Is the real word. That's like policies. You know what I'm saying? Police enforce policies, politics. You know what I'm saying? Political. You know what I mean? So politics and business go hand in hand, right? And in my opinion, one of the reasons why we're so far behind in politics is because our politics are not linked with our business, because we have a huge deficit in business. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these other people, a lot of these other groups of people, they have family businesses, they have legacy businesses, they have generational wealth. So they've constantly been doing politics to line up with their business interest. A lot of us are not at that position. A lot of us don't have a family business. You see what I'm saying?
We're starting from zero.
Right. So, like, say for instance, I own like a whole bunch of commercial real estate, right? And I'm about to pass that down to my kids. Of course, they're going to vote similar to me, because their voting is going to be, well, what policies are going to give us the best tax breaks for our business? What policies going to give us the best licensings? What policies are going to give us the best zoning? You see what I'm saying? Who's our man for if we need to get this license to be as a judge? You see what I'm saying? So who's going to be the most effective sheriff to repossess things? You know what I mean? If somebody owes us some money or something like that. So they're going to have their interests aligned on the fact that they have similar business interests. We don't really have business interests. A lot of us don't. Some of us do. You know what I'm saying? But I would say the majority of us don't. So what you see with like what Jay was saying about people wanting to vote for Sheila Jackson Lee, she makes us feel good. Well, okay, well, if you look at this family over here, well, this guy's a complete asshole, but I'm getting a 50% tax break, which is going to increase my bottom line 25%. I'm voting for him. I don't care about feeling. When you don't have anything, you're voting for feeling. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm looking at politics like it's a business, I'm not going to talk to people about politics that aren't in the same business as me. And the business that I'm in is I want to see us in a better position to take control of our own destiny and have a better legacy. If you're in the business of hoping, I'm not in the same business as you. So we're not going to have the same politics. If you're dreaming about something, you know what I'm saying? You want some New Jack City, Christopher Williams, don't wake me, I'm dreaming. Yeah, nah, I'm about to skirt on somewhere else and talk to somebody else about that. Yeah, you go ahead and, color me bad and all that. I ain't got time for that. What I'm talking about is, okay, so what I want to do is I want to be able to buy up a bunch of real estate. I want to be able to then either lease or sublease my real estate to people that have a like mind to me, to be able to take financial control of a certain area. You know what I'm saying? And then to have a strong influence on the Chamber of Commerce and build politics from inside out. I can't talk to somebody that says, well, we just hoping for the first black president. That first black president sounds good, but it's not helping me achieve my objective. My objective is control. I'm up here trying to play the game of life. I'm out here trying to play chess. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here trying to be Lex Luthor. You know what I'm saying? I can't do that for somebody that's sitting around hoping. So if I identify that, in my family members, I mean, it's not going to hurt. It's not going to hurt them to continue doing what they're doing because, I mean, you're not in the same business as me. If what you want is your emotions to be satisfied, well, then you're voting the right way. Go ahead and vote for somebody that makes you feel good. Me personally, I want to see tangible objectives. So if I got to vote for somebody that's just vile, nasty, and saying some crazy stuff, or, you might not see the value in it. If I'm specifically looking to increase my net income 25%, I'm voting for the guy that's going to give the necessary tax break for me to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so I'd have to talk to a business, like say, for instance, Jay and AB are in business, right? So I'm going to say, yo, what's up, y'all? We having this conversation about who's giving these zoning license because I want to buy this block over here and set up a strip of bars. You know what I'm saying? So who's liberal with the liquor license? Oh, this person that's running for city council? Bet. We're going to all vote for them. I can't have that conversation with my parents because my parents ain't looking to set up no strip of bars.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see something on TV. It'll make them feel good to see somebody that looks like Barack Obama on TV. All right, well, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some good real estate and tax breaks so I can make chess moves. So I got to talk to people that are doing the same thing as me. And if you're a person that's an entrepreneur, or if you're a person that is about that life, you're the person that I need to be having that conversation with. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And topping that off, it almost slipped out of my mind. Like economics is finally becoming a priority for the Black community, and I don't know where it's been all this time. But then I was looking at the Black agenda; they have no idea what they're doing. And Maxine Waters actually sit on the board of the financial committee, and she helped write that Black agenda that they posted on that damn Congressional Black Caucus. And that tells me that they have no idea what economics is and the economic need of the Black community, and that the Black community has not demanded an economic type of plan from the Congressional Black Caucus.
Think about this. If your community has been perpetually economically starved, and for the most part, right, not everybody, but a large majority, the ones that most of these people are talking about, have been economically starved and represent a large number of the low income people, how would you have a gauge to even know what it is that you need? That's why you see so many people satisfied with, like, silly stuff like a $600 tax return and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Roots Tracker. What's good with it, Roots? Good to see you in here. And I'm laughing at Carla's comment because she got a point. She says nothing gets done until the men do it. So it may never get done. I hope that's not true. But you gotta, I mean, if we're looking at the evidence, you know what I'm saying? The evidence
Man, no, I'm sorry. As a woman, she's not lying, because it would be nice to say, yes, as a woman, it would be nice to say a woman being charged. Oh yeah, it get done. But just like again with LA. You know what I'm saying? Because I moved out of LA, so it was like I'm in a whole different area. You know, I'm still LA County, but I'm in Pico Rivera, so it's like my mom, my family, they're still all LA. So, you know, it was like I was kind of egging them on. F that Karen,
Yeah.
Bo Rick Caruso, because I don't care. People thought like, oh, you know what I'm saying? At first it was like, oh nah, he too aggressive. No. This dude, look, just like Trump, this is somebody who got money, who done stuff. Like this is somebody who he got property. This man could take over stuff and acres and lost properties. He could do something. And he was actually starting to do it while he was on the campaign. And that's why I was like, no, if I was still in the city of LA, I would have voted for him. But you know what I'm saying? I couldn't vote. So I was egging everybody else to vote for him because I know Karen is not gonna do nothing. It was a good talk. Oh, the homelessness. Everybody know. Hell, Cali is one of the biggest places and we got the one of the richest places, I should say, states. But we got the worst in homelessness. This is bad out here. If there's anybody on here that has never been to Cali, you might have been to Cali, but you was maybe in the beach area or a nice area. But if you ain't been to LA, where it's really going down, or in the areas, Northern Cali, Oakland, Sacramento, San Francisco, whatever, if you ain't seen what's really going on, we have the highest in homelessness. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
This heifer ain't gonna do nothing. And I guarantee y'all gonna see it on the news. She gonna be like a Joe Biden, where in a couple of weeks, it's gonna be like Karen Bass, she said she was gonna do for the homeless and clean up the streets. And it's gonna be like, just like Garcetti. The homeless still gonna be on the streets. She did all that.
I think they're gonna make her like that woman in Chicago. She's gonna be like the face of homelessness now.
I want to push back on my brother real quick about
ain't gonna do nothing. Like
real quick. I want to push back on my brother real quick on the Congressional Black Caucus. They absolutely know what they're doing. They absolutely know how leverage work. They think that we don't. All they're concerned about, just like Joe Clyburn, he's concerned about his own pockets and his own legacy. He ain't concerned about his people's legacy. You know what I'm saying? And then visiting Cali, since Rob showed that video, I wanted to go to San Francisco. I was gonna take a trip out to San Francisco, but when I seen old boy put his hands through the window and pulled out the luggage, I said, yeah, nah, I'm gonna wait.
Right.
Hey Rob, if I type in the chat, I don't know how to do this because this is my first time doing this on the StreamYard. Well, actually, look, because I ain't got time, I don't want to hold nobody up. But no, what was this? Yara, rule track, Yara, girl, seriously, no. Pico Rivera is not city of LA, it's county. Two, and I know you must be a LA sister, a Cali sister. 65% of the population of LA County is homeless. Y'all is damn right. And that actually it's not even 65%. It's actually higher. And Bass will take care. No, the fuck she won't.
No, she said Bass to take care of La Raza. She talking about the Latinos. She ain't gonna take it.
Well, Root Trackers, I love you, girl. I'm sorry.
Shout out to Oil King. What's good with it, bro?
I'm sorry.
All right, so I'm gonna play some more of this. All right, so let me know if y'all see any places that y'all want to stop on. All right.
I love you, Rod. I love you, girl.
Wait, real quick. It seems like I'm having issues when you play the video. I get kicked out, but go ahead.
Oh, are you having some issues when
I think it's my phone because I think it's my phone. I'm having problems with.
Why
the
did I
streaming
think
of the
about
song.
my Latino music?
But yeah, go ahead.
Maharaja.
All right, that's what's up.
Maharaja.
He said every black minister who we select or we license, they must teach black folk. First of all, when you talk about the Bible, you talk about the master and the slave, you are talking about the white master on earth and the black slave. You must secondly teach black folk to be humble and obedient and accept their life lot, and to be respectful and loyal to the white servant, to the white master. And lastly, you must teach black folk. You must teach black folk that they will get theirs in the hereafter, in pie in the sky. And that went into effect in the 1820s, and every black minister fell in the line and did it. And it stayed like that until after the Civil War, when 119 blacks on October the 19th walked into St. Paul's Church, Baptist Church in Raleigh, North Carolina, and says, we can't take it anymore. As black folk, the suffering is too acute. And said we must at least have 40 acres and a mule or something. You cannot just turn us loose free and say we're free and give us non-economic emancipation.
And see, you know what's funny? See, like shout out to my man Carlton Way. I don't know if Carlton Way is in here, but that's why I had made that comment when I was joking around, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm a FBA, I'm a Pharaoh Black American," because the thing is that despite the fact that a lot of people use that term Akata, you know what I'm saying, as a slur. In my opinion, it actually more accurately defines what's actually going on. You know what I'm saying? Because the definition of Pharaoh, if you look it up, it says, quote unquote, in parentheses, especially of an animal in a wild state, especially after escape from captivity or domestication. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that sounds bad. It sounds messed up. But that's literally what Dr. Claude Anderson just described.
Real quick, that word was never used in my household, but I finally asked my mother whether or not she knew what it meant.
Yeah.
And she didn't. I asked her, and she looked at me, and she just nodded and put her head down. Like, yeah, I know what that word means. So absolutely, that word is a slur, it has every negative connotation when African people use that word or whatever. I mean, now the kids are using it like the N word, like African kids use it like the N word or whatever. But historically, it's a Yoruba word, but a lot of West Africans do know what that word means, and it wasn't intended for good.
It's not positive at all.
Yeah, it wasn't a term of endearment.
Yeah, that's wild, man. But the thing that's crazy about it, though, to me, is like it actually depicts the conditions that we're dealing with. This is like, if you pay attention to what Dr. Claude Anderson said, he literally just described that shit. Like, listen to this real quick.
To the white master. And lastly, you must teach black folk. You must teach black folk that they will
Rob,
get theirs
can you
in the
stop it right
hereafter
quick?
and pie in the sky.
Yeah.
Rob, no, I just want to respond to Carla so she could get something straight, and you could probably just a couple of seconds back rewind it so people could hear your video. But she said Bass's daughter is a half Latino. Her husband Latino, only black blah, 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 blah. I don't care about that. But no. Carla, girl, if you don't stop playing, sis. No, she don't have no kids, boo. Them kids are his kids. No, she don't have no black kids. They're not half nothing.
Oh, those are his kids. So those are his kids.
Those are his kids. Yes.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yes.
But like I said, though, think about this, right? Karen Bass was a supporter of Nuri Martinez. And you know what's even more crazy?
Because hold on, Rob. one of the daughters, is she in the hospital or did they recently, a couple of days ago, declare that she died? She was in a car accident. One of the daughters was in a car. I believe she died. But don't quote me on that. But because I don't want nobody, this is allegedly, or however you got to say it online nowadays. But don't quote me. But one of the daughters was in a car accident and was in critical condition. But I believe a few days ago she died.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't hear Karen Bass tell Nuri Martinez or that Latino consul to apologize to the Black Americans of LA.
That part.
That's neither here nor there. Shout
That
out
part.
to Maine. What up with it, bro? What's good with
That part. Say it again, Rob. That part.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Vega. What up with it, Vega? Yeah, so she didn't.
Hi, Vega.
Karen Bass didn't say, she didn't go in on the Latino community. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing too. They didn't put the microphone. It's the same thing with the Jerry Jones thing, the same thing with the Kyrie thing. They didn't put the microphone in a bunch of Latino people's faces. Like, Sheriff Alex Villanueva is a piece of crap, and nobody shoved a microphone in his face and was like, well, we've heard you say some vile things about Black people on TV. What do you think about Nuri Martinez being caught on camera saying some of the same racist stuff that you've said on camera? Nobody did that to him. The LA Times sure as hell didn't. The LA Times started running articles about Ice Cube. But
as somebody in Cali, as you being, hold up, we're not even going to say somebody been in Cali, because I'm going to tell you, as a Black woman, you should probably know what my answer is. Nope. But
I'm rocking with Ice Cube.
Did anybody think that it was surprising that she was caught? It's not important she was caught, even if she wasn't caught, but that she was saying some disrespectful, racist stuff. It's a lot of them doing it.
You said, is anybody surprised? You said, is anybody surprised?
Yeah, is anybody surprised?
No. No.
It's a lot of them that don't get caught.
They have anti-Blackness embedded in their culture. Like Spanish, the Spanish was one of the first groups of people to actually create like actual nationwide legislation against the Black people there. They had the Black literacy laws. They had the Black tax. This is going back as far as the 1500s with the Roman Catholic Church. Those people are they're just another subset of WS framework. That's it as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, you said it. You said it in a nice way, because I would have said the full thing and would have got you a strike.
Yeah, don't do that. So look, check this out. Roots Tracker said, did y'all see KDL fight a brother? Who is KDL?
I don't know who KDL is.
Who's KDL?
Yeah, I don't know who that is. That's crazy. I hope it's not a woman. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know who KDL is. I can't tell you that one.
That's hilarious. Oil King says the only difference between Democrats and Republicans is that Democrats will give a few more crumbs in the social programs. The homeless situation is always here. Yeah, that's a fact. And it's going down in New York City too. Real quick, y'all, if y'all haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the video out, please share the video out, and also subscribe to my other social media and my backup channels.
Yes.
All right, y'all, I'm about to play the rest of this.
Guy. And that went into effect in the 1820s, and every Black minister fell in the line and did it. And it stayed like that until after the Civil War, when 119 Blacks on October the 19th walked into St. Paul's Church, Baptist Church in Raleigh, North Carolina, and says, we can't take it anymore. As Black folk, the suffering is too acute. And said we must at least have 40 acres and a mule or something. You cannot just turn us loose free and say we're free.
See, but that's that Pharaoh part that I'm talking about right there. You can't just turn us loose free and say that we're free. That's facts, what he's saying right there.
No, that's damn
literally
good
all
fact.
they did.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Kevin DeLeon, Crypto, and shout out to Crypto Key. Crypto says Kevin DeLeon is the guy they want to leave the LA Council but won't leave. Ah, okay, so he's the other guy.
Oh, you
talking
about Kevin DeLeon? That mother. Oh, you know what? If y'all don't hear me, look, I'm y'all sister out here with this BS. Look, I'm out here with this BS in Cali. Man, look, get his ass out too.
Let me see. Hold on.
Because it's Nuri Martinez, Kevin DeLeon, and the two that won't step down. No, Kevin DeLeon already stepped down. He didn't want to. Nuri Martinez, because she was the chair, so she stepped down first. Kevin DeLeon stepped down 2 days later, but it's two more. No. Is it? Hold on. Wait. Is it Kevin DeLeon? No, he did step down. Yeah. It's two more that won't.
Man, that's wild.
It's four of them.
Happened.
Yeah, it's four of them. That the reason that they say it's four of them, Robbie, because even though Nuri Martinez was primarily making the full racist remarks, but the other three was laughing. Nobody tried to say, Nuri, that's not cool. Nuri, stop. No, they was agreeing to it. They were laughing. So that's why the people are calling for all four members to step down or to be fired. But because of the stance of their positions, you can't just fire them. They have to either step down or be voted off.
My bad, y'all. Are y'all? Hold on, real.
We here.
We're here.
Are you guys able to hear that in the background? I forgot to. I was actually looking this stuff up real quick because this is wild, man. Like this is crazy as hell. This just happened. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on, real quick. Look at this.
See?
Hold on, real quick, man.
Oh, they throwing down.
This is crazy.
Oh, they throw it down.
Yeah, hold on.
He's gonna tell me it was a black guy.
Shut up.
I heard that's what Carla was saying, or that's what Bruce Stryker was saying. Look at this.
Breaking right now on Eyewitness News at 11, a brawl involving embattled LA City Councilman Kevin DeLeon. He was handing out toys to kids at a local community center tonight when a group of people confronted him. The video shows some of what happened. Police are using this as part of their investigation. DeLeon's spokesperson says the person in this video headbutted the councilman right before this video was taken.
And what the video doesn't capture most conveniently is he thrusted his pelvis into me and then he headbutted me right to the head. I grabbed him and I put him on the table. I held him on the table there for maybe 5 to 10 seconds. Then at that moment, I let him go. Another melee ensued. He turned the corner. He threw a punch at me, a full-blown punch. Hit me right in the face, threw a second punch at me, missed me.
Another staff member was also elbowed in the face. Paramedics checked them out. A police report has been filed. DeLeon says that there are some 100 witnesses, including children, to what happened. DeLeon made a brief appearance at an LA City Council meeting and was met with protesters shouting for him to go as he sat in for the first time since that racist conversation with fellow council members Gil Cedillo and Nuri Martinez was leaked in mid-October. 3 council members walked out after DeLeon arrived, but after a 45-minute recess, he walked out and did not return. Police also removed 2 men over concerns that a fight could break out.
So is it somebody from that situation with the council, or this is some random situation that he got into on the street? You know what I mean? Like, because they're trying to relate it.
On the news, baby, they never actually said what it was just, they show just like as you saw, because that was our Channel 7 news here in LA, in Cali. That's what they showed. That right there. And we all question that, but it's like I look at it I laugh because it's like,
Yeah, who?
Look at this. Hold on real quick. Look at this real quick, y'all. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
motherfucker,
Hold
they
on.
been
Now we're
telling
getting
your
a
ass.
clear picture of the
Step
entire story.
Eyewitness News
Step
reporter
down.
Leanne Suter is live in our newsroom
Step
today
down.
with the
Just
latest
step
from both
down.
sides. Leanne.
The LAPD
He's trying
is
to
now
hold his position to get
investigating
his
the fight
money.
between
Step
LA City
down.
Councilman Kevin De Leon and community activists, both men claiming the other started the altercation, much of which was captured on camera. Today, we're getting a look at more of that fight.
This is funny. Oh my God. And I don't care about
The two men coming to blows in front of dozens of children and parents at a toy giveaway and Christmas tree lighting in Lincoln Heights last night.
That
De
was
Leon
like
has been under
Kevin De
intense pressure to
Leon
resign since audio was leaked of an
did the
October
first
conversation
push.
about redistricting that included racial slurs and blunt talk of political power grabs. Now, at the beginning of that extended video that we're seeing, you can see the altercation there. You can see activist Jason Reedy confronting De Leon. The councilman says several community members were trying to escort him out of the event after a group of activists had surrounded him. When they reached the doorway, the two men ended up in a physical altercation. De Leon says Reedy was the one who instigated the violence.
When he headbutted me is when I grabbed him and
He
I
didn't
grabbed him, I
headbutt
put
you.
him on the table. I held him on the table there.
He did
for
not
maybe
headbutt
5
you.
to 10 seconds. Then at that moment, I let him go. Another
Oh, I
melee
don't like
ensued. He turned the corner. He threw a punch at me.
That's why I don't
a
like
full
you.
blown punch. Hit me right in the
You're
face.
a,
Threw a
you're a
second punch at
BI.
me.
I can't
Missed
even
me.
say it because I'm not about
Reedy's
to get my
attorney says the
boy
video
page
shows a
shut
much
down.
different story
You're a
than what De
BI.
Leon claims. Shakira Rahman says it was the councilman who turned things violent, calling him a
Exactly.
disgrace, saying in a statement, quote, video footage clearly shows him and his supporters initiating this assault while Mr. Reedy stands with his hands up. Not only has Kevin De Leon lost all political legitimacy, his claims that he was the one who attacked here simply underscores how he's lost touch with reality. Both men now filing assault allegations against the other. That video, certainly, of the altercation is going to be a key part of the LAPD's investigation into exactly what happened.
Man,
See,
that's
that's
wild.
crazy. That second one you showed, they didn't show that shit on the news. That second one, so they must only showing that online. They didn't show that where we saw the full, where Kevin De Leon, he was the basically they want to put aggressor, but the mother, he was the one that did the first push. Like, yo, they did not show that Rob on the news tonight.
I believe it. Kevin De Leon remind me of that motherfucker on Blue Streak that was scratching his ass and then tried to give Martin a handshake. I remember that.
Wow, if I wouldn't have saw this and I'm on freaking Lord sees this, if I wasn't on freaking live, I wouldn't have seen that. Because they didn't show that version. They showed the short version. That was it. Wow. Okay.
No, that's it's just amazing that he still has any kind of privilege and power still as a city councilman, knowing what he was involved with. Like, that just shows you, that goes back into this whole Dr. Claude Anderson video talking about all the other groups trying to fight black people. And that just shows that, like, you know, this is allowed. You know what I'm saying? The positive reinforcement of the anti-black psychology. You know what I'm saying? Like, all we have to do is just, you know, be these white adjacents and everything will be fine for us as long as we all pile on black people. And like, I don't know, but one thing that I think is that black people need to pay attention to this and be like, yo, we need to start like bucking these people up off us, you know what I'm saying, through business moves, you know what I'm saying, and through whatever means possible. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit there and allow people to do this kind of stuff. You know what I'm
like,
saying?
I'm so pissed off, Rob. Like, I'm at the point to ask you, AB, Jay, everyone in the chat. We all from in different states, different cities. Like, what the hell do we need to do to come together? Forget a march. Forget us a chant and singing. That ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna, ain't no riot, because all that do is tear up our own cities. What do we really have to do to come together to change some stuff around? That's the question.
Powernomics.
Man, ain't no singing, ain't no marching, ain't no protesting. If people want to say, oh, we need to protest, I'm sorry. If you think that's in your mind, I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I love you to my heart. Lord knows I do. But that ain't the question. Put what I'm talking about, put your protesting out your mind, put your singing out your mind, put your whatever out your mind. Coming together, we ain't marching, we ain't protesting, we ain't singing. So what do we need to do to come together? Because it's ridiculous. They playing us as fools.
Powernomics.
Yeah, I agree. And you see what Roots Track is saying? What Roots Track has said is that the majority of the city is supporting KDL. And that's probably the only reason, the only base of why they're supporting KDL is because the majority of the city is Latino. You know what I'm saying?
That is why, Rob.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only reason why.
Rob, you remember when I told you what happened when, because well, of course now I got a new job, but when I quit my job because I got it for work on New Year's and I got robbed and assaulted, got jumped. Thank God. Let me change that because by the grace of God, y'all, I don't want nobody thinking they're raped. By the grace of God, that didn't happen. But I got jumped and robbed Christmas Eve, getting off for work, 3 a.m. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I'll just say they wasn't us. But in the area I live in, you could guess what they were. But
real
what
quick,
I'm
if
saying?
you as a lady, and if you're traveling by yourself late at night, you need to definitely carry some mace.
Baby,
Have you
mace and a knife.
Yes, you need to have some type of protection. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
I learned that.
Definitely be aware of your surroundings.
Back in the days, I used to have a gun.
People are definitely looking for a come up, especially on the holidays. And unfortunately, guys like to target women because they think that y'all are
an easy target.
Yeah, soft target. So women, y'all definitely need to you gotta keep your head on a swivel. You know what I mean? Like when you go into your car, have your keys already, in your hand, or you know what I mean? Like you gotta be aware. You can't like, be aloof when you out here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sorry that I'm really sorry that.
Thank you, baby. But
I'm sorry
at
that
that
happened
time,
to
I
you.
just thought because my job was only like literally like blocks away from my house. So I did this travel all the time. It was nothing, you know what I mean? But and of course, this is at a time everybody's jolly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm getting out of work. I'm saying, hey, happy New Year's, everybody, and everything. And not knowing what was about to happen. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, fuck all that. Like, no.
Now look at this. Yura says La Raza is furious about the 233K that they won't get if passed through California Reparations Task Force. And I bet that's probably the motivation behind what's his name, KDL, behind his aggression towards that black guy, because clearly KDL lied on his testimony about what happened. You can see in the video clearly there was no headbutt that took place. Like none of that happened. You know
Why? It's not, man. Fuck them, man. And excuse my language, but F them, man. Because after the shit happened to me, because I went through it, where I went through a situation where I went through the court, not the courts, but as far as investigation, everything, because it was officers that was in the direction of the scene what happened to me. Kind of find out these were officers that was part of that sheriff gang.
Yeah, the executioners and the banditos.
Yes. They was involved with the motherfuckers, the East LA gang that fucking did that to me. They was involved with them. So yes, I'm dealing with a whole lot of it's a whole lot of shit. That's why I say fuck them. That's why I say fuck LA, fuck Cali right now. That's why They still acting like they don't know where the votes are in yet. Okay, y'all got the votes in for Karen Bass ass. Why the votes ain't in? Because the votes was damn near 90 to 70 on the sheriff race to get Villanueva ass out because he part of that shit. And do you know that they still ain't told us who our new sheriff is?
Because they're gonna make a way to keep Villanueva in there.
You already know, Rob. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Villanueva is their muscle.
That's what I'm saying.
He's the enforcer. You know
oh,
what
I'm
I'm saying?
about to cry because I'm personally, I could tell y'all about this shit.
Man, I've been doing content on Villanueva since way back, and like I'm surprised that like you just don't see there's more content creators don't talk about that dude. Like,
so can't nobody tell me, and you got a homegirl that's personally involved with this situation. No, you know what I'm saying? Robert Luna, and he's respected. He's the chief of police of Long Beach. And when you talk about changing Long Beach, when you talking about changing, he did, and I give him respect. Not don't know he for disrespect. No, respect. Respect, yo. You know what I'm saying? The old school respect, man. Like it done changed. Back in the days, Rob, I could tell you, boo. Back in the days in LA, we couldn't stand LAPD, but guess who you love? The sheriff. Now, hell, you hope you see the LAPD before you see the goddamn sheriff.
See? And the sheriff, and that's the whole thing about local politics. The sheriff is an elected official.
Like I'm telling you,
You know what I'm saying? Like the sheriffs don't put in a job application. The sheriffs are elected officials. So what that means is that the majority of people in LA like and agree with Sheriff Villanueva, so they put him into power. So what does that tell you about your neighbor?
Here.
You know what I mean?
It's what's out here though, Rob. It's
right.
Not us.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's not us. You know what I'm saying? Because, and of course, Cali, you know, just like New York, they have them sanctuaries and shit, illegals. And now, well, New York was already, but Cali, they act like, and they add like, oh, illegals can't. Yes, they can. They can vote too. It's a safe haven.
Yeah, they got sanctuary cities and stuff like that.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, man. I'm telling you, this shit ain't cool. I'm ready to move. I'm either, if I stay in Cali, back to San Diego, or back to Vegas, or either outward.
If people don't get it together, the whole United States is gonna be like this.
You know, it definitely goes back to what you were saying, Rob, as far as you know, owning and controlling everything. Like we can't. Old boy went up there, you know what I mean, to confront whatever his name did, De Leon. You know what I mean? But you could tell he's there by himself, and he got a whole army behind him. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You got your hands up trying to talk to this guy or trying to confront him, but they're not trying to hear what you got to say because you don't have no power. You don't have no power behind your words or whatever. You know, a lot of what's going on is ain't got nothing to do with what people say. It has everything. It got everything to do with what people are doing. You know what I'm saying? You ask the question, what we need to do as Black people, we got to get on that powernomics trip. Definitely got to start pulling our resources to programs and whatever we need that we have in common. You know what I'm saying? Like we definitely need to be on our own powernomics agenda. You know what I mean? We can't just go somewhere or go to these politicians or whatever, thinking that if we say something, they're gonna listen. They don't give a F about what we talking about. You know what I mean? Now, when we get these dollars together and start telling like we start paying, you know, like just like a side note, like that guy from FTX or whatever. You know why he ain't in jail? because he done paid off or everybody he needed to pay off, especially in the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with it ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. It got everything
But
to
it's
do
not
with
about our Black people giving back, because it is. Let me rephrase that. It is, boo, but it's not, because when you have organizations that are being blessed with getting the funds and the money to give back, they're not doing it. You know what I'm saying? They're not blessing back because they're not on a blessing. You know what I'm saying? BLM got over 3.4. Actually, let me take that back. Actually, it was over, I believe, 9 point something million dollars, and they gave 6.3 million to LGBT trans agenda organizations.
You're right.
So how the fuck you BLM, but none of it went to the Black community?
Van Jones got $100 million from Jeff Bezos. If Van Jones can have paid every FBA person $1 million,
and baby, where did Van Jones put that money?
And still have money in his pocket. So you got to.
No, I think he got 100 million.
Yeah, but where did Van Jones put that money?
Saying, if he had 100 million. There's 50 million FBA people in the United States of America. He could have gave everybody $1 million. He could, you know what I'm saying, and still have 50 million left.
Look, baby,
I would say that all these organizations are ran by the Democrats and they're funded by the Democrats for a reason. But besides that, I was going to make an earlier point. I forgot what you said. These organizations, we have to most definitely pull our votes together while we're pulling our economics together at the same time by dissemination of information. You know.
Agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Totally.
I agree 110%.
I agree.
And I think that another thing that we have to do is, like, when we see this kind of stuff, we have to start talking about it, because, you know, the mainstream media is not going to talk about it. And, like, to be honest, you know what I'm saying? The only people that we can count on to talk about this kind of stuff is us. You know what I mean? Like, we can't count on anybody else to really talk about it. You know what I'm saying? We have to take this kind of stuff by the horns and deal with it, and put people onto game and be able to have conversations about this kind of stuff, because the mainstream media is not going to do it. And to be honest, you can't count on everybody to do it. You know what I'm saying? We got to do this. We got to put the information out there. We got to make people see it, and we got to offer solutions to it. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about political warfare and stuff like that. I mean, you have a situation where the whole thing was caught on camera, and I mean, just because they like the guy, it's like, well, the black guy shouldn't have been there anyway. Well, now all y'all sounding like Nuri Martinez. So this is the time that we're on. This is what we're dealing with everybody. Like, and this is what Dr. Claude Anderson said about all these other groups opportunizing anti-black racism and all these groups fighting against black people. And I'm saying, like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, we're going to really have to make a lasting impression and really make it very crystal clear what the consequences of messing with us are. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, whether that's through business, whether that's through coordination of organized extracurricular activities, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
and we gotta take our faith out these bad actors who saying they're doing good for the community, because, like you said, building your own organization. We know somebody who's been building a school for over a decade, taking all that money, doing absolutely nothing with the money. But he went on a Breakfast Club, I think, like 3 days ago.
Just a couple days ago.
And I just saw so much clown behavior in the comments. And some of these people actually think that his school is up and running right now.
Trashing Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, it just comes up to us, you guys, us real ones that have hearts as a people to do. Because ain't nobody else gonna do. Let's keep it 100. Okay?
Yeah,
you got
I agree.
Jeff Bezos. This mofo is worth 100, not million. Here it is. $112.3 billion. We have 8.3 billion people, not in the U.S., in the world. So if he was to give everybody, hear me, 8.3 billion people, 8.3 people, $1 billion, he will still be the richest.
Yeah.
He is worth $112.3 billion. And you telling me, but he could go and give Dolly Parton $100 million for her organization.
Yeah,
but
and not only that,
he gave Van Jones $100 million too. You see what I'm saying? So it's
yep.
It's basically like, look, I gave your
I
man's
gave,
them some money.
thank you, boo.
I gave your man's them some money. Why he
I
ain't giving
gave
out
him
no money?
something.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the issue. That goes back to what my brother was just saying about old boy in his school. You know what I'm saying? Like when these type of situations happen, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, who do we trust? Now, you know, now we're looking at our own brothers with a side eye, because when you donate into to a worthy cause or whatever, and you see that these people got their own agenda, they're not really, you know, doing what they're supposed to doing. It you know, puts a sour taste in your mouth. It's like, you know what I mean, you can't
True.
trust nobody.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? And then we back to square one, looking at each other with a side eye. You know what I'm saying? And they don't do that. Whatever differences that they have amongst themselves, and I'm talking about the dominant society, you know what I mean, whatever differences they have with themselves, they put it to the side when it comes to people like us. You know what I'm saying? And they work together and do whatever they need to do to regardless of the differences, to move their agenda forward.
Facts.
Yeah, and I want to say this too, like Jeff Bezos, how can he give this do nothing nobody $100 million when his own workers can't even you know, get a living wage, and they can't even get breaks? You know what I'm saying? Like, so this guy who's done nothing for you get $100 million, but you got people breaking their backs in your factories that can't even get a break.
Jeff Bezos is a straight up clown, and Amazon is a circus. You know what I'm saying? That's how that happens. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is what that shows. That's just more evidence that we have to take control of these situations, and we have to deal with them ourselves. You know what I'm saying? The same way where the system is set up to, you know, if we stand up for ourselves, cause us issues, we need to start making it so when people have issues with us, it causes them issues. It's more
Facts.
painful for somebody to have an issue with us than it is for somebody to just go with the program. You know what I'm saying? We need to start setting up stuff where it's like that. You know what I'm saying? We actually giving people punishments. You know what I'm saying? Like suing people's entire trust funds and college funds for stealing our swag. You know what I'm saying? Setting up our own independent sports leagues, and just moving away from when people say move away from the Democrats, I don't buy that jargon. You know what I'm saying? Because the Democrat machine is Hollywood. The Democrat machine is sports. The Democrat machine is Disney. And I sit here and listen to a lot of goofy motherfuckers talk about moving away from the Democrats while asking, did you go see this movie? Did you go see that movie? Well, we all know that this shit is all part of a complex. So what are you talking about? If you ain't talking about actually moving away from all of that shit, you're not actually talking about moving away from all of that shit, then just say it. You know what I mean? People aren't like you got to kind of be careful too, because of the situation that we're in. It makes it where a lot of people need us to continue to be in this situation in order for them to run their business. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people where if everybody just got their act together tomorrow and we decided to create our own dominant society, a lot of people ain't going to have anything to talk about, and a lot of people going to be out of business. And because they dumb as hell and all they talk about is jail nonsense, you know what I'm saying? They really not going to have anything to talk about. Half these people, they can't switch the paradigm and talk about technology. They can't switch the paradigm and entertain people. They can't switch the paradigm and talk about sports. They can't switch the paradigm and do anything. All they can talk about is basically the same thing that Democrats do, because all these people go up in front of everybody and say, you know, black people got a mental disorder. Jada Informant, your boy who was on the Breakfast Club, said that black people got a mental disorder. So he don't know if necessarily we should be able to get reparations or not. First of all, is okay, people may feel certain kind of ways about reparations, but don't nobody have no inherent mental disorder from being black except for epigenetics and brain trauma from white supremacy. And that's more of a reason why we do need reparations. You know what I'm saying? But you got all of these people who sit up here and say, well, black people do this and black people do this. You can't sit here and tell the dominant society to stop saying that we're the only ones that commit crime. You know what I'm saying? While you sitting up here saying, well, you know, we all dumb now. We're not all dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't all get confused. You know what I'm saying? Like, the people that I rock with over here, nobody in my chat and nobody that's part of my community, as far as Black Light Revelations goes, is stupid. I don't care if my audience is 17 people or I don't care if it's 1,700 people. I'm not gonna sit here and say black people shouldn't get something because we're stupid. Like but you will see a lot of the people that a lot of people respect. Count how many times you heard people say that. But then these are the people that define what's on and off code and shit. While you sitting up here getting in front of white people calling everybody stupid. Calling everybody names.
Did they question those people in Israel whether or not they were mentally fit to get their reparations?
Not at all.
Right. And they get reparations every year, by the way, with that Iron Dome.
Brother, please say it again for the people who didn't hear that. Can you please say it again for the people who didn't hear that? Can you please? Because I spoke on that shit earlier. Can you please say it again?
I wonder which ones they were checking in Israel to see if they were mentally fit to get their reparations. Which ones were they checking?
Snaps in the air, claps and snaps in the air.
But you know,
go ahead.
And I was gonna say this, and to hear that coming out of his mouth that black people aren't mentally ready to get this. That's kind of discouraging coming from him, who has a mostly, I would say, all black following. So he's pretty much talking about his people, because we're talking about a guy who's taken money for so many projects, but he hasn't finished any of those projects. He took up money for that shockumentary that he was going to do that was supposed to premiere in 2014, but he took money up again, and the video is still online 3 months ago, and the movie was supposed to be done in a month, and he still haven't produced it. So while he's talking down on everybody, he's not accomplishing anything himself, but he's still begging the same mentally deranged people for money for whatever project he has.
Well, that's deep.
As far as I'm concerned, anybody that treats you how a white supremacist treats you, you need to treat them like how you would treat a white supremacist. So any of these YouTube evangelists, any of these YouTube people, they out here talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Look at them crazy and keep it moving. I don't really, I critique, right? Like I say, we have issues with certain things, right? But I try not to say it in a way that's derogatory. And I try to say it in a way where, it's digestible and not really easily detected by other people. I'm not going to get on a giant national stage and say, we too stupid to be able to get reparations. I mean, like, these motherfuckers be on some, you're supposed to be pro-black, but you sounded more like a fucking white supremacist than Jared Taylor. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you gonna sit up there? You know what I'm saying? Like, Jared Taylor believes in the bell curve and says that black people have a 60 IQ, and then you get your ass up on the Breakfast Club talking about black people are stupid, but you're a black supremacist and you're the judge of who's the most on code. Like, man, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, man.
Get the fuck out of here.
I think they had him on after they had Greenblatt on there, and
that part.
It's clear to me that
if my mama don't stop texting me,
you can't have a black agenda, like a straight black agenda when you go on these programs. You know what I'm saying? They had Greenblatt on there.
They're on the lie.
They didn't get Ron Dalton on there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like so you can obviously tell that the agenda is to push whatever narrative on their program so that we can believe that what's being said is the truth. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, at this point you gotta take what they saying with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Look, I already know. You know what I'm saying? People, old boy is a good orator. He know how to speak. You know what I mean? He's well articulated. He knows his stuff. People will support you if if you're doing like you're doing your speaking gig. People gonna support you. I ain't got no problem with that. The problem comes in is the problem is when you say you're gonna do something, you get people support, and you don't do as what you promise, and you're acting like people are in the wrong for questioning you. I have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? I have a big problem with that. Not to like bring this about old boy, but I'm just saying, like, people are not stupid. They know what you're doing. They like how long does it take? We know how much money you got. How long does it take for you to find a place and build a place, or rent a place, whatever. You know what I mean? People, and how long is going to take? People are looking for result. They're not looking for
excuse.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
And you know what's real bad about him is that Q Butter, he went and built a school with $80,000 in New York. $80,000. He got his he built a school. So this brother built a school, I think like 3 years ago, beat Umar, who had I don't know how much money, but the issue with Umar is he's not transparent and he has no results. If you look at his tax information, you can go on the IRS and look at the tax information. He set up two
LLCs.
Yeah, two of them. He set up two of them because one of them got rejected. No, they didn't get rejected. They got what's the word I'm looking for? They got he wasn't giving them the tax information, so they I can't figure. They no. He didn't give them the tax information, so he didn't file. So his nonprofit status got taken away. So he set up another nonprofit for the same organization, and he's still putting that he receives $0 every year on his tax forms. You can actually pull those forms up online. So he's lying to the IRS. So they should have been got him.
See, that's crazy, man. Like, see, like my thing is too, like he likes to critique people a lot, and that's cool. But when you're on the other side of the critique, you know what I'm saying, you have to be able to be prepared to take it and be able to counter it as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't come out with a video every day talking about somebody, and then when somebody's talking about you, it's just a bunch of bullshit, and we're not going to address it, and we're going to come with all these other nonsensical talking points. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to be facts on facts on facts. And like, my thing with him is, even if you're intelligent, right? Common sense, being logical and making people be able to understand what you're saying will always beat. Even if you could recite the entire Webster's Dictionary or the Roget's Thesaurus, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's good. But if somebody can make you understand their point, that's more effective than just being able to say a whole bunch of big words and repeat them 3 times like Candyman gonna come out the mirror. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit don't work.
Now, because you're very articulate and particular on this, and I respect you on this, Rob. Can you really relate to me when you guys are what they're talking about? Is it talking about who? Because I'm really thinking about 2 different people.
Wait, who you talking? What you talking about?
Umar?
Yeah, I think that's who Jay was talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about Umar.
That's who. Oh,
shit. Okay, I'm not off. Okay.
Yeah, that's who we talking about.
Because he's like, damn. Look, I don't want to feel like I'm off. Like, I don't want to put nobody seem like I'm okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. And on top of that, you know what's even worse?
I didn't want to put no words in nobody's mouth, so I wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, you know what's even worse? This is other brother. I think Rob, you talked about him before. The young brother in Louisiana who built the school with $20,000. So I mean, like, he's supposed to be this well-spoken genius, but you got people running laps around you. They actually have kids in their school, and they built the school while you're over here talking about we might be open February 2023. Yeah, we're gonna be waiting on that.
Right. And I mean, like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Like me
Who am
personally,
I
that's why.
speaking with right now? Is this still Jay or is this AB?
No, this is me. This Rob.
No, right. Who else I was speaking to?
I think both.
That
Yeah,
was
both.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so Jay is gone.
Nah,
No,
Jay's still here.
Jay's here.
Okay, well, motherfuckers, y'all gonna stop fucking with me. Look, I told y'all I'm tired, and I done had me a glass of wine. Leave me the fuck alone.
Just one glass.
Maybe not.
I don't know. Just one glass. I don't know.
Hey, I ain't got no man. I'm looking for a husband. If you, hey, no, but who was I? No, I'm just saying. You know what? I hate y'all, man.
All right. Well, hold on. Yeah, it's not real quick, right? This is AB. So real quick.
Oh, they're AB. Okay.
All right. So my thing is that one of our problems is that we like to look for a savior, and we kind of put all our we very trusting people. We're very loving people. We, you know, what I mean, we do a lot of belief, which is another part of our problem. You know what I'm saying? We just believe what people tell us or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So when we find somebody that looks like us or who's saying the right things or whatever, and
it sound good, feel good, must be good.
We support them, and they don't do what they supposed to do. Not only is it a letdown, we feel as if we have been taken advantage of. And then it goes back to my point that I was saying before, as far as not being able to trust your own brother. And then, you know, you when somebody who's genuine come to you, you still looking at them with a side eye. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's the only unfortunate part about it.
Yeah.
No, and we gotta change that.
That's true, but
we gotta change that. We really do, as a culture, as a people, and it's not just as a culture, people, man and woman, but within the Black man and woman, because it's really bad. I can admit it. I can say it. Within the man and woman of the Black culture, we gotta change that. We do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm blessed that I can say, you know what I'm saying? I've had relationships that didn't work out. I've had some that did work out. We may not be together today, but we didn't leave off on bad levels. But I've had good relationships. Like, I've had good men and Black men in my life. I had good men. You know what I'm saying? Like, my kids are mixed, half mixed, whatever, but it's like, you know what I'm saying, a good man. But
Jay,
it's just like,
Jay,
you have that. But it's just like, you got to know. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be out there just putting yourself I don't know. I don't know what.
Man, you done turned this shit into a dating show.
I really, that's why I say I really don't know. I really don't know, because I want to be married. I guess I got kids, and I really, my kids are my blessings, because because of my medical condition, I wasn't supposed to have kids. I got kids, and you know what I'm saying? It's just like, if I find that man that, because me and their father, he's gone now, but I find that one, cool. But it's just like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I do not feel like the household should be, because I was raised, my mother and father, it's just, I guess, because we raised, it's normal and it's biblical, it's godly. That's the way it's supposed to be. A man and a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like,
traditional.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Not one more, whatever other people want to put theirs, but it's my thing. regardless what you want to be. You know what I'm saying? Black, white, whatever, but a man and a woman. And that's where I lay mine. Whether people agree with me or not, like me or not, whatever. I done already lost friends. So because of my beliefs, because at one time, I don't mind putting my story out there. I was a girl that was
Well, you
out
don't have to.
there.
You don't have
Yeah,
to. You don't have
yeah.
to
See,
put your.
you
I
yeah.
mean,
Go on and go to sleep, man, because
yeah.
you about to
That's
roll off the bed with this shit. Like,
that's
Yeah,
that.
but
That's
Yeah,
that.
Jay,
That's
what you,
no,
Jay, you
I
ain't forget what you was gonna
tripping.
say,
I
right?
was a girl that was out there, and I knew better. I knew better. I knew better, but I was living my life. What I felt, I was living my life, you
Gotcha.
know. And I fell back. I fell off. I didn't fall back. I fell off. I'm gonna give y'all my true testimony. I fell back. Like I went into some other shit, but I feel like God brought me back, and I know better. And when I cried out at a time when I'm not going to put the full story on this situation, but I cried out, you know what I'm saying? And I wind up having my child. I wind up being impregnated with my child. Finding out I was impregnated with my child. So, you know, I know God is real. So, but you know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But you know, I just don't want people to feel like, you know what I'm saying, like, oh, it is what it is, like you ain't got hope. I think
No,
that's my whole thing. You know
definitely
what
got
I'm
from life experience. Life experience
life
will teach you.
experience.
You know,
Yeah.
that's how we learn. A lot of things you won't learn in a school. You'll learn a lot of things from life itself. You know,
Life
and so
experience. Thank you,
you know
Bubby.
you gotta definitely look at everything as a learning experience and try to move with
Because we won't learn.
your best foot forward in life. You know what I'm saying? It's never over.
Some
You know,
yep.
it's never
Some
over
things you don't
when
learn
you
from a textbook.
yeah you know it's never over when you have confidence
But
on
don't
what
but
you're
I want
doing
people to
and
know if
also
people are giving you advice, if you got people giving you advice, I want people to know, please don't not accept the advice or accept the knowledge. Because it might save you from going through the hardship of taking that bump on the head.
definitely
You know what I'm saying? Like
definitely agree with
what? I love God. I love life. Like I love people. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna denounce the truth. You can be gay. I got families that gay, all that shit. But I'm still gonna tell the truth. I don't care.
that's what's up.
I
Jay,
don't
what you
care.
Jay, you
I done lost so much family. I done lost so much family. It's ridiculous. That's why I get so much joy in you guys. I really do. I get so much joy in you guys online. Like just to have the connection with you guys. Because I've lost a lot of connection with family because I don't have the same views. And I have a lot of, oh Lord, I said don't do this. Take them away, take that water away. I have a lot of love for you guys, and I appreciate you guys online. That I don't know y'all in person. We don't get to go out to dinner together, to lunch, but
You gonna fall asleep right in the middle of one of your sentences, man. We about to
No,
shut the fuck
I'm
down.
damn near crying. Shut up. I'm gonna host you.
Nah, we appreciate you too.
Nah,
Definitely.
yeah, you know we appreciate you, but shit, man, I'm getting tired too. So we about to shut this shit down.
I'm
But I
rolling
think,
over here, you know.
but I
Look, I'm right.
but
I'm about to cry. Like,
nah, don't cry, don't do
because
that.
I
Yeah,
finally
don't
have
cry.
a group of people that for years, literally for over 10 years, I didn't have people that allowed me to speak my truth or accepted me for speaking my truth or didn't say, oh girl, you crazy. Oh, you need to be banished. Oh girl, you tripping. You shouldn't be saying that. Don't nobody think that. You know, I done heard everything. And then to finally in a day of age, 10 years later, I thank you guys and I love you guys. I don't even know you guys in person. And you know what I'm saying? I can't kiss you guys on the cheek, but just think of me giving you guys a kiss on the cheek. I love you guys, okay?
Much
Back
love.
at
Love
you.
you too.
Yeah, no doubt. Same. You already know. All right, y'all. So we about to end this shit. And like I said, probably tonight I'll be back on. So and we're gonna try to do the panel thing again. Go ahead, Jay.
Let me finish that one. What AB was about to say. So I was saying, like, even though we do have this mistrust with some black people, I do want to acknowledge that at the same time, Q Butter started his stuff after Umar, and black people came out and supported Q Butter, his schools. So while we do distrust each other, but some people will still give people the benefit of the doubt, and I like that because Q Butter actually, if you can go to his website too and look at the school. That right there in his web design is phenomenal. The school right there is what Umar said his school was, but this brother actually produced it. The community helped him raise his funds, and that's the type of person that we need to get behind. Unlike
Wait,
Umar.
what is that? Because I hear you saying Q Butter. I'm not
Yeah.
seeing it on my end, but you said Q Butter?
Yeah, Q Butter. I think
I'm
it's
not
QUE.
seeing it on my end. Tell me so I can give a donation.
Hey Rob, we need that crypto stream too, man.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But Faye, you could look him up. He's on YouTube.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, what's your YouTube?
No, the dude that he was talking about is
Yeah,
a
he's
dude
on
named
YouTube.
Q Butter.
Oh, the Q Butter is on YouTube.
Yeah. But he also has a school and everything. Yeah, I mean, he actually did what he was talking about. That's the whole thing, and I think he did it within like 3 years, building the school and everything.
Okay.
Oh, and one more point. Did you know that Maxine Water was actually celebrating the fact that dude from what's that FTX is coming up there to meet the financial committee?
I heard about that.
Yeah, she was celebrating on Twitter, congratulating him for some odd reason.
Man,
you say Maxine Waters.
No, he needs to be in jail.
Man, there's some crazy stuff going on with that whole
If you
FTX
say
thing. Did you
Maxine
know they had
Waters,
like
I'ma slap you.
they had a polyamorous relationship going on? Like they was on some sister wives type shit. Like it was all kind of ratchet shit going on with
Get
FTX
that
too.
anybody in LA? I'm sorry. Yes, I live in LA. I'm from LA, but I do not support anybody in LA. So if you talk about LA, if they're not good, they're not for the people in their heart, I don't support them. And if you talk about them, you might get mad if you like them.
All right, family. I'm a bow out and look for the next stream.
Yeah, no doubt. And then, you know what else? I'm gonna do that. When I do that crypto stream,
I love you guys.
I'm gonna
I
do the
love
crypto
you
streams
guys.
with the panel too.
I got you.
I'm gonna do all the streams with panels from here on out. The first hour is gonna be a stream, and then the second hour is gonna be the panel. So you know what I'm saying? Like as long as it's going and people watching and y'all enjoying it, you know what I'm saying, then we'll keep doing it like this. So let me know real quick in the comment section before we bounce out. If y'all like this format, give me a thumbs up and let me know something. If y'all don't like this format, give me a thumbs down. But I think that I think that this is better for viewer engagement. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's better for an exchange of ideas too, because like I don't like to just sit there and feel like I'm just dictating to people, because a lot of these YouTube content creators, a lot of these motherfuckers, man, a lot of these people think that they sitting on some type of pedestal somewhere. They think that they sitting on a throne somewhere, just talking down to their kingdom and shit, telling everybody what to do and doing directives and shit like that. And I don't agree with that. I'm no better than anybody in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just a motherfucker that decided to go get a computer and link up a StreamYards account and, you know what I'm saying, like take the day one tutorial on Photoshop and make some pictures. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to sit here and say, oh, you know, I'm an OG in the community and this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? And I built the church on First and Martin Luther King Street with my own bare hands, nigga. My knuckles is bloody from all.
That's hilarious, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't say that. I'm just a dude. I'm just a regular dude. I got flaws. You know what I'm saying? But I want to see people improve. And I've done some things in my life that I think could be valuable to contributing to that collective improvement. And I think that that's what I got to offer. And real quick, y'all, before y'all give y'all 2 cents on that, shout out to Val Williams for the $5 super chat. Make sure
What's
y'all
up,
throw
Val?
some radiation emojis in the chat.
Much
show
love,
her some
Val.
love. Yeah, no doubt. Because that really helps, man. Like, y'all have no idea, especially like with the way that my channel is messed up and the way that YouTube be, you know what I'm saying, like doing my thing. They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, that really helps. And then shout out to Carla, who just gave a $10 super sticker as well.
Shout out, Carla.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
And like
shout
I
out
said,
to everybody,
shout out to
man.
the Cash App people, like, you know what I'm saying,
Real-
my man AB, who's up here, and AJ, who always hits your boy up on the Cash App. I appreciate y'all, man. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, real quick. They coming for the Cash App now. There was a report on
Yep.
on news that they, because it's untaxable, that they're gonna write into law that what people are getting from Cash App is gonna be taxable. So
And you know who supported that?
no,
The Black Caucus and the Progressive Caucus. AOC was out there, you know, celebrating this crap.
of course they did. Why wouldn't they do it? I wouldn't
You know.
expect nothing. It seems
No, you're
about,
right.
It seems about what they are known for. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
you can't make it up. You know what I mean? Got their hands in our pockets and whatever we do. You step out your door, you paying a tax. You know where.
Hello?
AB, you still
belong
there,
to us.
bro? There you go. Yeah, you
broke
going
up.
in and out a little bit.
Oh my bad. I cut out.
You
Yeah,
good
I
now
was
though?
just saying they got their hands in our pockets. Whatever we do, you know, as soon as you step out the door, you're paying a tax. Whatever we doing in life, we paying a tax or whatever. So we definitely got to understand that these dollars don't belong to us. They got to go back to where they came from. But as long as we start moving in a way to offset that, we might be in a better place to unite. You know what I'm saying? So I'll leave that there.
Facts.
And
just so Faith knows, we didn't kick you out. I didn't kick you out. I thought you had actually just left. You know what I'm saying? But we about to shut the stream down anyway, but you're welcome to come back on the next one.
Hey.
And I'm laughing at this comment real quick too. Val says, see, I told you, Carla and I are not the same person. Shout out to the twins. You know what I'm saying?
that guy, yeah. What's up, Val and Carla and everybody else? RGT.
Yeah. All
But
right,
hey,
fellas, I'm
hey,
about
before you bounce, man, on that Cash App, I think what they want to do is, you know, they hired a bunch of new IRS people to help track them. I think if you make over $500 a month, they want to put you on tax papers through Cash App. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but you know, $500 a month is no money. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like,
Especially with this damn inflation, bro. Yeah.
It's petty cash. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, what else do you want from us? Like what?
Your house.
Yeah.
Your soul, your blood, everything.
Everything.
Kids, you know.
Everything.
They
All
want
right,
you.
fellas.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, y'all. Yo, I appreciate both of y'all calling up. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, next time we stream, you know what I'm saying, the link will be available. So if y'all there, y'all all more than welcome to come in. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of channels, you know how they do it. You know, we got to get like $500 in super chats. So you know what I'm saying? Like I gotta get like $300 on the Cash App in order to open up the line and shit. Like, ain't nobody on that bullshit, man. If y'all trying to call in after an hour of, you know what I'm saying, talking about the content, y'all welcome to come in and we're gonna get it cracking like this.
Definitely.
And try to get these issues
I'm sending something right now. I'm sending something right now.
See, like I see, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sending something right now.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm gonna tell y'all this. What I'm gonna always tell y'all is invest in yourself. That's the first thing that you invest in.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? All these other people, I'm gonna always tell you, invest in yourself first. You know what I'm saying? Invest in your brain, invest in your physical condition, invest in your family, invest in your home, invest in something valuable, invest in some knowledge, invest in yourself. Always invest in yourself first. You know what I'm saying? Always make that initial investment in yourself. And I honestly think that's another part of the reason why we have some of the situations that we have, because we've been bombarded with a lot of propaganda that would lead people to believe that we are not worth the investment and that we are initially supposed to invest into everything else and put ourselves last. That's not true.
Facts.
If we put ourselves last, then we're going to continue to be last.
Facts.
Oh, you know what? Real quick, D-Buck. D-Buck, I don't know if you know, but Robb Braxman is actually on YouTube. He has a YouTube channel called what is it called? I think it's called Brax. It's called Robb Brax, or it's either called Robb Brax Music, and he actually streams. You know, he got like 300,000 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? He came over from Periscope and blew up on YouTube. But it's called Robert. It's called Robb Brax Tech or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But look him up though. He on YouTube, man. You know what I'm saying? He be going live and dropping little videos and shit, but he on there. You know what I'm saying? Well, my bad, y'all. That's, you know what I'm saying? It's this dude named Robert Brax that I know that used to do a stream on the app that me, Izzy, and D-Buck and Shatera and Nikki was all on and shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Plugging him in on YouTube and shit. But all right, y'all, we about to bounce up out of here, man. I appreciate you. He talking about me, like D-Buck crazy, man. I ain't about to play no damn piano. If you want to hear the piano, you got to go subscribe to Just Talking with TD and Robb. And when the
that theme music on Just Talking with TD and Robb is Rakim used it. Rakim
did he?
Yeah, that's why I kept on putting in the chat. If you listen to that theme music, that's Rakim's man, what's that song? Don't Sweat the Technique.
Oh, you know what this fool talking about? He's talking about he wants somebody to start doing a little freestyle and shit. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, like when I used to be on the other app, I used to do Tales from the Hood, like actually live from the hood. You know what I'm saying? And we'd be driving down the street, you know what I'm saying, throw an instrumental on in the car, you know what I'm saying, bust out a little freestyle, kicking it and shit like that. That's what his ass talking about.
Oh, God.
He wants some of that old school hood action. D-Buck ratchet, man. D-Buck want that ratchet Robb. See, he talking about, yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He wanted the arguments. He wanted the arguments in the line at Popeyes and shit. That old shit, man. The old streams. The old streams used to be lit, man. You know what I'm saying? It used to be lit because I work in the hood, you know what I'm saying? And I live in the hood too. So, you know what I'm saying? I do the drive and, you know what I'm saying, be showing the scenery and shit. That should be fun. We might have to get that shit popping. You know what I'm saying? You know, YouTube is crazy, though. These people out here, wow, they be doxing and shit like that. People be doing streams about you talking about they finna catch a flight. You know what I'm saying? I don't need all that.
Yeah, nah, we good.
Yeah,
stay right where you at.
Yeah, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it stream. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna listen anyway.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Well, shout out to D-Buck, man. D-Buck been my man for a minute, man. That's my dude. He good peoples and shit. But yo, like I said, I appreciate y'all, man. We gonna get it in again tonight. And like I said, we doing the same thing from here on out. This is gonna be the format. And what I'm gonna actually do too is I'm gonna get eventually I'm gonna get a switchboard so I can actually have the StreamYard like what y'all is on, and have it where we can have people do a call in. You know what I'm saying? I got to do a couple things and figure out how to get the software and the hardware to interface so that we can do that. But we're gonna have it popping, man. We're gonna have a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Yeah, make it more interactive. Actually get it to be like a legitimate, you know what I'm saying, like media outlet. You know what I'm saying? Like how Roots Trackers was able to tell us about that whole thing going on with that councilman, and we able to do on the spot and talk about it, because I think that's important.
Yeah, that real time, how you did that in real time was dope. So yeah, that's definitely a plus.
Yeah, no doubt. And like I said too, if y'all got any suggestions, you know what I'm saying, feel free to let me know. My social media, all my meta platforms is messed up, but y'all could hit me up on if you go to my Facebook community page, you know what I'm saying, Black Light Revelations, you can hit me up there, or on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? My actual Facebook account and my actual Instagram account is like locked out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to even get it unlocked anymore. So I might just make another one, but you know what I'm saying, Twitter or email or my Facebook community page. That's the best way. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. He said, see, this me and Izzy, we used to tag team people, bro. D-Buck said, D-Buck said so many nights where your music and Izzy verbally destroying people. You know what I'm saying? Me and Izzy, man. That's my dude, man. Me and him actually got to do a stream coming up pretty soon. So
What'd you call it? Faye kind of reminded me of Izzy. I don't know if that's a California thing, but
yeah, that's that California thing. They be going back and forth too, Faith and Izzy, man. Because you know Izzy an atheist, you know what I'm saying? And Faith,
I ain't know that.
Yeah, Izzy an atheist. Izzy a hardcore atheist, you know what I'm saying? he one of them atheists that's like, nigga, when you die, ain't shit about to happen, and ain't nothing you can do about it. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. Ain't no mess. He done messed up my dreams now.
Right, you know,
there ain't nothing gonna happen when I die. Shit,
right?
Something else.
Yeah, you know, that's that nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious though. But all right, y'all. I definitely appreciate each and every one of y'all. Faith, appreciate you calling in. AB, appreciate you calling in. Jay, appreciate you. And I will catch y'all a little bit later on today.
All right, peace.
All right, y'all. Peace.